It's a gorgeous, warm summer's day in Fulda, Germany, the town hosting the latest major ranking tournament on the World Nineball Tour. But despite the appealing weather and surrounds, our focus will be indoors at the Esperanto Hotel Conference Centre. You see, only 64 players retain hope of lifting this coveted trophy and pocketing a first prize of $30,000 US. By day's end, only 16 title contenders will remain for what should be a terrific weekend. Welcome, pool fans watching around the world, to day 4 of the European Open. As always, we'll have 2 streaming tables for you today. We don't know what's going to be the case in the last 32, of course, but these are the first 3 matches over there on table 2 and available to you on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Yuan Chua, the Filipino World Cup winner, he takes on Nguyen Cong Tan of Vietnam. Second up, it's Mario He of Austria against Emil Andre Gangflo of Norway. And then Shane Van Boning, one of the favourites for this title. He tackles Fitim Haradinaj of the host nation. As for table 1, the defending champion, Albin Ouschan, has a tough task against Jason Shaw. Joshua Filler, he faces Victor Zielinski, a fine talent who can pop them off the lampshades. But we start off with Copen Yi, this year's World Masters champion, up against, from Bulgaria, Georgiev. And now we're in the last 64. The races have been lengthened to first to 10. And while you might think, well, Copen Yi is a big favourite for this match, we must not underestimate Georgiev. He's a coming force in the game, who's had a very busy 2023. He's played a lot of competitive pool, and he's had quite some success. And talking about successful pool, my co-commentator for the first match of the day is a man who's won many trophies, Carl Boyce.
Thank you, Phil. This promises to be a fantastic day here at the European Open. 64 remain, as you said, Phil. Copen Yi, well, he's usually always there or thereabouts. What a player he is. What I've noticed about Copen Yi is his break off as well. He's really figured out the break shot, so let's see if he can continue that form in rack 1. Yes, he can. Look, 1 ball again. We know by now you're not always guaranteed a shot on the next ball, but this time he does have a look at the low 2 ball, the blue 2.
Arrives here undefeated. 3 matches, 3 wins. He was fully extended in his first contest in the opening session on Tuesday morning. Beat Rafael Val 9-6. That was on table 14. Huge crowd surrounded the table because Val is a local who had lots of support. But Copen Yi got the verdict in the end. Then he beat Marcus Martin of Spain 9-0. And in winners' qualification, overcame the 2021 World Nineball Championship runner-up Omar Al-Shaheen comfortably 9-3.
Boy, did he hit that ball sweet. He has got every shot in the locker. He's made that look very easy.
Three co-brothers here. Copen Yi, at the age of 34, is the oldest of them. Surprisingly, Koping Chung, who recently won the Sharks International Open in the Philippines, he's out. Didn't make a single elimination. Neither did Kopin Han. And the reason Koping Chung didn't make single elimination, he lost to Georgiev 9-5. So maybe Ko here looking to restore a little bit of family honour.
He'd like to play that shot again. Yeah, he can pot the 7, but that is not where he wanted to leave the cue ball. Now he's going to have to roll the cue ball into the 8 to hopefully get a shot. If you can hit the 8 ball full with the cue ball, it would just simply bounce off the left rail back out into the centre of the table. Oh, nicely done. Hit top side.
Neat and tidy, or what? That's the kind of start you want to any day at a major tournament. Win the lag and then break and run in the very first rack. Copen Yi, well, I think he's made a statement there. He leads Georgiev 1-0. Now, these are the other matches going on right now. Some unfamiliar names in there because it's the start of the Fillers Junior event as well in this 26 table arena. As for the main tournament, well, we've got Yan Chur against Win Tong Tan. Fedor Gorsht dressed all in black today. He's in serious destroyer mode. He's 1-0 up on Yuma Dorma, who is one of the, I suppose, surprise players through to the last 64. Naoki Oi, he's 1-0 up on Michael Schneider already. And the same for Duong Kwok Wang over Imran Majid. I was watching Duong, the Vietnamese #1, earlier on today, practicing. And all he was doing was just knocking in balls from distance at pace. That's all he was doing. And he was very, very successful.
Fine-tuning the muscles. That is what Copen Yi is doing on the break. Another fine example of potting the 1 ball and getting the cue ball to arc. Watch the cue ball here, just arcs off this rail. Yeah, there you see it comes back, hits the 9 full. He may not be able to take the cut on. It's very tight anyway, but if he doesn't, you would think the pink and the green ball are going to be the balls to hook his opponent with. Yeah, he's just coming around to look. I was just going to say the 2-9 combination, the 2 and the 9, if they're not touching, they're very close to being touching. But the issue with this is if you hit there, exactly where he's looking, the 9 will throw into the rail more. So in order to make the 2-9 combo, he'd have to play 2 rails because he needs to hit the left side. When the balls are close, you have to hit the opposite side of the ball to throw it the other way.
And coming off 2 rails, with the 9 needing to travel all the way down to that left corner pocket, he would need to hit this at reasonable pace.
I know it was close, but it was never going to go. He had to play 2 rails into the 2 on the left side of the 2. He would have potted it then.
Very good year for Copen Yi, apart from winning the Whirlpool Masters. Semi-finalist at the UK Open, quarter-finalist at the Spanish Open, semi-finalist at the Bucharest Open in Romania. He's 11th in the world rankings. 99 places higher than his opponent.
We are watching a master craftsman with the cue ball. He really knows how to work the white ball. That is definitely his strength. Georgiev better get used to these type of shots, because he's going to be in a lot of them in this match.
Well, he made contact, but the desired result for Ko is there. The 2 is on. Massive golf and experience between these 2 in terms of competing centre stage in one of these big matchroom events, Carl. I can't remember Georgiev being on table 1 before.
No, I have definitely not commentated on one of his matches. But if he's beat Copen Yi, he's clearly a serious player. We've not really had a look at what he's about yet in this match. He's just been froze out. Obviously a break and run in rack 1, and just had a couple of kick shots in rack 2 so far. Copen Yi will have to play this with a bit of right spin. Cue ball will go forward off the top rail to come back out for this 3. Oh, and he's missed the 2 ball.
That was surprising, down to the fact he was applying so much side. But nevertheless, we expected that one to find the target. Yes, Georgiev in this tournament, he beat Patrick Mungiori 9-0 first up, then Mika Immonen, former world and US Open champion, 9-3. Came down to earth with a 9-0 whitewash, losing to Wojciech Szewczyk. That was in winners' qualification, but he bounced back very stoically by overcoming Copen Yi in losers' qualification, 9-5.
He'll be happy with that, Ulko. The fact that it's run safe. Trying to pot it in this pocket here, of course. That's no good. He can pot this ball, I believe. Uncharacteristic's going along nicely on table 2. He's leading 2 racks to 0. You can watch that on the Matchroom Multi-Sport YouTube channel as well.
Not the cleanest pot, but now he's in for 2-0.
One of the few very top players who does not wear a glove. Copen Yi.
Bridging a little awkwardly. They'll be happy to pot the 4-ball like that. He's got one of those mannerisms as Copen Yi. He plays a positional shot or a safety, and he'll sort of step forward and then stop in his tracks as though there's been some kind of miscalculation with the cue ball, and then he stops on a dime.
Yeah, it was like the shot from the purple 5 to the green 6. I know you can just swing the cue ball around and sort of land anywhere to a degree, but it's the fact that where it finished on the green 6 was just absolutely perfect. Just to bounce the cue ball off the rail. So this rack was not a clinical rack. That doesn't matter because it's this 9-ball for 2-0.
Looking good in the early stages. The winner of this match will play either Anton Raga or Matthias Snigotsky. They're on table 3 at the moment. Snigotsky of Poland has taken the opening rack. Alexa Bashalsh, a coming force in the game. He's 2-0 up on Chang Junlin. John Morra 2-0 up on Max Lechner. But the quickest progress has been made on table 2. Johan Chua 3-0 up on Win Kong Tan. Another good start to report. Aloysius Schaap 2-0 up on Mats Shetner, the Norwegian who knocked out Stuart Bingham on the loser's side last night.
I'm liking this break, Phil. I really am. We've seen players struggle on this table over the last few days. Can cut the 2-ball in. He's going to have to take some sort of little gamble here. You can see he's just weighing up going into the 3-ball. He goes into the 3-ball full, or just off full to the right hand side. He may tee the 3-ball up for the top right corner.
Well, the only congestion is 5 and 8, but even that is the most elementary combination. So we're staring at 3-0.
Yeah, and because his cue ball is so good, like we've said, that enables him to send the cue ball pretty much exactly where he wants. He hit that 3-ball perfect to leave himself this pot.
On table 14, Naoki Oi, 4-0 up already on Michael Schneider. And yet on table 7, the all-Greek clash between Alexander Kazakis and Nick Malai, they haven't finished their first track yet. I think it's a pretty fair assumption that it's a tactical rack. They've been playing for 20 minutes. Carl, this is just the kind of start top players want to assert their authority.
And it's not the start that a player who's new to this type of arena wants, because they're really under the pressure now. Still got to get this shot right. As he comes back off the top rail, needs to keep rolling. It's a little bit short of pace, so he's got a bit of work to do here. He's not really going to get too close to the 9-ball. Just a couple of shots so far where he's lost a cue ball. Do enjoy watching Copen Yi play though. Very measured in. This is what he does on a big shot in a big rack. He stands like this behind it. You can see it's almost like he's visioning, he's imagining the shot he's going to play. Made a good effort there.
Yes, but as you said, Carl, he couldn't get close to the 9, and this, it can be missed even by one of the very best. Didn't touch the sides, as it turned out. Copen Yi off to a flyer, leading 3-0. It's also dominant pool on table 2, although Win Kong Tan did win the 4th rack. And off his break in the 5th. Potted the 1 and the 5. Oh, but that worked out in Yan Chua's favour.
Yeah, he's just come round to have a look, because the 3-ball's not quite over the pocket, so he's got to hit it pretty thin on the 2-ball. So a bit of work to do here in rack 5 for Yuan Chua. Must be feeling good though. What a fantastic win that was for himself and James Aranas at the World Cup of Pool. They really lit that event up with their style, their attacking style of play.
As always, we'll keep you right up to date with all of the tables and all of the scores as they develop. And if you want to see that match, just once more, I'll repeat, Table 2 action today, all day, is over on Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel.
I make that 4 from 4, Phil.
Yeah, not only potting balls, but every time the 2 is sitting up.
It's the cue ball though, comes off this side rail, always arcs towards the 9. Big shot of the rack is going to be from the red 3 to the pink 4. He's got to make sure he leaves the cue ball on that left rail. Can't afford to come away from the left rail, otherwise he won't be able to pot the pink 4 ball. That combination we didn't get to see over on table 2. Johan Chua actually missed that 3 ball. This is the one now he's got to stun this in and get the cue ball hugging the rail. He'd like to get quite high as well. That gives you a better view of the 7 ball. He's also just looked to maybe play off it thin and come in the centre of the table, leave a wider angle. Just needs to slow down a little bit. That's probably the better shot of the 2 options. He will have just felt he had more margin for error. Guarantee yourself a shot on your next ball. Building himself up for the shot again. That's more than good enough. It's going to be a big ask now for Georgie. It is now a race to 10, as you can see there on the bottom of your screens. Oh, this one. What has he done here? Very unusual.
Just a slightly quicker stroke. Even though he did that, to miss that 6 was a real surprise.
Yeah, he clearly took that one for granted. Just like I did. I thought, well, it was a guaranteed rack. That can change things.
Yeah, Georgiev revitalised by that. Must have been resigned to going 4-0 down. So often, totally unexpected misses like that turn matches. I'm not saying this one is going to be turned, but what is guaranteed? Georgiev is on the board. He trails only 3-1. That was arguably the most glaring ball that Copen Yi has missed this season.
Probably in his whole career.
Let me give you some of the scores. Naoki Oi 4-1 now over Michael Schneider. David Alcaides made a good start against Yanni Sikkanen, leading 3-0. Sikkanen disposed of James Aranas in losers qualification yesterday. Well, Alcaides now 4-0 up. Yanni Uski and Petra Urban 1-1. Alexander Kazakis and Nick Malai have also shared the first couple of racks. Fedor Gorsht 2-1 up on Yuma Dorna. Imran Majid, he's playing some really good pool, you know. He's 3-1 up. The man from the UK over Duong Kwa Kwang. Aloysius Shap 4-0 over Mats Shetner. 4-1 Johan Chua over Win Kong Tan, even though he did miss that combination that we were looking at earlier. Max Lettner and John Morra all tied up at 2-2. Alexa Pashelsh 3-0 up on Chang Junlin. Matthias Nigotsky and Anton Raga 2-2. And they are the matches in progress right now. Another batch, of course, of the last 64 contests to come when tables become available.
Yeah, I was looking at the bottom of the screen there and I've seen the name Fortunsky. But it's not Mirsko Fortunsky, it's Viktor Fortunsky, his younger brother. He's playing in the junior event, which of course started this morning as well. Well, we've seen Cole's break. Let's see what Georgie's got to offer. Lost the cue ball, drawed it off the side rail straight into the opposite middle.
And that really is an opportunity lost, because he wanted to break and run out here, keep Coe in his seat, dwelling over that missed 6 ball. As it is, Coe's back, and look at the table, wide open. Wynn has pulled one back on table 2 against Johan Chua. 4-2 now. The majority of the matches are progressing quickly. Racks going by in a flash.
After missing that crazy 6 ball that Cole missed, he'll just be delighted to be straight back to the table with ball in hand. Because if this kind of thing happens and you go on to win the rack, it almost helps you forget about that 6 ball. If Georgie would have broken roaring, then let's say the next rack played a safety and it was Cole's first time back to the table, he would still be thinking about the 6 ball.
Yes, and when you miss a ball like that, it sharpens up the concentration, gives you a wake-up call, if you like. That 3-rack lead is restored. The scratch off the break was fully punished. Copen Yi leads Georgiev 4-1. You know, when I saw the name, I thought I recognised that name, Georgiev. He was an attacking midfielder who played football for Bulgaria, and when they reached the semi-finals of the World Cup in 1994, he was part of the team.
You can always rely on you, Phil, to pick out a stat.
I couldn't remember where I recognised the name, but when I did a little bit of research, it became apparent that that's why it was in my head. Michael McMullen, who's phenomenally knowledgeable on football, would have known that without even checking up anything. Now, Jan Chur, halfway house really, positionally there.
Electing to play this into left centre. Okay. We're seeing misses on both tables from the two big names. Yukio is clearly in a rush. He leads 5-1 over Michael Schneider.
We have seen Win on table 1 already this week. It would be a shock if you were to beat Chua. But one of those players who's looking forward to mid-October and the Asian Open in Vietnam.
Big shot coming up, quite a big angle. Really got to get into the cue ball here. Usually the players like to play this cue ball and come above the right centre pocket off the second rail. Well, he decided to kill the cue ball. Okay, fair enough.
(6-1) Naoki Oi. So 3-0 down and 4-1 down at his worst. Win now just a rack adrift at 4-3.
Yeah, you just knew the one ball was going there, didn't you? And he's got a shot at the 2. He's getting shots after the break. All the balls in the open, and also once he gets this first shot completed and gets on the 3 ball, looks like it's going to be another rack.
Yeah, the only thing that's stopping this being the perfect start for Copen Yi, the missed 6th, very surprisingly, when he had the 4th rack at his mercy. Apart from that, it's been the ideal start. I think one goal this week for Copen Yi will be to become the highest ranked co-brother in the world 9-ball rankings because of his win at the Sharks International Open. Copen Yi is actually up to 9th, whereas Copen Yi is 11th right now.
Only 6 ball this time around. Missing a ball like that, what it will do is it'll kind of make you refocus. Now and again, it's, you know, when you're playing as much pool as these players are these days, tournament after tournament. I remember listening to an interview SVB did a few years ago, and it was actually after he'd won the World Nineball Championship, and he said when he was at the Worlds, he really felt like he was there, and what he meant by that is they play so many tournaments, tournament after tournament, it's hard to be like 100% focused every time you go out there and play. Well, that sounds a bit crazy, but sometimes you just take things for granted.
Well, I'll tell you what, Copen Yi is potting some balls here. He's won 3 racks from a break and run out. He won another one after his opponent scratched, and he leads 5-1. The only blot on the landscape, the missed 6 in rack 4. What a career he's had, Carl. You know, you think back, he's been around for quite some time now. He was the world junior champion back-to-back in 2007 and 2008. His best year, undoubtedly, was 2015. He won 3 world titles that year, including the World Cup in partnership with Chang Yulong and the World Nineball Championship. That was the one where he defeated Shane Van Boening in the final. And inevitably, after a performance like that in the calendar year, he was voted Billiards Digest Player of the Year quite correctly. In recent times, we've talked about his World Masters victory. Last year, he won the Asian Open and the Bucharest Open. He's won the China Open in the past, multiple winner of the All Japan Championship. He's been there, done that, and there are plenty more titles in there.
Both of the younger Cole brothers are sat front row. You can just see Copen Yi just to the left of your screen. And Copen Yi was just sat next to him, watching older brother do the business.
Well, this time the 1 is in again, but the 2 is not cooperating.
The hand was held. The apology. Not landed on the 3 ball anyway, so going to have to find a safety shot somehow. Not a lot of balls to work with as well.
When you've had a fluke, you can't really moan about a lack of shape. I've seen players do it, mind you. He's had a really busy year, Georgiev. Quarter-finalist in Bosnia. The Ljubljana Mez tournament. And also the Belgrade Open. He won the Zagreb Open. And the Prince of Paul Lamia Open. Recently, semi-finalist in a Euro Tour event for the first time in Slovenia. And he reached the stage of the UK Open as well. So he's match sharp.
He's having a good look at this one. I think you may be able to see a little edge of the red 3 ball. What's concerning him is where's the 3 ball going to end up. You always want to try and get the 3 safe. Yeah, it's not. It didn't really work out, but it's not bad. Cole's just having a look if this pots. That would be very tight. Big match coming up in a while. Albin Ouschan versus Jason. Sure, what a match that is. Defending champion, Albin. If you remember last year, fantastic final against SVP, wasn't it, Phil? Very close match.
Yeah, so nearly went hill. Ouschan getting the verdict 13-11. Given the amount of players in these tournaments and given the amount of world-class players, to win an event like this back-to-back, to successfully defend his title, that would be, I think, one of his greatest achievements. Now that, for me, was very low percentage at that particular distance. To try and squeeze the 3 ball past the 9, that needed accuracy on a whole new level. Carl, I think it's fair to say the key shot here will be 5-6.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what Georgie's going to do on this one. Whichever way he goes, he's going to be very, very accurate. Even this shot, all depends on where he lands on the purple 5. He's just weighing up the options. Landing there would be ideal. Yeah, exactly there, but getting where he's just pointed with his cue off this shot is not easy. This could go wrong. This needs to bounce. Very near, wasn't it? Just lacked a little bit of pace. Another bounce, it'd have been perfect. It was never easy. You could see how much distance the cue ball had to travel. Still looking at the pot though. It was a tall order, wasn't it? Co's got the same issue. Don't care how good Co's cue ball is. This needs to be on an absolute dime to find this gap. I mean, he doesn't have to try and get on the 6. He could just pop the 5 and play safe. The issue he's got here is that the correct line, if he's going to try and find that gap, looks like you'd have to go near the middle pocket. That's why he's not entertained it. He's playing the second option we spoke about. He's playing safe. Another player who's absolutely flying, Lucius Yap, former US Open finalist. He leads Matt Jetner 7 racks to 0. Obviously Matt Jetner's the man who knocked out Stuart Bingham yesterday. Anton Raga. I'm keeping a close eye on that young man from the Philippines. Very talented player. He leads Snogoki 4 racks to 3.
Yes, on our scoring system you might see him as Anthony Raga, and that's his name, but he goes by Anton.
Really good for the tour, Phil, isn't it? The fact that we've got the younger generation of the Filipino players playing in all the World Nineball Tour events, trying to get up the rankings, because we know the history over there, you know, the depth, the Bustamantes, the Reyes, plenty more players who have missed out as well, but good to see the young guns.
Yeah, very much so. Clever safety from Co.
Oh boy, what a little beauty. Popping perfection there from Georgiev. Maybe tempted with the bank shot here.
He needs a spark, some degree of inspiration to get back into this match, and if he took on the length of table bank and knocked it in, that might be just the spark I'm talking about. Trouble is, if he went for the bank, left it, and fell 6-1 behind, that would be dire straits.
Yeah, the safety shot's awkward though. The 7 ball, I believe, will bank into the top right. It's going to go close to the 9, but I think it will just squeeze past it. And you always fancy you're going to go close. You know, he's not going to be miles away with his bank effort, so you're always tempted. But the fact that there's no real safety doesn't look to me like there's one anyway. He's going for the bank because he's lining it up. It's close, you know. It is close. It's better than close. It's in the middle pocket. What an effort this has been, the last 2 shots.
That's his nickname now, the Bulgarian banker.
Wasn't easy. They're always a funny shot, them. And you've got to play a little cutback into a pocket that's not really in your eye line. It's a shame that, after his previous 2 efforts.
Very nicely done by Copen Yi. And for him, the beat goes on. 6-1 now. And not the only one-sided scoreline out there. Ouschan 7-1 up on Matt Shetner, who has got on the board finally. Over on table 2, Johan Chur 6-3 on Win Kong Tan after being pegged back to 4-3. Max Lechner just edging ahead against John Morra at 5-4. Same thing for Chang Junlin, made a slow start, but now he's ahead against Alexei Pashal, should 4-3. Matthias Snigotsky and Anton Raga 4-4. The winner of that match will play Ko or Georgiev next. Imran Majid 4-3 upon Dong Kwok Wang. Same score for Fedor Gorsht over Yuma Dorna. A little further on down the bracket, Naoki Oi 2 racks from victory. He's leading Michael Schneider 8-2. David Al-Qaidi, double World Masters champion and last year's World Cup of Pool champion alongside Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. He's 7-1 up on Yanni Sikkonen. Petra Urban 4-2 over Yanni Uski. Also 4-2 for Alexander Kazakis against his fellow countryman from Greece, Nick Malai.
Finally missed the 1 ball in the centre pocket. But he did make another ball. I think it was the 8 ball. Yeah, there you see, kicked off a couple of balls. you were tuning in for the first ever time to Nineball, what's happening? Well, he's actually going for the jump cue, so I will save the push out explanation. This is actually Co's own brand of jump cue. Most of the top players, obviously they're all sponsored off cue companies, but this is the Co jump cue. Very attacking shot selection.
Georgiev looking to see whether the 2 is welded to the 7. If it is, it might not pot to this bottom right-hand corner. And that makes a big difference. If it doesn't, his life is a lot more complex.
Yeah, and even if it does pop, he's got to get on the 2 ball as well. That's not going to be easy.
Naoki on the hill, 9-2 up against Michael Schneider.
Yeah, again, Phil, there's a lot of people out there in the arena. Always seems a bit of a false statement when you look at the main table, because often where the tiered seating is, it's not really the place to be if you're a fan. You're better off being down in the floor. You just walk about, get right up to the table. Fedor Gorsty's playing on one of, there's kind of 2 tables right in the centre of the building. And that seems to be where most of the crowd always hang around. It's a really good viewing area over there. That's where Naoki is playing. And on the other table, Fedor Gorsty's playing.
Here, Copen Yi can obviously see the 1 ball. He can't get through to the potting angle to middle, though. That's why he's using all of those balls down the spine of the table for cover. As our pal Ted Lerner used to say, it's a wall of balls.
The spine of the table, I like that. So good watching the juniors enter these events. Thought it was a fantastic move by Matchroom. Adding junior events to the majors, that gets the juniors, gives them a little feel, doesn't it, of being out here with the top pros.
Well, that one from Georgiev was a little embarrassing. He played with so much side, it threw over and made direct contact with illegal balls, and now he's opened up the entire table.
Yeah, my bad, I actually wasn't watching the show. I was just watching this young girl playing in a junior event right in front of me. She's absolutely running around the table. She must be watching the ukiyo-e, Phil.
Carl, how old were you when you took up the game?
I started playing English 8-ball at around 14, so I was quite late, to be honest. But obviously, supremely talented, Phil, so it didn't really matter.
I think in sport, one of the most remarkable stories, a gentleman called Larry Nelson, who won golf majors, and he didn't take up the game until he was in his late 20s.
Beauty with Nineball is, though, you've got quite a long career span, haven't you? While Suke's up today, he's early 50s. He still plays the game fantastic. He beat Thorsten Homan yesterday. It was a brilliant performance, I thought.
Yeah, players past their half century in age. Also Mika Immonen, Imran Majid.
Yeah, what a match Mika was involved in yesterday against Chris Mellon. That went hill.
As for Ko, he's in the prime of his career, 34 years of age. He's still got youth, but he's also got bags of experience and bundles of talent. That's why he's turning this match into a one-sided parade.
Yeah, the scoreline would think this has been all fast-flowing and a quick match, but quite the opposite actually. It's been a bit of a grind regarding the pace, but it's all been Copen Yi.
7-1 it is, just 3 racks away from victory. Also 7-1, David Al-Kadi over Joni Siikanen, who just as I speak has taken the 9th rack, so 7-2 there. Naoki Oi still on the hill at 9-3 over Michael Schneider of Switzerland. Slower going, Petra Urban, 4-3 on Joni Uski. Alex Kazakis, former World Masters champion himself, who whitewashed Shane Van Boening in a memorable final. Well, he's 5-2 upon Nick Malai. Fedor Gorsht, 5-3 on Yuma Dorna. Gorsht had nothing simple in this tournament. He's had to fight for everything. He's still undefeated, and now he's halfway to another victory. Also 5-3, Imran Majid over Duan Kwok-Wang. Aloysius Shab 7-2 over Mats Shetner. Johan Chua not having things all his own way against Win Kong Tan. It's 6-4 there. 6-4 also for Max Lechner over John Morra. 5-3 now Chang Junlin against Alexa Pachelsch. And Anthony Raga 5-4 over Matthias Snigotsky. Well, the 1's in again, but this time the cue ball is nudged away from the 2.
Yeah, the cue ball's getting kicked all over then.
By the way, a little later on today, we've got the blasting break builder and break off merchant as well. Mark Barstebosch. He's taking on Gary Wilson, and it's Gary's birthday today, 38 years of age. Jonas Suter Camino is back in action against Torsten Homan. Incredibly, Camino had 3 consecutive golden breaks in a match yesterday.
I don't think I've ever seen that or even heard of it, Phil.
Well, I didn't see it, and I was told about it, and I asked repeatedly, is this correct? And I was assured 100% it was. 3 consecutive golden breaks. For those of you waking up early in the US to watch our coverage, thank you very much indeed for your support. Big day for American players. Skyler Woodward takes on Simon Corral a little later. Tyler Steyer is up against Daniel Guttenberger. And here on the main table, third up, we get to see the master at work again. Shane Van Boening. He's playing Fitim Haradinaj. Actually, he's on table 2, but he's still on a mainstreaming table.
believe, yeah, that is the jump cue he's got. He's just putting a little extension on the back just to make it a bit longer. Really made a jump shot in this very pocket as well. This is tough though, boy, this is tough. Oh, the banking Bulgarian, he's at it again. But he's in a world of trouble now. Hooked on the 3. Very useful with the short stick. Look at the cue ball popping.
Yeah, his 3 best shots of the match have all been to that pocket. One was a bank, length of the table. The other 2 really good jump shots. But that was not the outcome he wanted. He's now put himself in self-imposed strife. This is really, really tough.
Yeah, this is actually a nice shot if you're playing practice or an exhibition. You can fire it into the top rail where it says Simonis cloth there, just under the rail, with right hand spin, and you can arc it round. He's not playing that. He might play, but he's looking at the 2 rail at the minute. This is the shot I was talking about. Watch the cue ball. Come on, Georgie, play this shot for the crowd. Let's see it.
Just can't commit. But when you're in a position like this and you're 7-1 down, I think the key, you have to go for it.
Well, this is why the shot clock is key for me, because he's only got 2 options. It's the 2 rail shot, which he's looked at, or it's the 1 railer. You know, you don't need to be taking 2 minutes over deciding this. This is purely, not that he's doing it on purpose or slow playing, it's just the environment, the situation. The shot clock takes that all away.
And to be frank, it wasn't worth the wait. Ball in hand. And once again, Co is in.
You're in a ruthless mood today, Mr. Yates.
Well, it's just telling the truth, it wasn't a very good effort. Don't know what the lengthiest shot time is in snooker, but the lengthiest shot I've ever seen was from Mark Selby a few years ago. He took 6 minutes to decide one shot. 6 minutes.
Yeah, I would say that's a little OTT.
Listen, I'm a massive Mark Selby fan. I think he's wonderful. It was a situation where he got multiple options. It was a very important juncture of a very important match. And I think he just got a little bogged down mentally. Could not decide.
Purposely had to go off the edge of the 9 ball. Yeah, he played it well.
You can talk about all the nuances in the game, but ultimately, the most important part of any player's game is the ability to pot. And Copen Yi today has been really reliable, with one glaring example the other way, which was the missed 6 in the 4th rack. Apart from that, he's been the epitome of solid.
Yeah, whenever you see Copen Yi's name in the draw of any pool tournament, he's going to play a part, and he's at it again here. This is the final 64 round matchup, and obviously he's looking good to go on and win. If he does, yet again, he's into the last 32 of a major pool tournament.
Yes, well on his way to victory. Others in that bracket: Anton Raga, 7-4 up now on Matthias Snigotsky. Alosha Shap, 7-3 on Mats Shetner. It was 7-0. Also going nicely, David Al-Kadi, World Cup and World Masters winner. And one player through already to the last 32. The first player through hails from Japan, the court jester, Naoki Oi. So this was table 14. He was already 9-3 ahead after a hustling and bustling performance. And from there, he wasn't going to miss the 8 and 9. Carl, any tournament that has Naoki Oi still standing is a better tournament for it. Great personality to have around the scene, but he's not just a joker, he's also a very serious player. And as I said before, the first player to claim his place in the last 32. By the way, Oi's next opponent will be David Al-Kadi or Yanni Sikkonen. It's 8-2 Al-Kadi.
Okay, what's Copen Yi got available here? Maybe a carom off the edge. Yeah, he has. I'm just looking at the screen I've got in front of me. I've got an overhead camera at all times. He can go off the edge of the 2, send the cue ball into the 8, pot the 8 ball. Got to land on the blue 2 after though. Potting the 8's easy. It's leaving yourself a shot. Oh, he's judged this one nicely. And look at the rack now. Look at the difference after just one shot.
Yes, and although the 5 ball is now in relative close proximity to the 9, the fact that the 4 is close to the 5 makes life easier. This is looking bleak for Bulgaria's finest.
He's not had much table time, Georgiev, in fairness. Couple of little chances, that's all. And when you're playing the likes of Copen Yi, you've got to come with a strong set, to be honest. You're not going to beat these players making 3 and 4 errors. Everything has to go to plan from the get-go.
Yes, and as we said, it's an alien environment for him. I think he will gain from the experience.
Look at the way he played this one. Amateur pool players used 4 rails because he knew it was just guaranteed a shot then.
All of the congestion now solved.
Yeah, he can shoot the 6 ball up into the top left pocket if he wishes. I'm not saying that's what he's going to do. He might just get the cue ball out, shoot it down. No, he's playing that shot just because, again, he knew he was guaranteed this shot on the 6.
He did miss a much easier 6 than this to the same pocket in rack 4.
It went in. He won't be happy with the way he struck that one. He's a perfectionist.
(9-1) isn't quite perfection, but it's close by. He's on the hill, needing one more rack to go through. Let's have a look at these other scores for you. Most of the matches now, which began at 10 o'clock local time, are well advanced. Anton Raga 7-4 over Matthias Snigotsky. So Raga and Co, that could be a matchup in the last 32. Alexa Pacholsh and Chang Junlin 5-5. Tough to predict a winner there. Max Lechner now 6-4 up on John Morra. Johan Chur being put through his paces by Win Kong Tan. It's 7-5 over on table 2. Alosha Shap 8-3 now over Mats Shetner. Shetner won 3 racks in succession, but its normal service resumed for Yap by winning the 11th. Imran Majid 6-3 up on Duong Kok Wang. Fedor Gorsht now making his presence felt against Yuma Dorna. It's 7-3 there to the Russian. David Al-Kadi on the hill against Yoni Sekinen at 9-2. Alexander Kazakis pulling away from Nick Malai at 6-2. Carl, given the way the match has gone, it would be entirely appropriate if he broke and ran out here, knocking in the 1 as he's done all morning. Has he landed on the 2? If he has, the writing's on the wall.
Well, he has, Phil, but I tell you what's been impressive from Co, the break. I know we talk a lot about the break shot, but it's been the consistency. Hitting the same point on the 1 ball with draw is not easy. I think he's only missed the 1 ball in the side once. Out of 10 breaks.
Had to be delicate there, but playing it at that pace enabled him to cheat the pocket a little. It is a little thick, and that's why he held the cue ball easily.
Yeah, that was the worry, wasn't it? He didn't want it to travel too far up table and hook himself behind the 7. So he had to play the ball at that pace. And in doing so, just look at what he's faced with now for the match. Chua, you said he was 7-5 up. He's won a rack, he's breaking. He now leads 8-5. He's absolutely smashing the break though, as he scratches over on table 2.
Even with such a commanding lead, not letting concentration lapse.
Once his cue ball away from the 8, the only thing that he's going to have to navigate now is a bit of an awkward sort of bridge hand, but he should be fine. All he's got to do is play a stop shot. Doesn't need to draw the cue ball back crazy. Just leave the white ball there. There you see he's bridging down, so this needs good cueing. And there it is. That's as good as match over you feel. He can just draw the cue ball right back for the 9 in the side. All in all, good solid performance this from Co.
It's going to be 4 break and run-outs. He started off in the first rack, breaking and running, and he completes victory in exactly the same fashion. Copen Yi defeats Georgiev by 10 racks to 1. Next up, it's going to be another very quick affair on table 1. That's guaranteed, given the personnel involved. In around 6 minutes' time, the action will resume with Joshua Fulda against Victor Zielinski.
This championship is being played with the new Aramith tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Aramith Ranger of Ball and cue cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Aramith, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Heading into the weekend in Fulda at the second staging of the European Open. We'll be down to the last 16 tomorrow, and today it's all about trying to win 2 matches to get there. Copen Yi and Naoyuki Oi have both already cleared the first hurdle today. A number of players quite close to joining them in the next few minutes, potentially. Johan Chua, winner of the World Cup with the Philippines in Spain last month, really been made to work hard against Nguyen Con Tan of Vietnam. I can actually update you on that one because it's just gone 8-7, so that's certainly worth keeping an eye on the closing stages there. Mario He did so well here last year, plays Emil Andre Gangflo, the rising young star from Norway. And then Shane Van Boning faces Fitham Haradinaj, who beat Francisco Sanchez Ruiz in the UK Open earlier this summer. Over on table 1, Copen Yi was always comfortable against Georgiev, winning by 10 racks to 1. And now we've got 2 matches in a row where both players are in the top 8 of the current world rankings. Albin Ouschan against Jason Shaw to come, but first it's Joshua Filler and Victor Zielinski. So just looking at some of the scores from around the table. So Lucius Jaap, former US Open runner-up, is on the hill against Mats Shetner, one of 2 Norwegians left in the tournament. It's 9-4 to Jaap there. And David Alcaide of Spain has just won, in fact. He's just taken the 13th rack to beat Jani Siikkanen 10-3. We'll now play Naoyuki Oi, who, as I was saying, is already through after that 10-3 win against Michael Schneider. This is the action on table 2. Vietnam, very much the rising country in pool at the moment. We'll be there, of course, in a couple of months' time for the Asian Open in Hanoi City. And great that they're staging an event, Jeremy, but they also keep delivering in terms of players making real progress on the table.
Yeah, absolutely. It wasn't maybe 10, 12 years ago. Vietnam was, out of the Asian countries that really participated in Nineball pool, which is most of them, they were one of the ones at the bottom of the totem pole, you may say, but they've risen quickly, and you got to believe that's going to continue to happen. You can see Nguyen here, who's played a pretty solid match on the TV table and a loss against a fellow countryman in Huang earlier in the week, but obviously has steadily improved now into the final 64 and in a serious contention in this match in the first round of the single elimination. A little awkward here on the 3. We'll stay with this coverage, I'm sure, until we kick off that match between Zielinski and Josh Filler.
Yeah, which I think is going to be in the next few moments.
And Nguyen really showing no weaknesses. Nice discipline there. Didn't like the shot. Played a nice safety. May have cut off the easy 1-rail kick by the 8. So he's got to kind of bend this a little bit. A little straight ball. Chance to make it in the side. Coming off 2 cushions. Unexpected miss. I wouldn't say an easy kick shot, but fairly routine for these players.
Johan Chua, as I was saying, member of the World Cup winning Philippines team. James Aranis didn't make it this far. His partner from Lugo, beaten by Jani Siikkanen yesterday.
And pool's a funny game. We know that James, or at least I know him pretty well and can tell he starts off kind of every day a little nervous, but he looked as comfortable this week playing in my eyes as I've seen really ever, and maybe after that win it just didn't work out. And it's gotten a little thin here on the 6. Shouldn't be a problem. Just kind of coast up the table.
Vietnam certainly isn't a country you hear much about in terms of international sport, but it's a huge place, about 100 million people. So the potential for the game there. A few big names coming through, and that always tends to create more interest in the game and more people playing. It's massive.
Yeah, already having a few great players and some players, excuse me, that seem like they contend every time they're in an event. And just become a numbers game then. So many players, or so many people that is.
Wen Kong Tan is certainly contending in this match. He's now made it all the way back to 8-all. No wonder he's keen to get on with the next one. Now, it's been a familiar feature of these big open events over the last year or so to have a junior tournament running alongside it, and we're getting things off and running in the Fillers Junior Open, being hosted by Joshua Filler and his wife Pia. So many incentives involved if you get through to the final, playing on one of the main tables in front of cameras. You can't put a price on that sort of experience at that age.
No, absolutely not. And these junior events will continue to grow as these junior players do. And yeah, it's just another thing that's special about Nineball pool. These juniors get to get next to the best players in the world, pick up a few things, make some friends at a young age, and kind of lifelong friends when it comes to sport.
Some of them look terrifyingly young. There was one kid playing in the junior event in Spain who honestly looked about 5 years old, but could really play.
Absolutely. Yeah, those kids are a sponge, and you know, just like when we started playing pool, it's a little addicting, right? Once you start to see balls go in, hear it hit the back of the pocket, kind of draw on the cue ball, that sensation is always something special when you first do it. And of course, the information age, these kids have a big step up from years past, and won't be long before some of these names will be beating some of these superstars.
Well, Victor Zielinski isn't a great deal older than some of them. Joshua Filler seeming like an old man compared to Zielinski and all those youngsters we've just been looking at. So this is really one to look forward to. Joshua Filler had all the talk surrounding him going into this tournament last year, playing a big event in his home country. He was coming in great form, having just won a couple of big tournaments earlier in the summer. It didn't work out for him. He was beaten in the quarterfinals, but he's looked good so far this week. This, on paper, his biggest task yet.
Well, looky here, breaking off the end rail. And the one thing I was going to bring up about this match quickly was the break shot for Zielinski. We've seen a variety of different types of breaks. We've really seen it go awry at times for him. Of course, Josh Filler, you know, on most departments is going to have a little edge, but I think that's the one that could be glaring.
What would be the thinking behind breaking off in that way? Because that is unusual.
Yeah, you know, Victor, he kind of, he's a guy that kind of settles in. When he gets down on the ball, he's got a lot of little movements going on. I think with the break shot, because you do try to get the body involved a little bit, a little more power into the stroke, I think that end rail just stabilizes him a little. You know, it's something that maybe he found that, you know, maybe it's just him exclusively that kind of needs it.
Delicate procedure being carried out by Scott, a referee. It might seem like an easy thing to do, to mark the ball, take it away, remove the racking device and replace it, but you've really got to keep your focus and concentration, and you're always aware you don't want to get it even slightly wrong. You even earned a round of applause for it.
Absolutely deserving as well. It's a very nervy little thing with the template around certain balls, but these referees have been on their game for a minute. Okay, a safety to open, it looks like. This is a funny one because he can't cut it a lot that way because he wants the 6 to hold the 2, so. Maybe a little bit of a roll onto the purple.
Joshua Filler enjoyed about as dominant a win as you'll see in a tournament like this in his opening match against Jörg Ravotsky of Germany. 9-0 it finished. Then a real blink and you'll miss it encounter with Tony Drago, as we expected. Filler winning that 9-6, and then 9-3 against the Polish veteran Karol Skawersky in winners qualification. Here's another look in on table 2. We saw Win Kong Tan leveling against Johan Chua. Here he is looking to go in front.
Yeah, he made a nice shot to get some short side position on the 6. A little unfortunate to get over the 8. Taking his time on that green 6, as Josh is on this safety. And building that tactical game is something that Josh has taken some pride in. It's come a long ways. Sure if you saw it, but Wynn missed that 6 in the corner. Now difficult shot for Johan Chua at 8-8. Tune into that table. It's the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. It'll be on all day.
Yeah, I expect we'll keep dipping in and out of that match as it moves towards close finish.
Looks like Zielinski's going to land on top of this 3, and that's going to cut him off offensively and make for a very tricky safety shot as well. And maybe he plays the bank trying to gain some position on the pink.
"22 years of age, Viktor Zielinski from Poznan in Poland. Ranked number 8 in the world.
Yeah, and there's always big expectations. But again, with so many great players, I think he's kind of been under the radar this week as far as, the attention given and the expectation.
Well, he's had to go to the loser's side. He only dropped 2 racks in each of his first couple of matches against Michael Jednak and Kristina Zlateva. But was then edged out 9-8 by Michael Schneider in winners qualification, so had to go over to the other side. And only just got here. 9-7, he beat Roman Hebler. Back over to table 2 just in time to see Win Kong Tan going 9-8 down against Johan Chua.
Yeah, just from his body language, maybe Chua, maybe not his best match. Does take the lead at 9-8. But give a little credit to Roman Hebler, who's played a fine tournament, even though he's out. Every time I watched him play, he didn't shut the door on that early match where he played so well, but a guy that's improving his game and certainly going to make some noise later in the year. All right, very nice shot on the pink. A very nice cross-side bank on the red 3, but still no bargain on the purple in the upper right. This is where the big stroke really helps him because he can draw the ball over pretty easily, kind of open up the pocket just a hair. Not that much maybe, but it did.
You'll notice there on the graphic, it's raised to 10 now. Up from the 9 that we had in the earlier rounds. 8 in the early rounds on the loser's side.
Just at first glance here in the first rack, haven't got to watch Zielinski this week, but seems like he's kind of calmed everything down a little bit. Used to get down on the ball with the cue stick really moving a lot, and he's got a little of that, but it seems a little more simple, and I'm sure that's a conscious effort.
Yeah, he's taken the opening rack. The one thing to look out for, of course, JJ, is we've seen it with him in the past that when things start to go a bit wrong in matches, his head can go. So let's see how it unfolds in that regard. Now, Lucius Jaap is through 10-5 against Mats Shetner. Jaap will now play the winner of that match that we've been looking in on table 2, Johan Chua. Back in front there now at 9-8. Anthony Raga, the only Philippines player left apart from Chua, is on the hill at 9-6 against Mateusz Sniagotsky. Chang Yun Lin leading 7-6 over Alexa Pei-Shelge. John Morra needs a couple more to put out Max Lechner. It's 8-7 there. Imran Majid and Duong Kwok Hwang level at 6-all. And Fedor Gorst having a tough battle against Yuma Dorner. Gorst leading 7-5. Skyler Woodward is back in action. Early stages against Simon Kural of Poland. Woodward leading 2-1. 5-all between Jan Juski and Petr Urban. And Alexander Kazakis is in control of the all-Greek clash with Nick Malai. Kazakis is leading by 7 racks to 3.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, breaking off that in rail in the first rack, one of the best breaks I've ever seen from him. Very good spread. A lot of times Zielinski will leave a lot of congestion around the rack. And now it seems like the timing's a little bit better. Missed the one in the side.
Joshua Filler in his home country, 25 years of age. He'll be 26 a couple of days after the US Open, which of course he won in 2019. Ranked number 3 in the world, same as the position in which he started 2023.
Yeah, didn't get the contact on the 9 he wanted there. Don't think he goes for the cross side bank with the safety so easy behind the pink and the purple. May, though, does offer easy position. He's shooting at it. Anytime a player takes that long down on the ball, they're definitely taking dead aim. Well, he did play the safety. It may have gotten away from him. I think maybe Zielinski wants the cue ball cleaned, maybe. I don't know. Calling for the referee.
Yeah, if you're not familiar with this, in the earlier rounds of this format, if a referee shared among a number of tables, that'll change tomorrow. Every match will have its own ref. Or maybe he's just getting him to stand there to verify that he doesn't brush the 6. Could that be it?
Yeah, absolutely. That is the case. Just we play all ball fouls, of course. So if anything moves, there is no question.
Johan Chua is at the table. A decent chance to close it out against Win Kong Tan at 10-8.
Yeah, he just made a nice cross side bank on the red 3 to get himself in position now. All these players in this final 64 that advanced through the first match will have to play again today, trying to make that final 16 for the weekend. And that bare ball safety from out in the middle of the table is just one of the more difficult shots to control. Josh, very, very good speed on the cue ball.
Yep.
I think Zielinski kind of measuring up. Does he want to go with the jump cue here?
Yeah, and while he makes that choice, I can tell you Johan Chua has finished strongly, winning the last couple of racks there to beat Win Kong Tan 10-8 and advance to the last 32, where he will play Lucius Jaap.
Yeah, it's an easier hit coming to the left long rail, but the reason why he's taking so much time on that is he doesn't see much future besides maybe pocketing the two. I like if he's going to kick going to the right rail, kind of kicking the two towards congestion. It's a little harder to hit. So I think the jump cue is the proper play here. Try and create a little luck maybe. You can see what he's measuring to play the blue 2 into the rail, trying to kiss it off the green 6 in the lower left corner. Wants to hit this with a little speed. Maybe getting a little bit of cue ball movement, a little separation if he misses. Looks to be just for position on the red 3. He'll take this 2 on in the side. There's a little bit of work, and where he gets on the 3 makes a big difference how much easier the rest of the rack is. He's going to spin somewhat closer to the 3, so now a decision. Does he come between the 6 and the pink 4 for short side position? I think he probably plays the combination on the 4-6. Only reason being, if you play the short side and you get a little out of line, things could become very funny. So I think this is a smart decision.
Matchroom events have been a mixed experience for Filler in 2023. Runner-up to Eklan in the UK Open. Part of the Germany team which got to the World Cup final last month, losing to the Philippines. The other events haven't gone well for him. Out in the last 64 of the World Championship. Last 32 of the Spanish Open. And lost his opening match in defence of the World Masters.
Yeah, it's just how Nineball pool can go for a little while, but still as we come to every event, it seems he's the odds-on favorite. Tells you a lot about his game and where the players and, of course, the people who make those odds have him put in position. A lot of work here still with only 4 balls remaining. You can see the 8-9. He's going to have to play from an angle off the black 8 to get back to the 9. Anytime the 9's up near one of those side pockets, near the cushion, always be a tough ball to get on.
Well, this has taken some doing. But in the end, an efficient job done by Joshua Filler. He levels with Victor Zielinski at 1-all. Another winner to tell you about is John Morra of Canada. He has beaten Max Lechner 10-7. And we'll play the winner of the match that's going on at the moment between Alexa Pechelge and Chang Yung Lin. Pechelge leading that one 8-7 at the moment. Anthony Raga on the hill against Mateusz Sniagotsky at 9-6. And let's look at some of the players who've already won in the last little while. David Al-Qaidi of Spain. Recently won one of the smaller ranking events. Was up against Yanni Sikkanen. Talked about some of those kids in the junior event looking young. It's hard to believe David's in his mid-40s. He looks like he could be misdirected onto the junior tables.
Yeah, he keeps that young spirit as well. And, you know, he hadn't quite had the results in these events he wants. And David's a very determined guy. You would never know it, but as nice as he is, but he's a very serious customer out there on the pool table.
And he's into the next round after that 10-3 win. Aloysius Yap, another player who will be around for the last 32. He was taking on Mats Shetner, one of the two Norwegians who made it to single elimination. And this was the ball with which Yap completed his 10-5 win. And the player from Singapore, as I was saying earlier, will face Johan Chua for a place in the last 16. So, our first look in this match at the break of Joshua Filler.
Watch out, cue ball. He's going to dodge the scratch, but most likely he's going to have to challenge Zielinski here. He can't roll out on the, or push out rather, on the bottom end of the table. Not only offering maybe a shot, but too easy of a safety. With the three all the way up top, you got to figure he's going to challenge him here. Leave a long shot that is pocketable, but very difficult to draw position on the red three. So it's got to be something on the top rail with the cue ball. Is he moving the three? All right, still kept it nice and straight. Did open up the three a little more if Zielinski wants to take this on. Can he go into the purple, trying to roll the two in? And I think he played that because if he rolled out a couple areas on the top rail, maybe a safety was very playable for Zielinski, and didn't want to have that. I'll tell you, there's a pretty easy safety if you trust the table to cut the two into the purple, go to the side rail and just bump the 8. He's going to go ahead and try and attack and go into the purple with a cue ball, not only holding maybe for a possible safety, but like this. Opened up, I believe. A little shake of the head from Josh, so maybe this 2 ball's not playable.
Well, turns out it was. So a chance for Filler to lead for the first time. These two met, of course, in the World Cup. Zielinski was there playing for Poland. Filler part of the German team. The sides clashed in the quarter-finals, and Poland were closing in on victory, it seemed, at 7-3. And then it all turned around. The Germans took the next 6 racks for the match.
Yeah, you could see at that last view a big crowd here to watch Germany's finest. All right, he's going to just have to control the 6 coming off the 8. Should come a little left. Now he's deciding what kind of speed. Do I want to hit it with a hair of draw to let the 6 kind of roll off the 8? He's going to roll it, so it should be okay.
Well, neither of the last two racks has come particularly easily to Joshua Filler. He's won them both and leads for the first time at 2-1 against Viktor Zielinski in this last 64 match. Alexa Peischelge now on the hill at 9-7 against Chang Yung-Lin. Anthony Raga still looking for one more, 9-7 as well, over Mateusz Sniagotsky. Imran Majid leading Duong Kwa Kwang 8-6. Fedor Gorst is on the hill now. It's been a bit of a struggle against Yuma Dorner. Gorst is closing in on getting it done, 9-6. Simon Kural now leading US Mosconi Cup player Skyler Woodward 3-2. Jan Iuski 7-5 in front of Petr Urban. Alex Kazakis leading Nick Malai 8-4. And Ralph Souquet, one of 8 Germans who've made it to this stage. Legend, veteran, call him what you will. He's leading Elliot Sanderson by 3-0.
Yeah, and a name you started those scores with, Alexa Peischelge, is a player I talked about yesterday. One of those youngsters I think has turned another corner, it seems.
We came in here on the back of winning a smaller ranking event in Bosnia-Herzegovina just a few days ago.
Yeah, and that's why you can't replace those matches. You know, you have some players at times that I've talked to in America that don't want to go to some of the smaller events, and you know, those wins, right? Just that match time, and if you experience playing at a high level when it means the most, sometimes it doesn't have to be the European Open or the UK Open, but it has a big effect on your game, especially for the youngsters.
Well, it's been hard work, as I was saying, to win both of the last 2 racks, but after that break from Filler, this one might just come a bit more easily to him.
Yeah, this is all right, drawing the cue ball to the center. He's got to get the speed right. Doesn't want to get elevated over the 7 or something like that. He's going to shoot the gap between the 5 and the 7. And this was the worry for me for Zielinski, that, you know, Josh just may be a little better on the breaking end, and if he turns around and gets looks after breaking the balls very well, he can get going on you and things can get out of hand quickly.
Classic Filler, this. Get the balls nicely open from the break, and the rack can be over within a couple of minutes. First break and run of the match for either player. 3rd rack in a row for Filler, and leads Viktor Zielinski 3-1. So Raga and Peischelge both still on the hill. Anthony Raga leading Mateusz Sniagotsky 9-7. 9-8 for Alexa Peischelge over Chang Yung-Lin. Imran Majid on the hill now at 9-6 against Duong Kwa Kwang. Fedor Gorst leading Yuma Dorner by the same score. Karl Naderberg of Estonia has taken the opener against Woo Kun Lin. Skyler Woodward has just drawn level at 3-all against Simon Kural. Jan Iuski 7-5 up on Petr Urban. Nick Malai is close to 8-5 against Alexander Kazakis. This is Mario He of Austria, semi-finalist here in Fulda last year, taking on Emil Andre Gangflow. Impressed us so much at the Spanish Open.
Yeah, and I don't think Mario's played his best this week, of course, advancing and surviving, however you want to look at it. But even little shots like that, you know, to open, just a few things getting away from him here and there. And of course, he's come with the goods when needed, but you don't want to have stressful matches if you have the opportunity to avoid them. Now they made the one again, the two on the side rail. The 8's not far away hanging. Josh would love to be able to attack here. You see what he's doing. He's aiming to try and play the blue 2 into the side rail, into the brown 7, while kissing the 8 ball in the corner and trying to hold some type of position on that blue 2. And he just kind of feels like with an open center of the table, he doesn't mind a little distance on the blue 2, especially with the 3 ball hanging. So now looking at maybe a safety, chopping the 2 up the rail, running the cue ball behind the 6. But all right, he's not hitting a low ball, so he's not going after the 8.
Victor Zielinski, as I was saying, only 22 years of age, but feels like he's been around for quite some time. He beat Mario He, who we just saw a few moments ago, to win his first Euro Tour title at the age of only 16. He was in the last 16 of the World Championship at 17 years of age. Pushed Albin Ouschan pretty hard for a place in the quarters.
Well, super talented player, of course, makes the things look easy. Had some big tournament wins already, none on the World Nineball Tour, but you know, steadily a customer, it seems like, towards the end of the events.
Yeah, he did win a World Nineball Tour event earlier in the year, but as you say, not one of the big ones. It was the Ljubljana City Open. Played Oliver Szolnocki in the final in a clash of rising stars of the European scene, and he won 9-0.
Yeah, good to see Oliver back. We missed him there, not for a long time, but for a few tournaments. Is this 3 playable from there? This may have gotten awkward, even though it's just pretty much hanging over this side pocket. Normally the players can still spin this in, but these side pockets on the diamond table are pretty difficult. Now he's sizing up maybe the kick. I think it was the Scottish Open also. Did Zielinski got to the final?
Yeah, nearly won it. Hill against Jason Shaw.
I think that may be an area where that event, it grows into something very big.
Obviously, you wouldn't expect to be playing another top 8 player in the world as early as this, but that's the nature of the double elimination format. And Filler had a very tough draw at this stage last year against Eklund Kachi, who had come through on the loser's side, and it was just one of the best matches I've ever seen, and Filler just got home in a Hill finish.
Well, solid stroke there, just as pure as it comes. Well, I think you said the next 2 matchups are top 8 players, right? And both those matchups, and just kind of shows you, along with that Spanish Open, the 4 semifinalists we had there. Of course, Oy, who has done that before here in the last few years, but just shows you how deep the fields are. And, we really, if confidence is brewing, probably have somewhere between 35 to 45 legitimate players that could win these events, and that's growing.
Well, there is so much depth and so much talent out there, and that's growing all the time. And what's going to help the players bubbling under to get through to the next level is experience of being out there on the main tables. And the more events like this we have, the more that's going to happen.
Well, yeah, and then, you know, what happens is with more events, they get to be around these top players, you know, kind of rub elbows, rub shoulders, however you say it, with them and pick up a few things. And that's what it takes. It's hard to do it by yourself.
Rubbing elbows was what we were doing instead of handshakes during COVID, wasn't it?
Yeah, right. Maybe some waves from some distances.
4 in a row then for Joshua Filler. He's starting to take control of this match, almost halfway to victory already. He leads 4-1. Fedor's got the job done. Gorst, former world champion, found it hard to shake off Yuma Dorner, but has now done it, 10-6. And at the moment, it looks as though his next opponent will be Imran Majid. In his 50s now, Majid, British player, on the hill against Duong Quoc Huang. And his opponent from Vietnam has just won the 16th rack to get that one back to 9-7. A couple of players still looking for another one. Anthony Raga, 9-8 up on Mateusz Sniagotsky. Alexa Pechelge at the same score against Chang Yung Lin. Karl Naderberg now leading 2-0 over Wu Kun Lin. Emil Andre Gangflo has taken that opener against Mario He. Yanni Uski 8-5 against Petr Urban. Nick Malai continuing his comeback against Alex Kazakis. He's closed to 8-6. Konrad Yusashin and Moritz Neuhausen, young German who partnered Filler to that World Cup final. They're level at 1-1. And Elliot Sanderson is off the mark. He's won the 4th rack, but he trails Ralph Suke 3-1.
Yeah, this is getting scary for the Polish fans. The break shot, and talked about it yesterday where, you know, with some players that you have to continually, I think, try to develop a break that's a little firmer. You know, even if you're not going to use it now, you have to be in the practice room. And I think you could see Filler's done that as we've had this break rule evolve and as it got implemented. I think it was here last year at the European Open is when we first had all these new rules.
Yeah, we were talking about it so much. It seemed to be the only thing we were talking about for so much of the week. What a great tournament it was last year.
Yeah, really pure class and, you know, the kind of drama we want with such good matches. And, you know, always going to only be one victor, but still so many quality players playing so well. Big shot here. And I'll tell you, when you announce a big shot, it seems like Filler, that's really when he's at his best.
He loves to back himself. He loves to show people how good he is. I think a lot of people when he was younger thought he was quite brash, and to some extent maybe he was. I love his positivity and his attitude.
Yeah, you know, the thing is, he's a genuine person, you know, so even when he was brash, it wasn't a conscious thing to me. It was just a kid thing, you know, and a kid that is one of the best in the world, even at whatever he was, 18, 19 years old. So it was just something special. And, you know, it's easy to label it brash, but I think there's a better word for it. Maybe we just can't come up with it. But I think he's also improved the break. You know, I was talking about that a second ago. I think he's tried to develop a little firmer. You can always notice by the speed of the one ball going into the side pocket. He's worried about the 8 here. He wants to draw the ball. The brown 7's covering up the 6 quite a bit. He's worried if he draws across trying to avoid the 8. If he catches the 8, maybe he scratches in that right middle. So we'll see his tip position here. I don't think he can afford a high ball, really, but. Okay, so he went ahead and said, let me just go ahead and make sure I go into the 8. Plenty heavy. Avoid the side. Maybe a little gamble with the cue ball, but that's part of Nineball. This match is starting to look like the semifinal he played this year at the UK Open, which is one of the best matches you'll ever see.
Oh, fella was just unplayable that day, wasn't he? And then he ran into someone else playing the same way in the final.
Yeah, actually, I thought it was even a notch higher than Fuller's semifinal, which to me is consecutive matches, probably two of the highest quality, if not, that I've ever seen.
Well, we were expecting a close one here. We may yet get it, but it's not materialising at the moment. Joshua Fuller with another quick kill. He now leads 5-1. So no progress to report for either Anthony Raga or Alexa Peichels. They're both still leading 9-8. Imran Majid looking for one more against Wong Kwa Kwang. That one is 9-7. Skyler Woodward has edged in front of Simon Corral at 4-3. We're still playing the second rack here on table 2. Emile-Andre Gangflo and to build on winning the opener against Mario He. You're always telling us about Yanni Uski, JJ, and what a good player he is. He's one rack away from the last 32, now leading Petter Urban 9-5. Ralph Souquet has a 4-1 lead over Elliot Sanderson. World champion Francisco Sanchez Ruiz just starting his match against Jan van Lierop of the Netherlands.
I'll tell you about Uski. What I think about him is how much heart he's got. You know, he's been out here for a while, and you know, he took his beatings, right? Kind of took it on the chin there for a little while, and you could just start to see the progress. You know, the stroke getting better and maturing as a player. And like I said, he's got a heck of a chin, and it's starting to show. See an awkward shot here on the brown 7 near the point for Game Club. Wouldn't be that bad if he could go forward, kind of rolling the ball, but the 9 really impeding that position on the 8. So if he's got to hit downward on this, a little bit on the bottom of the cue ball, easy ball to miss. All right, he's going with a high ball, so he's probably going to shoot the 8 from some distance. He tried to come out. I'm not sure if he even really gained position.
Gangflo, one of 2 Norwegians to get to this stage. The other one, Mats Shetner, was beaten, as we saw, by Lucius Japp earlier today. Players from 26 different countries made it to this stage. 27 if you want to include Scotland as a separate nation, which a lot of people there do. Waiting for Victor Zielinski to return to the table. Not surprising he went out for a moment to perhaps clear his head. Not a great deal he can do about it at the moment, though. We'll return to that in a moment. But here it looks as though Mario He is going to level at 1-all.
Yeah, and I believe he just turned 30 years old.
Yep.
Amazing. Seemed like he's been around for a while.
Yeah, a lot of landmark birthdays. Skyler obviously was 30 recently. Van Boning turned 40. Bijsterbosch will be 30 later in the year.
Yeah, that Hall of Fame next year, induction or voting, they might as well not even really make a ballot, right? It's going to be SVB, and as it should, and maybe make the ballot so we can get 100% vote for the first time ever.
With an uncontested by-election. Anyway, Victor Zielinski, it's very much the other end of his career. Still a newcomer, but a relatively experienced one at the same time. He's got to start performing here. 5-1 down, but this is a chance.
And he hasn't really done a lot wrong. And normally you do get a chance to get back in the match. And just at this level, you have to perform, and you have to do it continually each rack, especially to get back into a match after trailing. Really nice shot there to open. Needs an angle on the 3. Looks pretty perfect. Come out to the center of the table for the pink in the lower right.
There's so much expectation and focus on the Polish contingent when we were in their country in February for the World Championship. Zielinski at the forefront of that, and really it wasn't the week that I think the Poles had perhaps hoped for. Zielinski himself went out in the last 16 to Chang Yun-lin. Hasn't really made much of an impact. Certainly not of the level we might have been anticipating in the matchroom tournaments this year. Last 32 of the Spanish Open, last 64 of the UK Open. He was unfortunate there. He came through on the winner's side, but still ended up playing Sanchez Ruiz because he had been sent over there by Fitim Haradinaj.
Yeah, and I thought he'd be a little more aggressive coming at this purple 2 rails, because now he's falling a little awkward, like the cue ball's falling a little to the right. So maybe he has to take a little more angle on the 6. Really nice stroke there. Now he should be able to follow through maybe without contacting the 9. It's close.
Did get through his opening match in the World Masters, but just seemed to struggle mentally then in the quarter-final against James Aranis. Still only lost 11-10.
Well, you talked about it, you know, that he can get a little sideways with himself is all it is, and lose concentration at times, I think, but he's young. Seems like we all go through that a bit. But I tell you, I've always believed the calmer the physical part of the game is, the calmer the mental can be. And I think he's definitely worked on being better in that department.
But just when it looked as though he was going to send a message to Filler and show him, I'm still here to compete. You've frozen me out for a lot of the match. I'm going to take this chance. He's going to miss that 7 by some way, and is probably going to go 6-1 down. Half a dozen racks on the bounce then for Joshua Filler. And he could be bouncing into the next round. He now leads Viktor Zielinski 6-1. Alexa Pechelge is through. Chang Yun-lin's campaign is over after a 10-8 defeat. And Pechelge will now play Canada's John Morra in the next round. Anthony Raga still not there. 9-8 over Mateusz Sniagotsky. Imran Majid 9-7 against Wong Kwok Wang. Skyler Woodward and Simon Kural now level at 4-all. Janiuski 9-5 against Petr Urban. Alex Kazakis leading 9-7 against Nick Malai. So many players potentially going through in the next few minutes. Moritz Neuhausen now leads Konrad Yusashin 2-1. Ralph Souquet 4-1 up on Elliot Sanderson. And Jan van Lierop, one of 19 Dutch players who started out here this week, leads Francisco Sanchez Ruiz 1-0. So what's that miss going to do to Zielinski? Let's find out.
It'll probably cost you a couple more racks one way or another. And we'll see if Josh, who's really done it all in this match, not only executed, but really made some nice decisions, kind of pulled on the reins a little bit. He wanted to attack, but it wasn't there. And probably puts him between the 6-9 with the cue ball here. He could come just simply behind it. I like him kind of squeezing up on him, 2 rails. And the reason why he went that way and bumped him, he wanted to get the 2 a little further up and a little more in the middle of the table. Didn't want that 2 ball hovering near a pocket. The jump cue is always a concern.
We talked about players who are having landmark birthdays this year. Ralph Souquet will be 55 in November. That's sort of half a landmark birthday. And he's now halfway to victory against Elliot Sanderson. That's gone 5-1.
Oh, nice hit, nice reward, making the 3 in the side. No easy shot on the blue 2 coming off the end rail, but one you feel like has to go down. He's got to move the cue ball forward. He's got an angle. I'd like to come all the way down near the spot. That way I put a little more confidence on the blue 2 in the side. Oh, he played the corner, and that was a confident stroke. All right, should just come across towards the head spot, 1 rail. That leaves a natural angle. Get from the 5 to the 6. This is going to travel a little further away than he maybe wanted on the 8. So he's got to work the rock a little bit.
I spoke earlier in the match about how his head can drop a bit when things start to go against him. And when he makes mistakes that aren't expected. He had that bad miss in the previous rack. So far, it looks as though he's put it out of his head. He's left himself a more testing 9. And ideally, he would have anticipated. And made it anyway, though. So after losing 6 straight racks, Viktor Zielinski has taken that one. Still a long way to go for him to turn this one around. He trails Joshua Filler 6-2. Now, as said, after the last rack, there might be a lot more winners to report in the next few minutes. It's turned out that way. Anthony Raga, as he's listed, has now beaten Mateusz Sniegotsky 10-8. I understand he wants to be known as Anton now. Raga, whatever he's known as, is through to the next round. And Sniegotsky, who got to the quarterfinals here last year, is out of the tournament. Imran Majid, 50 years of age. He's beaten Duong Kwa Kwang 10-7 and goes through to face Fedor Gorst for a place in the last 16. And Jan Uski has won as well. It's all over now at 10-5 against Petr Urban. That was quite close for a lot of the way, but Uski has pulled away in the closing stages. Alex Kazakis may be the next player through, but Nick Malai is battling well with them. Malai's still in it at 9-7 down. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz has levelled at 1-1 against Jan van Lierop. Zielinski breaking, 6-2 down.
Yeah, much more of the break-off we saw in the opener from Zielinski. I think he's going to get a shot here. No, looks like has a look at the blue 2, but nothing offensive. The red 3's just gotten in the way. But this is where you can't let frustration set in. I mean, Josh didn't always get a shot to win some games. You got to battle. And to me, that was a difference I see in some of the younger players today. And I remember from years ago, you got to realize it's not always going to be a straight-in shot. But again, if you keep grinding, right, maximum effort, it seems like things will turn around. Rarely ever played a match in my career, Michael, where I actually don't really recall saying it, to where I just didn't have a chance. And like I said, if you stick to it, usually the door will open a little bit. You just got to be ready to capitalize.
Yeah, well, he's had chances in the last 2 racks now. Managed to take 1.
It looks like he can cross this over, putting the 2 a little bit on the back rail with like a high right, high right English. and come straight down the table, maybe trying to get a little roll to maybe bump off the purple and get behind the 6-8, but not a whole lot of options here. And if you try to get a little extreme with the safety, I'm afraid you may leave an offensive shot. Okay, this is pretty good. It's decent, getting better. And that's all you can do, you know. It's not always going to be perfect, but keep leaving things somewhat awkward or somewhat difficult for Josh. Even though he makes it look like it, he's not at times, but certainly is human. Josh trying to return the favor, knowing he may not get the snooker, but trying to leave distance. Usually one of the shots that Zielinski kind of excels at, just kind of leveling the cue out on a full hit from distance. Looks like he's got to go forward past the 3.
Both of these players with ground to make up if they're to qualify automatically for the Mosconi Cup team. Fuller at number 6 at the moment. Zielinski number 8, looking to get in for the first time. 3 automatic selections on both sides. I feel Fuller, even if he didn't make the 3, would almost certainly get a pick unless he had an alarming slump in form.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine that happening either way, the slumping form or the non-pick, but things will unfold. There's a lot of points left this year. Some of the majors, of course, but even the smaller ranking events are growing to where, you know, it could make a huge difference right there at the wire.
You could very easily have a player, particularly I think on the American side, who at the end of the year is walking out to play at Alexandra Palace and thinking, you know what, the reason I'm here is because I went to that small event and played for the smaller prize money and points, and it proved to be the difference in the end.
Yeah, and those smaller events are growing with the prize money as well.
Yeah, winning one of those can be the equivalent to getting to maybe a semi-final of one of these tournaments, so well worth going. Well, this has been a good effort from Zielinski, hasn't it? Because we saw him miss that 7 a couple of racks ago, but he hasn't let it throw him. He's dug in well, and it looks as though he's going to make it 2 in a row and get right back in this.
And you could see a little pep in the step as well, taking on a very difficult 2-ball, elevating the cue stick, trailing 6-2. A lot of players would have tried to simplify it. He took it on with a big reward.
Good work from Zielinski. Gets it back to 6-3. So Alex Kazakis still on the hill, 9-7 against Nick Malai. Moritz Neuhausen starting to take control now over Konrad Usushin at 4-1. Ralph Souquet flying 7-2 over Britain's Elliot Sanderson. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz will play the winner of that match if he beats Jan van Lierop. And after losing the opener, FSR has now opened a 2-1 lead. Mario He has a 3-1 advantage against Emil Andre Gangflow. Tyler Steyer, another player trying to qualify for the Mosconi Cup, has won the first rack against Daniel Guttenberger. Skyler Woodward, whose place may well be confirmed in the next few days, is level at 5-all against Simon Corral. Wu Kunlin and Karl Naderberg level at 2 each. and Dimitri Jungo of Switzerland, and Estonia's Dennis Graba just starting out, as are Hungary's Oliver Szolnoki and Ramazan Akdag of Turkey.
I don't know Kural that's playing Skyler, but I've heard nothing but good things about him all week, and very talented player. Skyler's in a serious match there at 5-5. I'll tell you, he's definitely improved his break in the last several times I've seen him, getting a little more power into it, a little more consistency as far as the hit on the 1. And now attempting cross-side bank here on the blue 2. A little bit of awkward cueing with the 7 there. But this is a little the difference, right? I mean, don't let the score tell you I got to shoot here, but seems like the players that are really at the top of the game go ahead and take these on and disregard the safety or anything like that. Try and knock the bank in and draw the in rail and back up for the 3 and continue to keep filler in the chair.
Talked about the pep in his step as he's staged this mini revival. Bit more of it now after that shot, and the whole complexion of this match has changed dramatically in the last 15 minutes or so.
Oh yeah, 9 games played, right? If you're trailing, the closest you could be is 5-4, right? So we're just at 6-3, one step off of that. Start panicking, right? You tend to make a mistake when you do get an opportunity, and I love the choice to stay aggressive.
Won over $130,000 in 2022. Prior to that, he'd never even reached 20,000 in any year. And a lot of that came from getting to the final of the International Open in Virginia in November. He was beaten by Jason Shaw there. And that tournament, Jeremy, it's not one of these matchroom events, but it's about as close as you can possibly get to that, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's a ranking event, but not one of the big, labeled one of the big ones, but it's certainly the field, and has been the field for many years. It's as quality as it gets, it seems, and all the players love playing in it right there. Beautiful venue there in Norfolk.
I know you love a golfing analogy. I always think of the International Open as sort of the Players' Championship of pool. It's not one of the major events, but it's as close as you can possibly get, and in every practical way it's very similar.
Yeah, I think it just stems from the U.S. Open being there for so many years, and just the tradition of that location there in Norfolk, and of course Pat Fleming, who does so much for the sport, always runs a class event, and it's always a quality champion one way or another.
Well, we didn't see this coming when he missed the 7 ball in the 7th rack. Zielinski is really shining now. That's 3 in a row. What a contest we have now. Filler's lead reduced to just 6-4. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz starting to take control against Jan van Lierop, now leading 3-1. Ralph Souquet looks poised to play the winner of that match because he leads 7-2 over Elliot Sanderson. Where it's Neuhausen 4-2 up on Konrad Yusashin. Mario He steadily taking control against Emil Andre Gangflow and taking a 4-1 lead. Skyler Woodward has won rack 11 to go in front of Simon Kural at 6-5. Wu Kun Lin has just edged ahead of Karl Naderberg at 3-2. Mieszko Fortunski got within a rack of the semi-finals here last year. He's won the first rack against Omar Al-Shaheen. You can just see over Zielinski's right shoulder there, Tony Drago in the front row. still here a couple of days after being knocked out and enjoying the action.
Yeah, well, Tony, of course, a major part of his career was playing snooker, but ever since he's come to playing 9-ball, I think it was about, I don't know, 2004, somewhere around there, 2003, he started to play some of the tournaments, and I think he's really enjoyed it, and he thinks it's an incredible game. Looky here, great shot on the blue 2. 3 not bad, the pink 4 open, and maybe a 5-9 combination to cut this deficit down to 1 game.
Getting into that zone that players dream about now, isn't he? Breaking well, potting consistently, and the balls are falling the way he wants them to.
Yeah, and you can kind of get the feeling he's starting to forget about his opponent a little bit, and that's when you play your best, when you're really just kind of out there by yourself, getting on, doing the work.
It's hard to think of another tournament where by this stage we've seen so many matches where one player has raced out into a big lead and the other one has come back. Now, in not all of those instances has the player trying to turn it round ultimately gone through. There have been times where someone has been pegged back and managed to get over the line in the end, but we're seeing another added to the list here, perhaps.
Well, you know, I think human nature, the players see it happen here and there in other events. The matches are talked about, so they start to realize, why not me? And again, just like, you know, when this World Nineball Tour really started to get put together, you could just kind of see everything means a little more to the players, and they're certainly not coming all this way to give up. Now, he could get a little kiss here on the cue ball with the purple coming off the back cushion after it chops the 9. He's close enough to it, though he shouldn't put too much speed to where the kiss should be any kind of problem.
Just wobbled for about a quarter of a second, causing a brief little bit of anxiety for Zielinski. And it's Filler who'll be feeling particularly anxious now. As we see this combination again, the German has now lost 4 racks in a row, and his lead is trimmed to just 1.
And it wasn't really even a mistake, right? It was the safety off the break, putting him behind the 6. Zielinski kicks the 3 in to get himself going. Actually, that was the rack he missed, the 7, I think. Actually, it was a dry break, I believe, at 6-1. And he got an open shot. I don't know if Josh has really been back to the table offensively at all.
This is what's going on in the Fillers Junior Open. I think it was a good idea. I think we all knew that when there was going to be a junior event here, it would probably be named after Joshua Filler. But great idea to put Pia on the ticket as well, particularly if Joshua is involved in the later stages of the tournament, and she can take care of hosting duties.
Yeah, speaking of hosting duties, seems like as soon as I got here, I've seen him on the phone, greeting everyone, Thorsten home, and he's just been incredible. Everyone I talked to, oh, Thorsten sent me this to go to this restaurant or that to go here, and he's really proud of his hometown, as he should be.
Look at this kid here at the near table. What age can he be?
Yeah, single digits, I think.
Yeah.
So,
oh, comfortably.
Yeah, the cue's a bit taller than him, but he doesn't mind.
Okay, back to the main event. Zielinski now trailing by just a single rack.
Caught that one a little thin, so he's not going to be near this blue 2, and you can see a lot more congestion on the bottom. That was the normal problem when he did have issues on his break before. Hadn't seen much of that in this match, though. And if he can't see this blue 2, this is one of the more difficult pushes because you can see so many offers, so many balls offer for Josh to play a safety on an incoming shot. So not really sure where he's going to go here. maybe plays to the kick, somewhat rolling out by the 3. I don't know. Yeah, it'd have to be over on that side of the table somewhere. This will be our last day without the shot clock. That'll come in tomorrow with the final 16.
Yeah, 30 seconds a shot with 1 extension per rack. Just not practical to have it on all the tables this phase of a tournament.
Yeah, and again, trying to push out to that kick, and I think that was probably his best move. Of course, I don't mind Filler giving it back, but I think if he can get in here with some spin and a high ball, he may be able to knock this 2 away by the 9, kind of go into the 6 with the cue ball. The high ball should turn into a little bit of a draw coming off this bottom rail, and like I said, it may hook and hide into the 6 with some speed. I'm very surprised that Filler, not that he passed it, but that he passed it so quickly. Thought, you know, he's so good understanding what the outcome of things are. I thought he may look at that a bit more. And now in a very difficult position. The side pocket is kind of cutting off the natural 2-rail kick.
Probably not even half an hour ago. I might have thought that at this stage Filler would be on the hill or even through to the next round. Still having to battle very hard here.
Yeah, really good there, knowing the scratch was very much a possibility off, you know, the viewers, our look at that blue, the left side of that blue too. So, and I'll tell you, Gangflow, he made a mistake in rack number 2 and has gotten thoroughly punished ever since. Now trailing 5-1 to Mario He. Two does play in the side. Looks like he doesn't want to take it on, leveling out the cue. I'm a little surprised just because the kid does attack a lot and it's automatic position if you do knock it in. He's wanting to play the 2 off the 8 and bring the cue ball behind the 9, I guess, but that looks a little dangerous. May fluke the 2 in. He hasn't really looked at that 2 in the side, and a little surprised now looking at the 2 in the corner by the 3. Yeah, I hate to go down like that, trying to bump the 9. I wouldn't say it was a bad shot by any means, but the 2 is going to be near that side at all times, maybe offering a kick or a jump.
So could this be the moment when the contest starts to turn back in favor of Filler?
Yeah, I don't know if the 4 passes the 6. It looks like it does. The 4-9 combination is certainly offered to the lower left, but I want to avoid that if you can. Yeah, he's just going to have to kill his ball and stay between the 7-9, it looks like. Josh Filler, of course, not only uses it a lot, but maybe the best ever at the light stun. I don't know. It's close. Now, if he can't get directly at this where he can draw it, position on the 6 could be a little tricky as well. Kind of tell a little more stressful Filler at the table also, right, Michael?
Yeah, even having played the shot prior to that, you could see as he was walking around, he was a little bit tentative, almost like he didn't want to look. Obviously, he had to. But body language is a great commentator in itself. The events of the last 4 racks. And these next few shots add up to a very big juncture in this match.
Well, some players have started to do this. You see them trying to use the bridge kind of like a pull stroke, really, with the backhand a little more in the normal position.
Yeah, it looks all wrong, doesn't it? It looks like someone who's never actually played before, but clearly it's more effective, at least in the minds of the players doing it.
Yeah, well, there's certain shots you can actually get a little more power at times just because of the swing, but some people are just, or some players are just a little more comfortable. Now, he really simplified the 6 there, taking on the 7 on the side. It's going to fall a little underneath the 8, which is going to make things pretty easy getting on the 9. A little stun down the left rail.
This rack has been quite reminiscent of some of the early racks in this match, in that Filler's had work to do. It's not been straightforward. And it's reminiscent of the early stages of the contest in another way. Because Filler has won it, and how he needed to. From 6-1 up, he'd been pegged back to 6-5. He's now 2 clear again and needs 3 more to advance to the last 32 of the European Open. Alexander Kazakis is already there. He's closed it out at 10-7 against his compatriot Nick Malai. Kazakis will now play Jan Uski in the next round. Dimitris Lukatos and Longduk Tien in the early stages, 1-1 there. Meshko Fortunsky leading Omar Al-Shaheen 2-0. Karl Nadeberg 4-3 up on Wu Kunlin. Skyler Woodward in a real tussle with Simon Kurel. That one's 6-all. Another American player who's level at the moment is Tyler Steyer, but much earlier on in his match against Daniel Guttenberger, just 1-all there. Dmitry Yungo 2-1 up on Dennis Grabe. Moritz Neuhausen now leads Konrad Yusashin 5-3. Oliver Sholnocki and Ramazan Akdag level at 1-all. Ralph Souquet a couple of racks away from going through. Leads Elliot Sanderson 8-3. If he does get there, at the moment it looks like he'll play the world number 1 Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, who after losing the first rack to Jan van Lierop has now won 5 in a row. 7-5 Filler here.
Well, this 2 has gotten locked on the 9, and the referee has really got his hands full here. Don't think the 2 passes by the 9 in the lower right. I think it'll be something like cutting off Josh's right side of the blue 2, letting it come to the right rail, fall down on the bottom rail, and let the cue ball run up table behind the purple and the pink.
Scott McMillan, the referee, has moved away from the table and has called in Desislava Bozhalova.
Sorry guys, but by the rules, if they're touching, we're not allowed to remove the rack.
Yeah, so he was looking for a ruling. I think perhaps she's the more senior referee, so she's in the position to do that. And saying that she can't move the rack. So why is that?
Well, maybe certain positions are just difficult to replace, maybe. I don't know. You know, with that template rack and that one situation where they both sit together in the middle, I did have a solution for that. And all we have to do is really cut the racks, just nip it on one side. And then we have so many of them, right? That would be an easy solution. It would only come up every now and again, but Josh didn't mind playing that shot in that situation. But occasionally there'll be a shot you may have to slow roll where you're not so in love with the template still being on the table.
Even amid all the technological advances of the 21st century, sometimes you just need a good pair of scissors.
That's right. Okay, Josh let the two get away a little bit, but the awkward cueing over the purple. Nothing easy here for Zielinski, and I'm not really sure what the shot is here, the percentages. Do you want to run the ball, make Josh come with a long one? If you do leak some type of offensive shot, do you want to try and fan this ball from this far away with the awkward cueing, trying to run the cue ball and just feather the two? Hard decision here, and then just even harder execution. See, and that's the one you don't want, right? Trying to thin it, and then it doesn't work out, right? So I think there, maybe just go ahead and get to the end rail with the cue ball, and if the two comes available, it does, but at least he's got to make a lot more of a shot from the end rail. But in Victor's defense there, that was nothing easy.
So this one could go in similar fashion to the previous rack. Filler forcing the chance in a brief tactical exchange. Saw it out from there in rack 12. If he does it again here, suddenly he'll be breathing a bit more easily again.
Yeah, and his break's been so good. You know, he's avoided those scratches, which happen to every player at some point or another, no matter how good they hit him, just with the cut break. But he's been so consistent with the one dry break, I believe, is all.
For Filler, yeah, just the one so far in this match. Zielinski came charging back at Filler. Although the result isn't inevitable by any means yet. Former world and US Open champion is definitely back in charge here. He's 2 racks away from a place in the next round. Mario He, the world number 6, has now reached 6 against Emil-Andre Gangflo, who's got just 1 on the board. Skyler Woodward involved in a much closer match against Simon Corral, but Woodward is ahead now at 7-6. Tyler Steyer 2-1 down against Daniel Guttenberger. And the first rack has gone the way of Tim de Ruyter, one of 3 Dutch players to reach this stage, against Can Salim. Karl Nadeberg 4-3 up on Wu Kunlin. Mieszko Fortunski, he is leading 4-0 against Omar Al-Shaheen. Dimitris Lukatos 2-1 up on Long Duc Tien. Dmitry Yungo has a 3-1 advantage against Dennis Graber. Where it's Neuhausen 5-3 in front against Konrad Yusashin. Oliver Sholnocki and Ramazan Aktag have split the first couple of racks of their match. And Ralph Souquet is now on the hill, leading Elliot Sanderson 9-3 as we look in on He against Gangflow. While he sizes that up, we shall return to table 1.
And the 2's going to sit near this rail. Another nice break with the 1 on the side. Nothing offensive, but again, at the table with a look, trying to keep control. He's going to try and float off the left side of this 2, it looks like, to drag the cue ball behind the pink and maybe the purple. Now here, I don't know if he can really get the 2 to the back rail, and you can't get it to the back rail. You'd like it out in the middle of the table. I don't know if that's available either. It's kind of a difficult little safety here. If the 6 wasn't there, the path behind the pink, pretty obvious and pretty easy, but not sure here. I think he's got to be a little careful. Kind of like what he's looking at here, maybe double banking the 8 and just draw the cue ball down the rail towards the 9, trying to use the 6 as a big blocker.
Zielinski, one of 8 Polish players to reach this stage. We're used to getting to this point of a tournament and seeing that Poland has got more players than any other country. In this instance, having to share top billing with the host nation, as Germany also have 8. So the 2 nations involved in this match represent a full quarter of those who have made it through to single elimination.
Yeah, we know of course, the Polish contingent last few years, they've all made names for themselves one way or another, but we can think of what, the big 3 or 4 for Germany. So impressive that, again, the ones that we don't know a whole lot about making some noise into this single elimination.
Well, if you remember last year, Mohamed Soufi, who's based in Germany and I think was playing under the German flag at that time, made a little bit of noise here. And that, I think, was the first time a lot of people had noticed him. And then, of course, a few months later, he's in the final of the World Championship.
Yeah, we were talking about that the last few days. If you keep at it, you can have your week. And then he went on to win a Euro Tour after that. Really nice, really nice, really nice control there. Yeah, if he's got the side rail here, this is the way he's got to go. The right side rail is a doable hit, but very hard to judge. Time you're going into the rail quickly, especially with a lot of angle, the ball can spread on you. So he's going to swerve this a little bit, wanting to bring the cue ball on this bottom rail like this, and leaving something long, even if he does leave him some kind of look at the blue too. So Josh really evolving on the tactical side of things, recognizing percentages better than he ever has.
I guess when we first saw him at the highest level, he came through so quickly. He didn't have much experience of playing in these tournaments, and now he's had maybe 5 or 6 years of that. It's just a natural thing that's going to happen, isn't it? Because that's how you learn, is by playing matches against good players.
Yeah, and, you know, it means something to him, and he recognizes he needs that, even though he's maybe the greatest offensive player in the game. It seems a pretty common theme with the super talented that come up young and can win events that, without really having all the shots, just the skills are so high.
3 Americans have made it to the final 64, and one of them is on the hill, Skyler Woodward, as he so often seems to do this year. He's coming good in the closing stages of what had been a close contest against Simon Coural. Woodward now leading 9-6.
Looks like Josh wants to put the cue ball behind the 9 here. It's a little touchy because he has to hit it a little easy, I think. Could go for the cut. It's not the worst one in the world to go for. Yeah, I like this shot. No, he's cut off the side rails completely, so an awkward kick to the bottom rail coming back up at the blue 2. And I think another thing that makes Josh a very unique guy, and not unique totally, but something that adds to his greatness, is he likes it when the pressure's high, you know, and he wants the pressure to be on both players. I think that's why you're going to see him when the chips are really on the line in the biggest events. He's going to come good quite often.
Well, this, I believe, is the 3rd rack in a row. And Filler has come out on top in a tactical exchange. Been left hitting at the 2, and this time it could lead to a very swift end of rack. And that one takes Joshua Filler to the hill. 3 in a row for the German. It's 9-5. Zielinski looking thoroughly fed up. Did so well to get right back into this match. Now he has to come with another big recovery. Ralph Souquet is another German on the hill, 54 years of age. He's leading 9-4 against Elliot Sanderson. 7 in a row now for Francisco Sanchez Ruiz to go 7-1 up on Jan van Lierop. Moritz Neuhausen is 6-3 ahead of Konrad Ussashin. Mario He 7-1 against Emil Andre Gangflow. Dimitri Ungo also going well, 4-1 over Dennis Graber. Told you Skyler Woodward 9-6 up on Simon Coural. That one hasn't changed. If Woodward wins, could be an All-American clash in the next round, because the winner of that will face either Tyler Steyer or Daniel Guttenberger. 2-all there. Tim de Ruyter 2-0 up on Can Salim. 4-all between Wu Kun Lin and Karl Naderberg. Eshko Fortunsky 5-0 up against Omar El Shaheen. Filler here, breaking on the hill. But breaking dry.
And it was a dry break to get Zielinski started earlier in the match after trailing, I think, by some 5 games, and now in that same situation. And he's just a great enough player to recognize or know he's still in striking distance. Gotten himself in that position. It's going to take a little something special, but that's what it takes to beat Filler usually anyways.
After his great run, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz has maybe gone off the boil a bit in recent weeks and months, but looks to be playing really well against Jan van Lierop, because he's raced through 8 racks in a row now in very little time. 8-1 up against the Dutchman.
Yeah, and you got to believe, you know, that kind of time frame, putting that many together, a lot of breaking runs. So that's what he did to get all those titles, and all those matches he won there for what seemed like a good 16, 17 months. Just would capitalize on one mistake or some good fortune and then put some racks together, and that's what it takes. Looks like a push out coming. Could take on the cut on the one. Not easy, but thing is, Josh isn't going to miss an opportunity to play safe, like banking the one back between the 5-8, trying to kill the cue ball on the left rail. Thing is, it's not great, and if you let him see the one ball, even if it's down on this bottom cushion, the return safety could be pretty devastating. Yeah, like here, this one's going to get up, and getting the cue ball up behind the 3 maybe not that difficult.
The winner of this, incidentally, which looks like being filler at the moment, will play either Wu Kunlin or Karl Naderberg later today in the last 32. Hard to say at the moment which of them it's going to be, because it's 4-all. Although just as I say that, Naderberg has inched ahead at 5-4.
Looks like Josh will cut the one by the 6 and go 2 rails up to the inner rail. Or can he hit the left side of the 1 and avoid the 6? Well, he can, and he could kill the cue ball nicely.
Zielinski trying to pull off a bit of a recovery. Emile-Andre Gangflow is in need of a minor miracle. 7-1 down against Mario He, but he's a couple of balls away from winning this one. Gangflow won the first rack in this one, I think, did he? So 7 in a row for the Austrian.
Yeah, he had a real, I wouldn't say easy, but very doable opportunity in the second rack and let that go. Missed a little bit of a safety in the third rack, and then from there, Mario's just kept control.
Gangflow, who was through to the weekend at the Spanish Open. It was a really good tournament for him. Still a long road to travel if he's to make the weekend this time. But back to 7-2 as we return to table 1.
Oh, what a nice hit. One's just going to get by the 8. It is going to serve up a cut shot, maybe. So we'll see with the 2 over the pocket. I think one that if he shoots at, you got to consider him a favorite. Could kick behind it. I kind of feel like he's going to attack. Yeah, kind of let up on it a little bit there at impact, and not sure if he had maybe a backdoor safety in mind. Thought he'd just go for that a little bit more, but now I understand why the players who play with an extension, you know, some of them when they're jacking up on the rail, they'll take the extension off when they're using English or elevating the cue or swerving the ball a little bit. But earlier he had a routine 9-ball on the side rail. He was just rolling it in with a high ball and took the extension off. Now here he's kind of doing the same thing and takes the extension off as well. I'm not a player that ever played with one, so I'm not really sure why the players do that. Now he's attacking. He's going for it.
But he's got it all wrong. Needs a bit of luck, and he hasn't had it. Is this going to be the end? Joshua Filler is on the relatively short list of players who've won both the World Championship and the US Open. It looks as though 2 of them are going to play each other in the next round, because Ralph Souquet is through. He's now beaten Elliot Sanderson 10-4. It seems highly likely he'll be playing Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. And as I was saying, it's well on top against Jan van Lierop. It's 8-1 there. Skyler Woodward still being made to wait. Simon Corral has won the 16th rack to close to 9-7.
Yeah, Josh didn't move the cue ball over as much as he wanted. 5 doesn't pass the 8 in the side. Want another inch out of the cue ball. It's okay though. Probably goes to the rail and comes between the 8 and 9. He wants the angle on the 6 to get on the 7, so somewhere near the center of the table.
Lost his way a bit in the middle of the match in scoreboard terms at least, but when you look at how he's broken, the puzzles he's had to figure out in some of the racks that he's won, overall, this has been a pretty accomplished performance from Joshua Filler. Still a long way to go if he's to achieve that dream of winning a big title here in his home country. We saw him play so well last year, only to run into Mario He and get heavily beaten in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, well, this is a nice way to start this final 64. A very solid match against another great player. And like always, Josh Filler, you're going to have to take it away from him.
Victor Zielinski did his best to get back into it. From 6-1 down, he got back to just 1 behind. But Joshua Filler has seen it out with a run of 4 straight racks. He's through to the last 32. And the home favourite is the winner over Victor Zielinski by 10 racks to 5. The defending champion, Albin Ouschan, is up next against Jason Shaw. Not one to be missed.
This championship is being played with the new Arameth tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Arameth range of ball and cue cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Arameth, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
golden moment indeed. Last year, here at the European Open,
Ball finish, JJ.
it was more glory
Maybe give up a shot.
for Albin Ouschan.
Good as that.
The missed
Oh
three
my
ball,
word, what a cross bank!
that was the start of what we thought was going to be the run
The thoughts are racing.
to Hill.
What a match.
Instead,
It really has.
it's 13-11 Ouschan, the 2022 European Open champion, holding the trophy aloft there. And earlier on today, he was holding the microphone because over in the practice area, as he gets ready to continue his title defence, he had a chat with our own Carl Boyce.
I'm back over at the practice arena. Albin Ouschan's just warming up for a match. Albin, walking into the arena this week, must have some special memories from you from last year.
Yeah, it was a great tournament last year. Struggled sometimes, but overall it was a great achievement. Played some good pool, and I'm here to play good pool again.
What do you remember from the final? Because it was a classic match against Shane Van Bonen. He won 13-11. What stands out in that match for you?
Probably the dry breaks. It was crazy tough. We both couldn't make a ball, or just rarely. And well, of course I remember his mistake on 12-11 when I made a mistake before. But I think it was a rough match, almost 2.5 or 3 hours. Also with the match before against Mario, it was quite a rough day, but I was happy to pull through and grind through and to win it.
Draw was made last night. Up next, Mosconi Cup teammate Jason Shaw. How much are you looking forward to playing him?
It's always nice to play Jason. Maybe not the first round, maybe quarterfinal would have been nicer, but well, you always got to say you got to win against everybody to win a tournament. So I think we're both not happy with the draw, but it is what it is, and we make the best of it.
Right, Albin, good luck in your match. Good luck for the rest of the tournament in defending your title.
Thank you very much.
Albin Ouschan still on course to go back-to-back in Fulda. It's been a busy day 4 so far. One result on table 2, Johan Chua pulled away from 8 racks each to beat Nguyen Cong Tan of Vietnam, who put up stout resistance there. So the World Cup winner recently still involved, and it looks as though he's going to be joined in the last 32 by Mario He, who leads Emil Andre Gangflo 7-2. Next up on table 2, it is going to be the world number 2, Shane Van Bonen against Fitim Haradinaj. We don't know the other 2 matches from the last 32 yet. It all depends on who gets through. Same thing applies on table 1. What we do know is we've had 2 results so far. Copen Yi, I thought, was very impressive in dispatching Georgiev of Bulgaria 10-1. And then, equally impressive, Joshua Fuller doubling up on Victor Zielinski at 10-5. Now we've got that blockbuster contest. 2 Mosconi Cup heroes for Europe. They've won so much individually. It is Scotland against Austria. Jason Shaw up against Albin Ouschan. Pick a winner out of those 2. They're still practicing, as they're allowed to, over on table 1. So we'll take a quick peek in on to table 2, where Mario He is being pegged back slightly by the Norwegian Gangflo. It was 7-1, now it's 7-3. And one of Norway's finest has just broken off in rack 11. Of course, we saw him beat Joshua Fuller at the Spanish Open. He is capable of a recovery, but that break will need to work. So, Carl, just looking ahead to Shaw Ouschan, who do you fancy?
I think Jason Shaw, I think he's due a real strong run in one of these tournaments. He's only been to the last 16 of our open events on the tour, and that was here last year. Well, he lost out to Fuller. He's far too good of a player to not be going deeper than that. And I know he's been breaking well, he's been working on his break. I was at the practice area 30 minutes ago talking to him, watching him break. I mean, listen, it ain't no tough task beating Albin Ouschan. I understand that, but I think he's going to get the job done.
If you want to see the Mario He Gang Flow match continue. It's available on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, as indeed will the next 3 matches on Table 2 today. Now though, as you might expect, we're concentrating on a clash of titans. They've been involved in 12 Mosconi Cup teams, these two, often on the same side. And they've been, between them, most valuable player, MVP, 3 times. Albin Ouschan in 2016, Shaw in consecutive years 2020 and 2021. So they can handle pressure, we know that.
Okay, the defending champion gets his match underway. And it's a good break. No luck on the 2-ball though, he's hooked, so it's going to be the push out. Variety is what this break is now. So difficult to keep breaking and landing on the lowest ball on the table.
It is, although Copen Yi made a pretty good job of it earlier on today. He got it absolutely down pat. Is it fair to categorise these two, Carl, as fire and ice? One's very cool, the other one is more of a streak player, inspirational.
Yeah, complete contrasts of personalities and their demeanour on the pool table. But when Albin Ouschan first was starting out, he was very hot-headed, so he's clearly worked on that over the years. Now and again you still see it come through, the disappointment of playing poor shots. But all in all, he's very cool and calm as he's got older. So here's the push. Just roll into the rail, I believe, leaving an edge.
And what you've just described there, a player changing, is, I think, in cue sports unusual. Normally, people stay the same. Certainly that's been the case in snooker over the years in my experience. But Albin, definitely, I agree. He's a totally different character now to when he was a youngster.
How about this for a shot? That's probably the shot Albin would have played. Albin may be tempted with a jump cue here, just because if he goes for the 2-ball in the bottom left, the cue ball may crash into the 9, and he's got an outside chance of putting the 9 in the bottom right.
I must say one thing, the crowd here today has been fantastic. Yes, there are spaces in the big grandstand behind the main table, but all around this arena, which is vast, by the way, they are standing, watching pretty much every table with great interest. Definitely a bigger crowd for day 4 this year than last.
Okay, watch the 9-ball. There's a chance.
Carl, your crystal ball is working perfectly. Well done indeed, and also well done to Albin Ouschan, who coaxes in the most important ball on the table. Carl's strutting around like a peacock at the moment, having called that shot.
I think my time is done on this match, Phil, after calling that. You can take this one alone, buddy.
He loves it, let me tell you, he loves it. Also loving it on table 13, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, who has an immense lead at the top of the World 9-Ball Tour rankings. He's 9-3 up on Jan van Lierop, so on the hill, 1 rack away from setting up a last 32 clash with Ralph Souquet. That would be terrific for the fans here to see.
Yeah, the biggest names on the circuit are doing a job here this week. Skyler Woodward has booked himself a place in the last 32. back-to-back semi-finals in the last 2 Open Major tournaments.
Well, the one, in the scheme of things, nowhere near the side.
Yeah, a little dry one. You do see that as well. No more guaranteed ball on the break. As you said, Phil, it went really quite low. This ball does pot. I'm not sure about the cue ball. That's fine. He's another good shot here though. He's just coming round to see if he can sneak past the 8. A more difficult pot, but an easier positional shot. That's all he's thinking there. He could still go 2 rails to get on the 3 in the same pocket as this blue 2, but the cue ball will be travelling. Make your mind up, time. Do you play the easy positional shot for the more difficult pot? Would you play the more difficult positional shot?
Because of his lack of success in matchroom events this year, it would be easy for Carl and I to fall into the mistaken belief that Jason Shaw's in a slump. But then you look at it and you say, well, he won the Turning Stone Classic in January, beating Skyler Woodward in the final. That's a tournament he's owned over the years. And he also won the Scottish Open in his native Glasgow, beating Victor Zielinski in the final there. So 2 good wins and also 2 other appearances in finals. The Premier League, when he was second best to Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, and the Super Billiard Expo Pro Players Championship, where he lost to another Spaniard, Jonas Suto Camino. So a pretty good year, apart from in these big matchroom tournaments.
Yeah, and that's why he's very high up on the 1-year Mosconi Cup rankings, the 1-year list to qualify. He's well up there, so he still might qualify off the rankings. 3 off the rankings, 2 wildcards. Captains will be named tomorrow. We will find out who the captains are.
Shaw is so synonymous with the Mosconi Cup. And he's such a spark plug for Team Europe as well. They call him Eagle Eye because he's such a natural potter. First 2 racks have been shared. I can tell you FSR still on the hill against Jan van Leerup at 9-3. Oliver Sholnocki 4-2 up on Ramazan Akdag. It's 7-all Moritz Neuhausen and Konrad Yajushin. Mario He still in charge on table 2. 8-3 up now on Emil Andre Gangflo. 7-3 for Dimitri Ungo over Dennis Grabber. Real battle going on table 12, where Tyler Steyer and Daniel Guttenberger are 4-4. Tim de Ruyter has made a good start against Can Salim. 4-1, that is, to the Dutchman. 7-5 for Wu Kun Lin over Karl Naderberg. 7-2 for Mieszko Fortunski over Omar Al-Shaheen. Demetrius Lukatos 4-3 on Long Doc Tien. And Gary Wilson, the snooker player, 2-0 up on the big breaker Mark Beisterbosch. Runner-up in the Spanish Open was Mark, but Gary's had the better start there.
Cue ball's been kicked around the table. this would be a very difficult combo. 2 onto the 3. Not the most difficult combo you'll ever face, but just because of the distance, and the 3's not quite over the pocket, so you've got to hit it fairly full in the face.
Hot off the press, continuing to pile up ranking points. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz has beaten Jan van Leeuwen 10-3, so he goes forward to face Ralph Souquet next.
Needed to hit it full, that's why he's not potted it, and he's had a favourable roll.
It's only a rumour. Look at this. The 2 right in behind the pink 4.
He will be disappointed with that effort. You know, he'd really back himself to make that combination. Let's not be silly. Got to play off this rail with a little bit of left-hand spin. And maybe he might play it slow. Ball must hit rail, which it does. Oh, it's a beauty. Albin Ouschan with a beautiful kick safe. Look at this. Hit the second rail first. That's what caused the cue ball to go there. Jason's got a similar shot to play. He will also try and go 2 rails. He's tried 1. And he's left the combo, I believe.
It has been left, and this shouldn't be too much of an issue to coax in the 7 and leave the 2. Taking his time, Ouschan, as he tends to do before the introduction of the shot clock. At the Spanish Open, he was involved in some real marathons. That seemed so straightforward.
Yeah, I think he was just making sure the 2 ball didn't just run away a little bit. Because if you look where the 7 ball went in the pocket, it went off the jaw.
He's played so much pool under the shot clock, and he's perfectly equipped to do so. So he's definitely not a slow player who's handicapped by the introduction of a 30 seconds per shot rule. And I think sometimes he might fall victim to overthinking.
Yeah, let's not forget Jason Shaw had the first opportunity in this rack. The combination that he missed. Got a little bit lucky. Albin played a wonderful shot, and the rest is history. He just feels like he's landed on the wrong side of this purple 5. If he draws it back, it's sort of coming a bit close to the 8 ball. Still okay when you look at that angle, yeah. Yeah, he's definitely not rushing. He's making sure of these.
The other observation to make is that he's fully aware of Jason Shaw being a rhythm player, and if he can interrupt that rhythm, all very well. He's taken 2 of the first 3. Ouschan leads Shaw 2-1. By the way, the winner of this, in this race to 10, will take on either Daniel Masséol or Mika Immonen next. Early days in that one as well on table 6. Masséol leading 2-1. On table 7, Wojciech Szewczyk has raced into a 7-1 lead over Mickey Kraus. By the way, Masséol is now 3-1 up on Mika Immonen. Still 2-0 for Gary Wilson over Mark Bosch de Bosch. 5-3, Dimitris Lukatos over Luong Doc Tien. Mieszko Fortuński moving closer to the winning line against Omar Al-Shaheen. 8-2 there. Wu Kun Lin still stuck at 7-5 against Karl Naderberg. Tim de Ruyter 4-2 on Kan Salim, who won a qualifying tournament to be involved here. Tyler Steyer and Daniel Guttenberger still all tied up at 4-4. But I can tell you Konrad Jezushin on the hill against Moritz Neuhausen at 9-7.
Good break off from Albin. Once he got on the 2 ball, you can see it. But he needs to play a good pot here. Yeah, he's just weighing this up. So if he goes forward with the cue ball, it feels like maybe the top right corner pocket comes into play. So that would mean potting it in the top left, he's got to dig down in the cue ball, which means makes the pot tougher.
Over on table 2, Emil Andre Gangflow proving a little stubborn. 8-4 now, the lead of Mario He.
I'll tell you what, how well has Albin Ouschan just played that safety shot? I can't tell you how difficult that shot was that he's just performed. To get the full ball hook behind the red 3 has made this so awkward for Shaw. Just to roll the 2 ball off one rail and the cue ball through, time and time again you always leave a piece of the ball, but he has done a fine job there. Needs a little bit of luck here. That's what he got. He did play the cue ball to come back up top just to leave a bit of distance, just to try and make things harder for Albin. The way the ball's finished was a little fortunate. could just bank the 2-ball back up centre of the table. 3-ball, yeah, that's exactly where we're thinking. The 3-ball may come into play. Got to be careful with the cue ball a little bit as well. I say that because cue ball may be crashing into the purple 5. It's going very close to the corner pocket. If he banks it to where he just pointed his cue, that is. This is the tough part of Nineball. Playing good safeties. We do see safeties where they come obvious, but this is not obvious. This is tricky.
Just avoided the double kiss, but, and it's a big but, the 2 is quite clearly available.
Yeah, you've got to protect your object ball. You were so concerned about the cue ball, you kind of forgot about the blue 2. Chance for Ouschan, bit of distance, but he fancies this one.
Last year, on the way to the title, he won 9 matches out of 9.
Digging down on the cue ball. Kill the cue ball off one rail. 5-ball does pass the 8. Got to get out for the 6. Where the cue ball is now, a tiny bit higher than that for when he gets on the green 6 would be ideal. The dreaded flick has made this shot a lot harder.
Yeah, but well within his capabilities. Now this one might be equally or even more of a tester.
I think because of the little bounce off the rail, he can just dig into the cue ball. The 8's pretty much over the pocket. You don't want to be forcing this ball in hard. So it's just a little kill shot. Time the ball nicely. And he can get the cue ball stopping fairly quick.
Yeah, I was just a little concerned about the awkward placement of the bridge hand, but it worked out okay. And the Ouschan lead looks set to double.
Okay, the beginning of this match has all been Ouschan.
Until then, he looked at the ball as though to say, you've got to drop, but it didn't. Jason Shaw can't believe He's luck.
Well, I can't believe it. That is insane what I've just witnessed.
2-2, when for all the world it looked as though it was going to be 3-1. Now that hurts. Albin Ouschan did so much good work, and then a simple 9-ball down the rail. Went into the jaws and stayed there. 2-2. He's vastly experienced, Carl, but when you make a mistake like that against an opponent of Jason Shaw's quality on an occasion such as this, that's tough to shake off.
Yeah, well, you don't know what is going to happen now. This is all about momentum, confidence. He had Shaw where he wanted him. Couple of poor safeties. Missed combination from Shaw. He could have been 3-1 up with the break, Albin. Now he's sat there thinking, ow, have I missed the 9-ball? 2-2, short to break. Cue ball's flying around the table again. Needs to hold up. Needs to hold up so he can see a bit of the 2. And he's full ball hooked. So Albin's going to get out of the chair fairly quickly.
Thought we'll go into this, so while it does, I can tell you Konrad Uncharacteristic of Poland has beaten Moritz Neuhausen on table 9, 10-8. So Uncharacteristic now waits either Oliver Szolnocki or Ramazan Akdag in the last 32. Szolnocki currently leading 5-3. By the way, don't worry about Jason Shaw changing allegiance or nationality. He's got a Spaniard emblazoned on the back of his shirt. Just likes the look of it, presumably.
No, well, the shirt company that sponsor most of the players on board sportswear, they do the Nineball merch. And the event jersey merch, they've had a complete nightmare. The boxes have been lost. So they're stuck somewhere in Europe. They're hoping that they will arrive today. Jason's sponsored off them, and his playing shirts was in these boxes, so that's why he's been wearing a golf top today. He's got a Spain top on.
And there was I thinking, well, he's trying to follow the example of Francisco Sanchez Ruiz in winning everything under the Spanish banner. What a shame for the lads and on board then. I think it was a customs issue, you're right.
Yeah, they designed some cool stuff. Kerry and Ben from Onboard Sportswear. Let's hope the shirts arrive today. There's the push out. Now Jason took quite a little bit of time on that, but he knows Albin's strength is the safety, the tactical side of Nineball. So Jason's got to be on point on this side of the game. Has to be said, I think the push out was awful, to be honest. I don't really know what Jason was thinking. The idea of the push out, Phil, is that you leave something that's not obvious, something that can go wrong, so your opponent either takes the risk or gives it back to you and then it's your risk, but that there was just a basic safety shot.
Yes, with not 1 or 2, but 3 balls to hide behind.
Unless the plan was, I'm going to fire the jump shot in. So the jump shot it will be. Where's the 2 ball going to finish? Looks like it's going to dress up for a shot. This was all caused by the push out from Shaw.
The point is, he's capable of knocking that 2 ball in, of course. But the percentages were definitely in favour of the other fellow. And now Ouschan, after that horrible blunder on the 9, needs to regain attacking concentration.
Mark Bijsterbosch got to the final of the Spanish Open. Fantastic week there, arguably the greatest final we've seen in open field events. He's playing Gary Wilson. Gary Wilson was 2-0 up, missed a 9-ball to go 3 up. That match is now all square at 3-3.
Could that be history repeating itself? Because at the aforementioned Spanish Open, Wilson was beaten by Mario He after missing 2 sitting 9 balls. Another result for you. Bijsterbosch or Wilson will take on in the last 32 Wojciech Szewczyk, who's demolished Mickey Kraus 10-1.
I think he has a little angle when putting this in the middle, so he can just roll down a couple of feet and he'll play for the green 6 in the bottom left pocket. Yeah, there is a little angle. That's perfect.
Carl, you've been out there in the heat of battle on too many occasions to chronicle. When you miss a very simple ball to win a rack, how do you cope with it? How best do you cope with it?
I think if you win the very next rack, which is looking likely for Albin, I think you kind of do forget about it. But if Jason would have put a couple of break and runs together, and then your next visit to the table is, let's say, you're kicking from a really difficult hook position, that's when it's difficult to put it out your mind. But I think now, as long as Albin puts these 3 remaining balls, that does help you think about it. But it's experience in it. Listen, this is why these are the best players in the world, because you can forget about the mistakes. It's just part, you know, of winning a pool match, winning a tournament. I don't think anyone's ever won a pool tournament and played lights out every round. You're going to have bumps in the road. I don't see Albin missing this one.
For the 3rd time, Albin Ouschan hits the front. It was 1-0, it was 2-1, and now it is 3-2. Not a bad day so far for Polish pool, and their fortunes have been enhanced by Mieszko Fortunski, who's doubled up on Omar Al-Shaheen, winning 10-5. Mieszko's younger brother's involved in the junior event that's taking place right now, the Fulda's Junior Open. Other scores for you. Tim de Ruyter 5-3 up on Kansel Lim. Tyler Steyer 6-4 on Daniel Guttenberger. And the interesting twist with that is that the winner goes forward to play Skyler Woodward. So if Steyer wins, The USA are guaranteed one player in the last 16. Dimitri Ungo, 8-7 up on Dennis Grabber. Mario He on the hill against Andre Gangflo on table 2, 9-5. Oliver Sholnocki, 6-3 up on Ramazan Akdag. And Torsten Homan from right here in Fulda. He's 2-1 down to Jonas Suto Camino.
This is nice. Can go forward with a cue ball. Red 3 in the right centre. Ideally wants to be straight or a little high of the pot. Oh. Another poor miss. I know he's winning, but the 9-ball and this 2-ball. Incredible, Phil.
And we've talked about Albin Ouschan as being Mr. Cool. But there's a limit to that. He's getting frustrated, but so too, after that poor positional effort, will be Jason Shaw. The 7 are blocking his way.
Yeah, hit the 8-ball way too full there. Jason's pretty handy with a jump stick, but not only has he got to pot the ball, he's got to get position on the pink 4. So there's work to do here. And this could be a telling rack for me, Phil. The fact that Albin's missed and then Jason's had his chance.
The angst of Shaw compounded by the scratch.
Yeah, it was a mile off, wasn't it, Phil?
And now Ouschan will be well aware of the importance of keeping Shaw in his chair, dwelling. So he won't be careering around the table at breakneck speed.
Yeah, it's actually been Albin Ouschan who's missed 2 of the easiest balls he'll miss all week. Usually you get severely punished, but he could be the one that's leading by 4 racks to 2. Usually these are a formality. This rack would be over, but still got to knock this ball in. Yeah, that should be the rack now. Couple of stop shots for a 2-rack lead.
One 9-ball missed by Ouschan in this match. Hard to comprehend another will go astray. That one didn't. Albin Ouschan not playing his best by any means. But the same applies to Jason Shaw. the Scot could be in front. In fact, he trails 4-2. 4-2, also the scoreline for Daniel Masséol over Mika Immonen. 4-4, Mark Bosch and Gary Wilson. 6-4 for Dimitris Lukatos over Luong Doc Tien. Quite a long drawn out affair on table 5, where Wu Kunlin was 7-5 up on Karl Naderberg. It went 7-7. Wu has just re-established a slender lead at 8-7. Tim de Ruyter from Holland, he's 6-3 up on Khan Salim. Tobias Bongers and Radislav Babica involved in their first rat. 6-4 Tyler Steyer over Daniel Guttenberger. How about this one? Dimitri Jungo was well in front against Dennis Graber. Now though, 8 racks each. And Mario He still can't quite get over the line on table 2. 9-6 up on Emil Andre Gangflow. Tell you what, Carl, the balls are playing mind games with these two. A good break, apart from the fact that the one is nestled up to the 9.
Makes it a great spectacle though, doesn't it, when when someone's not running 5s and 6 packs. We've seen both players have opportunities, make mistakes. Really sets up nicely. Now it's a race to 10, final 64. Also final 32 matches will be finished today, so by the end of the day we will know our final 16, which of course starts tomorrow.
I was saying a little earlier that on the way to the title last year, Ouschan won 9 matches out of 9. In the last 64, he had a cakewalk. He beat Badr Alawadi 9-1. We always knew this match was going to be tougher, although things for him are going pretty well thus far.
Yeah, you can see the difference in the push out here. He's not left an easy, obvious safety. So Jason's had a look, didn't fancy it, so he's give it Albin back. Hit that all wrong. I think he was trying to kick it off the rail, wasn't he? He's ended up hitting the 2 ball on the way through. Could have been worse as well. Could have been a lot worse. I wonder if Jason can thump the 2 ball onto the purple 5 and make it in the side pocket. All depends on how high the 5 ball is. Yeah, he was fine, but this needs to bounce out. It's got to keep going, this. It's good enough, He's got a shot of the 3. He's still got work to do, but he's at the table.
Well, curiouser and curiouser. One of the great potters leaves the 3. This is a script that we did not imagine. So many mistakes are being made.
Shaw's not at the races, is he? He's not quite there. Too many mistakes.
It's a massive match for Shaw, this. He's fourth in the Mosconi Cup standings for Europe. Effectively third in many respects, given Eklenkachi's injuries. He's fifth in the World Nineball Tour rankings. So a win here and going deep would be a real boost for him. Right now, though, he's really struggling.
Playing the pot, is he? I believe he is, you know. Oh, he's missed that by an absolute mile. He's not fluked the 9, no. Okay. Not left Shaw in, but Shaw's just got to be delighted to get back to the table, to be honest. Needs to bear down, knuckle down. You don't want this match to start getting away from you.
No, the shot we've just seen, I wasn't surprised he missed it because it was difficult. I was very surprised by how much he missed it. Caught it far too thick.
Good bank shot there, really went for the game there, didn't he? He looked at all the options, he thought about playing safe. I think he thought, I've got to make something happen. Get the back arm going.
Yeah, I think Shaw has got to dictate the pace and the feel of the match. Hasn't done so thus far, but you know, he's always capable of that brilliant burst. Don't worry, by the way, there hasn't been any explosive devices going off in here. Carl Boyes has just dropped his microphone.
I do apologise if that come through the footage. That was like missing a straight 9-ball, Phil, what I've just done there.
No miss from Jason Shaw, a badly needed rack. It wasn't the highest quality rack, but it could be of great importance. He's only one behind now. Albin Ouschan's lead has been trimmed to 4-3. 4-3 also the scoreline for Daniel Masséol over Mika Immonen. Gary Wilson's back in front against Mark Bosch on table 14. 6-4. Dimitris Lukartos has a real battle now against Luong Doc Tien. 6-6. 8 each, Wu Kun Lin and Karl Naderberg. Tim de Ruyter pulling away from Kan Salim at 6-3. And Branislav Babica has taken the first rack from Tobias Bongers as we look over on table 2, where Mario He remains stuck on the hill. Can he put the finishing touches to victory here?
Well, he should do. I'd like this to bounce. Okay, a little tester, but he's a big favourite to pot this ball. Book his place in the final 32.
In the eyes of many, Mario He, World Cup winner, consistent in going to the latter stages of these big events. In the eyes of many, the best player yet to represent Europe in the Mosconi Cup. Maybe 2023 will be the year. And a win here would do his cause no harm whatsoever.
Hill action on table number 8. Youngo versus Grave, 9-9. He is through to the final 32.
Yes, to play Dmitry Youngo or Dennis Grabber. He'll be relieved about that. He had a big lead for most of the match. Gangflow just kept chipping away, but he had enough in reserve to get over the line. Okay, so Carl Boyers is now leaving us after that mic drop moment, literally. He's in big demand because he's got to do some on-camera stuff. So Jeremy Jones will be joining me in a few moments. This is the scene in the arena here where the Fillers Junior Open is continuing on. I've seen some excellent play from these young fellows. Very good indeed. A couple of youngsters so small they can't actually cue properly because they can't reach the table, and yet they're knocking in balls all over the place. We've had several of these junior opens now at these big world ranking tournaments. Shane Van Boning Junior Open in Atlantic City earlier this year. The Jason Shaw Junior Open at the UK Open. And then the Francisco Sanchez Ruiz Junior Open in Spain. I think it's a wonderful idea. They're well supported, over 50 players involved in this event. And for the youngsters who come through and succeed, what a boost to their confidence and their bank of experience. Experience is something these two don't need. They've got more than enough. What one of them needs is to find a gear and pull away. But much like the match in general, the breaking off of Shaw and Ouschan has not been tip-top. Good news for Tyler Steyer. He's now 8-4 up on Daniel Guttenberger, who is a fellow Austrian of Albin Ouschan's. Gary Wilson, 7-4 up now on Mark Bosch de Bosch. It was 4-4, so Wilson has won 3 on the bounce. The idea from Shaw was there, but he needed the one ball to be closer to the side cushion. It would have been covered then. Well, clearly it's only the slightest sliver out, so that's why Ouschan attacked the one cushion first. He so nearly potted that, you know. An indication of how tight these middle pockets are. Quite an awkward table, primarily because of the juxtaposition of 2 and 4. Oh dear me, another British player yesterday, Chris Melling, had an untimely miscue when he was on the verge of victory over Mika Immonen. This time, a little earlier in the match, granted, but that could be very expensive for Jason Shaw. It's all about solving that 2-4 conundrum. Easier to solve it with ball in hand. Again, these two great players don't have their usual control and poise. On table 8, Dmitry Yungo has beaten Dennis Grabber 10-9. So it's Yungo against Mario He next in the last 32. Here comes the former US Open champion, Jeremy Jones, riding in like the cavalry.
He might get it off the third rail here. Oof.
So far, Jeremy, I'll give you a potted resume of the match. It's been very strange indeed. Not the kind of contest you expect between these two. Lots of incident, lots of mistakes.
That's how pool is, right? Just every day is kind of a new day, and you prepare as well as you can, but you never know. With the blood gets flowing, funny things happen, even to the greatest in the game. Gotta believe he's playing a safety here again.
Yes, he's been definitely the better player in this department. The most surprising aspect of the match, in the fourth rack, Ouschan missed a 9-ball box standard down that rail to lead 3-1. But Shaw's also missed a few balls.
For all the American fans, SVB about to get started. They just lagged. That's on your Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. SVB did win the lag and will break the balls. Now it just came up. Is he just on one foul here, Phil?
I believe so.
Yeah, he's trying to hand it to Ben, our referee. What do you think, Ben? Now, if you're only on one foul, you may consider maybe opening the pink off the, I don't know if the 2 plays in the side or not, but you may kick the pink away, leaving the 2 there.
Actually, he did scratch earlier in the rack, did Shaw.
Yeah, don't know if it was consecutive or not, but just the way he's acting, I kind of feel like he's just on one foul, but maybe not. Got to channel your inner Efren Reyes here. Trying to masse onto a little piece of the 2. Good luck with that.
Tyler Steyer on the hill against Daniel Guttenberger at 9-4. Jason Shaw in all kinds of difficulty.
I think he is on 2 fouls. Just been informed of a miscue maybe prior to the last foul.
Yeah, there you go. That's right.
Problem here is coming in at that angle to get at the portion of the blue 2 he can get at. He could hit it and scratch right in the side anyways. So it's got to be at a super light speed.
Yeah, it was the 3rd foul. I thought the time he was taking there suggested he was in deep, deep trouble. And of course, with the cue ball only just trickling across the table and in the wrong direction anyway, he knew the game was up, or the rack was up. 5-3 to Albin Ouschan, halfway to victory in a match, the shape of which has been entirely unexpected. It's not unexpected that Ouschan's in front, just the way he's arrived there.
Yeah, Alvin, who came through undefeated. Shaw, who suffered a loss against Johan Shua. And now some scores.
Yeah, there you can see Shane van Boning starting out against Fitim Haradinaj. Luong Bok-Tien has taken the lead against Dimitris Lukatos at 7-6. Wu Kun Lin and the Estonian youngster Carl Naderberg have gone hill-hill. Tim de Ruyter still in front against Can Salim at 7-5. As for Ouschan, looking to pile on the pressure.
Yeah, and unless the pink 4 really gets in the way, this is going to be a great starter on the blue 2, probably into that pink 4. Should extend his lead. Of course, there's some work, and we take some of these things for granted. That's just how great these players are, but definitely in prime position.
Michael McMillan was making the point earlier, and I think it's a really valid one, that we've had 2 consecutive matches on this table where both players have been inside the top 8 in the World Nineball Tour rankings. This one, it's number 4 against number 5, playing in the last 64.
Yeah, it's just really a kind of a hats off to all the other players, just starting to get a little better, right? So some of these, top tier players on the rankings, and they're going to suffer some early losses, and we're going to see more of these types of matches into that final 64 and final 32. And of course, got to watch Albin play. Did one match of his and to open the event. And he's looked like he's kept the emotions really in check, and he's played some very solid pool, it seems like, match in, match out.
Yeah, the telltale sign in this match, he might well have exploded, having missed that 9 down the rail, and he didn't. He just walked away, accepted it. Inside, he must have been seething, knowing Albin. But he didn't dwell. So far in this tournament, if you might recall, our first match on Tuesday morning featured Albin Ouschan on this table. He beat David Brzezinski 9-4, and he followed up with a 9-2 win over Panagiotis Sipoliatis before overcoming Hunter Lombardo 9-6 in winners' qualification. He's not at the top of his game, but he's doing enough.
Yeah, and definitely one of the players we always talk about. Seems like he gets just better and better as the event goes on. And most do, but his seems to be pretty apparent, just because he does start with some struggles at the beginning of most events. Not always turning into losses, but just maybe not his best pool. Got a little thin here, so now maybe it looks like he's just going to kind of softly knock this in, try and hold the cue ball. SVB with a win in the first game. I believe another American still out there, Tyler Steyer, in a match.
There it is. Ouschan continues to pull away. Big exhale, but has to be delighted with the scoreline, if not particularly the way it's been achieved. Well, Jeremy, Tyler Steyer was out there, but no more. He's just beaten Daniel Guttenberg at 10-4. So we have an all-American clash in the last 32. Steyer will take on his Mosconi Cup teammate, Skyler Woodward. Radoslav Babica, the first Polish player to really make an impact on the international scene. The veterans 3-0 up on Tobias Bongers. Tim de Ruyter 7-5 now over Cancelim. Talking about veterans, what about Torsten Homan playing at home, doing nicely, 5-3 up on Jonas Suto Camino. Luong Doc Tien is now 7-7 with Dimitris Lukatos. Carl Naderberg, the youngster from Estonia, what a win for him over Wu Kun Lin, who reached the semi-finals of this year's World Nineball Championship. Naderberg coming through by the odd rack in 19 at 10-9. Mark Bosch and Gary Wilson trading blows at 7-7. And Daniel Maciol 7-4 up on Mika Immonen. Maciol or Immonen to play the winner of the match we're concentrating on table 1 right now.
Yeah, and I think Maciol doesn't get enough noise or spoken about. I think he's a Polish player that can win one of these events, and when he gets going, he just does everything pretty simply, and just another great Polish player. Speaking of the Poles, the player that we commented on, kind of the first one to really make some international news, that Radoslav Babica. We talked about it all year. It seems like he's starting to get his game back and maybe playing the best pool of his career.
Yeah, always remember when we played the old World Pool League in Warsaw, the capital city of Poland, and he was the home hope.
Yeah, and you won't meet a nicer person on the planet, it seems like. And deceiving at the table.
For most players, 2023, the year that Albin Ouschan's had, not going to say enjoyed, had, would be acceptable, but for him, not so. Quarter-finalist in the World Nineball Championship in Kielce, Poland. Surprisingly lost out to Mohamed Soufi. He was unlucky in that match. There's no getting away from it. Quarter-finalist in Ljubljana. Last 16 recently at the Spanish Open, and in partnership with Mario He helped Austria reach the semi-final of the World Cup. But he's a winner. He wants silverware.
Yeah.
In this case, he wants to retain it.
Yeah, absolutely. Played some of his best pool last year in this arena. Incredible final between him and SVB, both actually on the main tables at the moment. Scary opponent he has here with Jason Shaw, though, even with a 6-3 lead. I know that's not safe. Now we'll see, didn't quite get what he wanted there, and didn't leave anything easy, but definitely something that Albin will attack on.
(2-0) for Shane Van Boning over on table 2. If you want to see his game against Fitim Haradinaj, just tune into the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. It will be there for you. Somehow, the way the match has gone, Jeremy, I didn't fancy him for that.
Yeah, he knew it right away, and really wasn't one of his best attempts. Now Shaw, who started out yesterday struggling breaking the balls a little bit, really got to breaking them well, trying to make a comeback against Johan Chua. And now in a position to cut it to 6-4 and get the chance to break them balls and see if he can get something going.
Oh, another glaring mistake. It was worse than a mistake. It was a total mess. Extraordinary.
Yeah, looking back at the ball he's queuing over, and that's, to me, that's not dogging it. That's not the nerves. That's just a little lack of focus, really. And don't really have any other explanation for it.
Shaw missed an equally straightforward 3-ball into that pocket. You don't see miss balls like that in a month of Sundays.
Yeah, and you could see him change the button of his cue prior to that shot, and I'm not sure what that was all about.
At the end of this rack, I've got some exciting news if you're watching this across the Atlantic. That's the tease.
Jordan coming out of retirement, Phil? Is that what it is?
No. I want to see Tim Salmon come out of retirement for the Angels. The big fish.
Yeah, okay, a little funny here, a little distance away. He's got a little traffic if he's going to try and come around with the 7 and the 9, which you got to figure he's not going to lay up for the 6 in the long corner, not with the 7 on the opposite end. Figure he's going to work the rock maybe 3 rails around. Watch outside pocket. Really nice hit there, cheating the pocket to produce a little more speed on the cue ball. Yeah, that miss on the pink, I'll tell you, that can be the type, if Alvin goes on to get out here, to where you really get punished with maybe Alvin breaking, getting some easy layouts, some doable runs to extend this lead.
Not exactly positionally convincing.
Yeah, and missed his mark playing for the corner by his expressions afterwards, but kind of took a second look when he was down on the ball, like almost he changed his mind last moment for position on the 8. Just one he's got to pay attention to, natural position.
Off the far jaw, but thankfully for Ouschan, in. And it's a straight in Nineball. (7-3) for Ouschan, and Jason Shaw is having a really tough time. Yeah, so I've given you the tease. Here's the news. All of the matches in the last 64 are either complete or in progress now. So we, after this, concentrate on the last 32 on table 1. And the next match will be an all-American affair. Tyler Steyer against Skyler Woodward. Looking forward to that one.
Yeah, both players. Tyler really hasn't had any issues this entire event so far, so got to feel like he's in form. And of course, Skyler, who's been doing a lot on the World Nineball Tour here, the last few big events, making 2 consecutive semifinals, and hasn't suffered a loss yet this week, which hasn't been the case in the other 2 events.
By the way, I don't want to sound too critical of Jason Shaw. I'm good friends with Jason. I think he's a wonderful player. But he would be the first to admit in this match he's having, for him, an unadulterated nightmare.
Yeah, the cue ball got lost in the side, and if anything can make you kind of forget mistakes and get you feeling good, is ball in hand.
And that's the good thing about Shaw. If he can suddenly get something going, the look of this match could be completely transformed.
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen him do it so many times. His MVP performance in 2020 at the Moscone. Made a few very glaring errors, but then really turned it around to come with the biggest shots in the event. Got a little flat here, so he's going to have to draw the cue ball, not one he could follow off the rail. And be stretched a bit as well also. Smart shot playing short side, especially being stretched. A little unlucky with the awkward cueing over the 8, but there's always a chance of that.
Quite often when you catch the bump of a middle pocket with the cue ball, it's unwanted. That helped, but then the 7 is missed. Oh, Jason.
Yeah, and more than anything, again, just kind of got down on it quickly.
Well, I've had the pleasure of commentating on Jason Shaw on many occasions. Never seen anything quite like this performance. He must be bewildered. As for Ouschan, he must be surprised, pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, if he goes on to win this, and if it stays about the theme it's at now, I wonder what an interview would be like from Albin, or even more so from Jason.
8-3 it is. The number of balls missed by Shaw, shocking. Daniel Maciol is 8-4 up on Mika Immonen. Mark Bosch is edged ahead against Gary Wilson at 8-7. These are all last 64 matches. Dimitris Lakatos, 8-7 up on Luang Doc Tien. Shane Van Bonen going nicely, playing smoothly to lead 3-0 against Fitim Haradinaj. Torsten Homan turning back the clock. He's 7-4 up on Jonas Suto Camino, who yesterday had a remarkable feat, if you can call it that. 3 consecutive golden breaks. And by the way, they came in racks immediately after he'd won a rack with a 1-9 combination. So he won 4 racks in about 5 minutes. Tim de Ruyter 8-6 up on Kansalim. Radislav Babica 3-2 up at the moment on Tobias Bongers. And one of the score from the last 64 for you, Oliver Sholnoki has arrived on the hill against Ramazan Akdag at 9-4.
Yeah, successful break here, and you got to believe he's going to attack on this thin blue 2, maybe go into the red 3 as mild as he can. Looks like he's trying to come 2 cushions, take the long shot on the 3. A little risky that way. I thought he'd just roll it, try to get, you know, in between the 9 and 8 near that head string, maybe the corner or left corner of the break box. So I'd take a little gamble with the 6 and 8 on that side of the table. Now snookered.
One of those scorelines you see and look at it and think, well, Ouschan must have played very well. Scorelines can be deceptive. You need to know the story behind them.
Yeah, absolutely. And we always talk, you know, and compare to like golf, right? Pool's a funny game just like it. A heck of a shot there. And he may need the jump cue again. No, it's going to hold up. But some days you play your best and things don't go your way and you get beat. Other days you're far from your best and maybe your opponent's just a little worse or whatever it may be, and you get some W's. So that's why you got to hang in these matches. They can turn around at any moment. and certainly your game can as well, especially for these guys. When they make a few mistakes, it's kind of feel like it ain't going to keep happening. And there's another mistake, trying to get that premium angle. And now, no jump cue here. Big stretch and way out in the middle of the table.
Again, another elementary mistake from a world-class player, a double world champion. What a strange match this has been.
Yeah, and you kind of figure you want to go long rail here. He does have a 3-rail kick underneath it that I kind of like, between the 6 and 8 off the right side rail. Hard not to go for this, though, with the possibility of pocketing the 5. But yeah, that now he's looking at that 3-rail kick I was talking about, which the 6 and 8 and 9, the way they lay, if you come off the 3rd rail, the cue ball is going to go towards the 6. The 5 should come down table. This is more of your percentage play to not leave your opponent a shot. And it's one the players get a very good feeling for. Could still fluke it somewhere as well, so there's always that. A little more than medium speed. Yeah, he's going to get the 5 to the bottom cushion, so I think a very good choice there from Alvin, which is the norm when you talk about the 2-time world Nineball champion.
The key aspect of that shot was taking his time after the poor positional shot. He didn't rush into anything. He absorbed the disappointment and then got on with it in a positive way. So often you see a player, after making a mistake of that nature, just rush the next shot.
Yeah, it's sometimes the same with a big shot. When they make, one of the great shots, they get on with it a little quick and can maybe not settle themselves. Very nice there from Jason, and very, very important.
The winner of this match will play Daniel Massiol in the last 32. Massiol has just completed a 10-4 victory over Mika Immonen.
And Mika, who's still fighting, get some good results towards the end of what you would think is illustrious career, and maybe not getting quite the results he had, maybe a year ago in these deep tournaments, or the bigger tournaments with the deep runs. Does he mass this, trying to get to the bottom rail and kick behind this purple 5? It's really a good percentage play because the 6 and 8 can cover up a pocket even if Jason is able to see the purple. Don't mind the jump either, trying to send the cue ball towards the 7. Now if he kicks at this, he wants to come underneath it 2 rails and again send the cue ball at the brown 7. Maybe you fluke the 7, maybe you get some separation.
There is a slot for the 5 to go in. Come on, Jason. Start something. Well, that wasn't struck sweetly at all.
Yeah, it starts to make you a hair worried about this 6 ball coming up. Yeah, that's kind of the feeling I got.
Well, I use this word very advisedly. Right now, he's gone. An absolute colossus of the game. All over the place. Simply mind-blowing the mistakes that are being committed.
Yeah, and really hard to put your finger on why. I mean, you can see Jason with a little frustration, but Alvin 8-3, you got to feel like, even though he hasn't played his best pool, still mentally okay. And this cue ball needs to get up a little bit. Once you start to miss some balls, falling behind this ball in the blind pocket can get a little touchy.
Waited for someone, a spectator, to walk across his line. The 9 is in. Well done, Jason. Now, come on, get going. 8-4, the scoreline. The number of matches in the last 64 now really dwindling down. Oliver Sholnocki still on the hill against Ramazan Aktag at 9-5. Radislav Babica 4-2 up on Tobias Bongers. All one-sided on table 2 until this. Fitim Haradinaj has taken the 5th rack and his first to trail Shane Van Boning 4-1. Tim de Ruyter on the hill against Consolim at 9-7. Also on the hill, Torsten Homan with a more comprehensive lead over Jonas Suto Camino, 9-4. Dimitris Lukartos, it's been a lengthy match that against Luong Doc Tien, 8-7 to the Greek. Mark Beisterbosch, 8 each with Gary Wilson. And we've got some last 32 matches underway. John Morra leading Alexa Pachel's 2-1. Aloysia Schaap 2-0 up on Johan Chua. Imran Majid 2-1 on Fedor Gorst. And Dmitry Ungo has taken the first rack from Mario He. Yoniuski and Alexander Kazakis have shared the first 2 racks as we take another look in on the junior portion of the arena. This Fuller's Junior Open, Jeremy, I think once again wonderful for the future of the sport.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, these kids getting to be a part of, I'm sure, one of their heroes titled events here, the juniors, that being, or heroes, that being Josh and Pia. And it's great that, you know, they get to kind of befriend these great players at such a young age. Of course, getting some pointers here and there, I'm sure, and, you know, making it, no matter how they do in the events, something special for the juniors. And heard many great remarks from the pros at each of these junior events as well.
By the way, the youngster on the table nearest us is not involved in a match, he's just practicing.
Yeah, I'm sure. I didn't start at that age. I started quite a bit later, but even later it was hard to get me off the table, and I'm sure it's the same for these youngsters.
It really is a wonderful atmosphere here. And it's not just the show tables that are being well populated by spectators. Table 14, which is right in the heart of the arena, that's been a popular dropping off spot from the word go, actually. Rafael Val took on Copen Yi there at 10 o'clock on Tuesday. A big crowd assembled. And ever since, it's been one of the tables where a lot of people watch.
Big smashing break there from Eagle Eye, and the 2's gotten locked up on the 8. But again, it's easy once you start to get a little negative or maybe a little frustration to look at everything like it's going against me, and he's just got to grind through this. This is okay.
Yeah, I will say over the course of the match, he's had some bad rolls, but he's also missed some sitters. Several sitters.
Well, you I've always heard it from all the greats in every sport, and that's pretty much all of them. Maybe soccer is the least one I've ever watched, but the better you play, the harder you try, a little more fortune you get. And I certainly believe that to be true. Should get the snooker coming 2 cushions behind the 6, 7, 9. Not a hard shot. Did he fluke it? In position on the pink. We'll get another look at that one here in a moment.
All the gesticulations, all of the expressions of displeasure or joy, not in keeping with him normally. Just gets on with it and plays brilliantly.
Yeah, tricky shot near the rail here. Coming backwards with the cue ball, even just a little bit. Easy to pull it off the rail. Oh, he hit it sweet.
I, for one, am not writing Jason Shaw off. Yes, he's been appreciably below his best. But then again, Ouschan hasn't shot the lights out by any means. And if Shaw can get on one of those trademark rolls, this could definitely turn around.
Well, the break shot looks good enough. Just got to keep putting them together.
8-3 quickly has become 8-5. Remember, Ouschan had the chance for 9-3 and missed the 6 from distance. Gary Wilson is back in front on table 14 against Mark Bashtabosh at 9-8. Dimitris Lakantos also on the hill against Luong Doktien at 9-7. We saw Fitim Haradinaj winning the 5th rack, well, he won the 6th as well. It's 4-2 now to Shane Van Boning. 2 players on the hill, Torsten Homan and Tim de Ruyter. Homan leading Jonas Suter Camino 9-4. De Ruyter 9-7 up on Khan Salim. Radislav Babica 4-2 on Tobias Bongers. I think that's the aspect of the game that's frustrated him most, Shaw. Getting nothing off his break. Mark Bashtabosh has just joined the ever-growing list of top pool players beaten by Gary Wilson. There's Skyler Woodward. Maybe the news is drifting through to him. Wilson coming through by 10 racks to 8. He'll now play Wojciech Szewczyk in the last 32.
Yeah, and it seems like if you one of those type that like close matches, just go watch Gary's. It seems like he's always in somewhat of a close match.
I might miss some names off here, but he's beaten the likes of Mario Heed, James Arenas, Thomas Kaplan, Naoki Oi, and now Bashtabosh.
Okay, what you saw here from Jason is a little gamesmanship, opening the 3 on the push out, making it to where the kick, if you do take it on, which you'll have to, there is some reward. I don't know. This is a hard decision. This is not the most difficult kick to make. It is up off the rail a little further than what it appears. Good inch or so, but kind of on the fence. Up 8-5. Of course, Albin kicks at the ball great. Maybe hard to pass this up. Especially now that there's a reward with the 3, some type of position.
Fit him Hardinage on table 2 as won the last couple of racks. Escaping from that hook, but leaving the 2. Not recommended against Shane Van Boning. Looks ultra solid to me, does SVB.
Yeah, and I tell you, I kind of feel like he's been that way for a while and usually takes something special from his opponent. And he's one that maybe a couple times, you know, when he's exited some of these big events here lately, it's been a little frustration setting in a little bit maybe, but nothing too major. I think, again, gearing up for a big fall leading up to what will certainly be the Mosconi Cup for him.
Better, more imaginative from Jason Shaw. You can feel this match pivoting.
Absolutely, and here, feel good with the jump cue. Nothing wrong with that. You want to stay away from SVB with a miss on the 7 there. Just got a little quick with the stroke, something we hadn't seen too much of. And well, I was getting at, you just don't want to open up that 4 and 8 here. Get some kind of contact on the red 3.
There we were, Jeremy, both saying that he's been rock solid, and then that error pops up out of nowhere.
Yeah, and I don't know his opponent, but I have watched a little bit here this week, and again here in this match, and it looks like a big asset for him is the break shot. So if he's able to get out here, get the break going like I've seen so far, maybe he can put some heat on SVB.
Valiant attempt.
It's got to go a little bit. Cue ball's going to get closer to this rail, but just drew it a bit much, kind of stalled the cue ball out a little. So a long one, which his last long one wasn't his best on the 6 ball. It looks like all he's got to do is hold the ball for a little cut on the purple.
all about the cueing, all about the confidence, I suppose, which has been rocked a little, even though he's in front. Even at 8-3, he wasn't feeling $1 million by any means. Jason Shaw was sensing an opportunity as the balls are going around the table there.
This is okay. Wasn't so convincing going down, but did make it. Probably going to edge this, come behind the brown. Maybe hold him behind the 9 if he can.
The applause you can hear is from table 2. It took a while, but Haradinaj potted the 7 that Shane Van Boning missed. Kissed off the 9, left the 8 with the rest, knocked that in, and then a thin 9 to cut the deficit to just a single racket 4-3. Congratulations to Tim de Ruyter on table 10. The Dutchman has beaten Khan Salim 10-7.
Cue ball nicely off the rail, the 4 near the side, but very awkward in the side or the corner. Kind of on the 50-yard line here. Must feel he can make it in the side and avoid the scratch in the upper right.
While he's weighing up options, quickly let me tell you, Oliver Sholnocki is through with a 10-6 win over Ramazan Akdag. He's missed 2 balls into that pocket already. The 6 has proved troublesome for Albin Ouschan, and it nearly did the same for Shaw. Really thought about it before toppling in, much to the Scots' relief. Tell you, Jeremy, what's occurring here is an obvious lesson. When you've got a player down, keep them there. At 8-3, Jason Shaw, as we said, was toiling. Couldn't pot a ball. Then Ouschan let him off the hook by missing the 6. And suddenly, it's a competitive match again.
Yeah, absolutely. After 14 games. Just about the second closest scoreline besides tied at 7 apiece. So Jason, you know, if he had time to think about it or somebody was to tell him, got to feel pretty good, right? Missing some of those easy balls and really not getting much fortune early. But overall, definitely right in the match. and then a scratch and a break. Absolute worst time.
Yeah, the break-off has been a massive handicap for him. Just not worked at all.
Yeah, he hit him great. And again, he's figuring out how to hit him harder, which I think overall is going to bode well for Jason. Maybe not this tournament or the rest of this match, we'll see. But awful kiss on the 9-ball. Cue ball jetted in that side pocket.
Important for Ouschan to recalibrate as we hear a big shout go up, which suggests another match is over. On table 2, Shane Van Boning back in the winning habit, halfway to victory at 5-3.
Miscue and a foul as well, rubbed over the ball. And I was going to say, I talked about this in the first match that he played, and you can see the shaft caught the cue ball as he miscued and the tip slid over the cue ball. But I was going to say that, man, this is an interesting shot with a very difficult little 5-ball. He's got to get position for the side, but he takes a little more time over the ball than I recall Albin. Once he makes that pause at the cue ball, seems like he's over a little lengthier than before. And now what a big change of events after an awful scratch on the break and a terrible kiss on the cue ball. An immediate foul with ball in hand. Well, when I sat in the booth to join you here, Phil, you said that you had seen it all. I think you could really say that now.
Yeah, I thought I'd seen it all. Clearly, that wasn't the case. It's been one of the most eye-opening matches you can imagine. Normally, with these two, you're talking about quality and excellence from start to finish. This has been the polar opposite. Whoever loses will be downcast in the extreme. 8-7 now, after Jason Shaw was out with the washing, trailing 8-3. I know what the big cheer was, by the way. The man from Fulda, the hero in these parts, Torsten Homan, has beaten Jonas Suto Camino by 10 racks to 6. Now bear in mind, Suto Camino beat Jason Shaw in the final of the Super Billiard Expo Pro Players Championship this year. He's a fine talent, so a really good win for Homan, who will now play either Shane Van Boning or Fitim Haridanash.
Yeah, now the 2's going to dress up next to the cue ball, so we could have a tied ball game here shortly. And yeah, Camino, you know, arguably third in line behind Alcady and FSR for the best playing Spanish players. Of course, Delgado's got a little argument in there as well. And I wonder, can he not just draw back and hold his ball for the 3? Does he have to go into the brown maybe, or maybe brush the 3 to open up a shot? Thought he could maybe just kind of pinch hold it here. Just a big mistake from nowhere. The lefty's going to have a very odd stretch, queuing over a little piece of the ball. Might be in the brown 7, and just more than anything, it's a lot of little things getting away from these two, Phil.
It really is. Oh, the behind the back shot that in snooker has been Long associated with Mark Williams, not recommended. As you say, Jeremy, he's a lefty. If this was a right-handed player, reaching the 3 to pot it would be no issue.
Yeah, no real issue, that's for sure. All ball fouls, though, and we've seen a couple odd fouls. We've seen a 3 foul in this set. Albin, of course, with ball in hand, fouling with ball in hand on the first shot in the last game. So, but Jason's got to realize it's 8-7 now. You know, he wants to stay aggressive, but you know, you put yourself in a bad positional situation, so you just got to kind of take your medicine, try and figure out a nice safety here. All right, I think he's attacking.
Not one to switch hands at will. Thought about the right-handed shot, but then realised the lack of stability. Didn't make that a starter.
Yeah, and Jason, oddly enough, you don't see much righty from him in the pool, but he does many things right-handed. He's a golfer on the right side of the golf ball. I'm sure along with some other things, you know, involving any kind of sports. And this awkward stretch he's at, you know, usually leaves you a little less power on the shot as well. You end up hitting everything a little weak sometimes. This is a good play. Just keep it as simple as you can to get the snooker.
So much value in that. Shane Van Boening now doubling up on Fitim Haradinaj at 6-3. Van Boening led 4-0. His opponent fought back to 4-3. Now SVB back in control.
Looking at the jump cue here. Wow, that's amazing. The 7 is a long ways away to be jumping with any kind of control. And I'm not sure where he's going to play off the red 3. Is he going to try and edge it and run the cue ball? You got to believe having to jump the ball from that far away, he's going to have a lot of speed on this cue ball. Maybe going for the long rail bank down by the lower 8. The black 8, excuse me.
Nothing doing for Albin Ouschan. In a few balls' time, that immense lead could be entirely wiped away. The crown rests a little uneasily on the head of the Austrian.
He's gotten that awkward straight, but just going to have to work through it. Most likely just drawing the cue ball back an inch or two, leaving a little more angle on the 6 to go back and forth off the 6 to get on the brown 7 for the lower right.
A big shot when you're low on confidence. Yeah, just had the feeling, you know, playing it with lots of power that that one might go straight. That pocket has caused him so many issues.
Yeah, and that's just a decision, right? Like, I probably just pinch the cue ball back a little off the 5 and take the little cut on the 6 to go back and forth, rather than trying to work a little harder on the purple 5 just to improve my situation on the 6. Can't fault him, of course. It's a little preference there, but just got to believe if he pinches it back, how often is he going to miss the little cut on the 6? Not very often, but powering up on the 5 made that a very missable ball.
After what has transpired here over the last hour or so, I'll tell you this, Ouschan will be taking nothing for granted. There will be not a scintilla of complacency. And we can't say this is entirely a gimme 9.
Well, that's your gut instinct telling you that after watching this match and what we've seen so far.
Well done. Under normal circumstances, that was a given. These are not normal circumstances. It's not a normal match. Ouschan on the hill. Jason Shaw 2 down with a possible 3 racks to play. Now, I can give you the schedule for the rest of the day here on Table 1. We know that Tyler Steyer will take on his fellow American Skyler Woodward next. Match 5. I'm really pleased about this. I think it's going to be an absolute cracker given where we are. It's going to be Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, the world 9-ball champion and runaway world number 1, up against Ralph Suke.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, Ralph constantly turning back the years, and I got to watch a bit of that match with him and Thorson yesterday. He played really solid. Didn't really make any mistakes that I saw. Maybe a couple times that the break was a little troublesome, but yeah, that should be a really good one. The crowd should love it.
Nine in motion towards a pocket. How Ouschan would have loved to have seen that one disappear. Get rid of all this tension.
Yeah, and I wonder if he takes this on with a pretty easy safety. A couple different ones, actually, but put him behind the 6 easily. You can put him behind the 3, 8, 9. He could attack.
One story developing in the last 32. Aloysius Yap 6-0 up on Johan Chur.
Well, Chua did struggle in his first match in the round of 64, and I'll tell you, Yap must be improving on the breaking side of things. I do like what I saw. Been practicing in a few of the matches. Seemed like starting to get back into that form we saw just a year and a half, 2 years ago. He's shooting, getting low on the cue ball. Going for the lower left with the blue 2. Position shouldn't be a problem. Now what he's trying to figure is the 8-9. What can I do with the 8-9? And there really isn't. There's so many ways to get at it. I like shooting the 3 in, unless he's good on the 3 right now, but I like shooting the 3 in, the 4 up in the corner, then playing off the 5, the purple 5, to open the 8-9 with the 6 kind of laying there. And I don't know how much gap there is between the 8-9. Maybe the combination is just as good as trying to open them.
SVB now 7-3 up on Hardinage. He had that little mini wobble in mid-match, but that's a thing of the past.
So see how he cues the ball here. And again, maybe there's enough gap between the 8-9 to play a combination. I don't think he's going to come 2 rails into it, it looks like.
Any contact would have been beneficial. He missed the black 8 ball by a whisker. We'll see it from the overhead camera. Can't get any closer.
No, not at all. He did gain an angle on the 6 to maybe get into that 8 and 9 as well. A little more dangerous, a little distance away, and the 7 being up table, that's the real dangerous part of it.
With him strolling around the table gives me the opportunity to tell you on table 3. In a marathon, Dimitris Lukatos has beaten Luong Duktien 10-9. Lukatos now plays Vatunsky.
Well, there's a guy we hadn't talked much about this week, Fortunsky.
Well, he achieves the split this time, Jeremy, at the expense of shape.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think here with this 9-ball hanging. Excuse me, very hard to play safe. You know, you chip the 7 to the back rail. If you don't get the snooker behind the 8, a long rail bank onto the 9 is there. And certainly can't put the 7 on this end of the table, so it should be a cross-side bank to more or less end this match with an 8-9 combination.
The way the match has gone, you just sense there was going to be one more twist.
Yeah, that caught both the jaws. Why is he not shooting the 7-9 here? No reason to shoot the 7 in the side, but it doesn't matter. I guess a little preference, but either way.
Jason Shaw clinging on by his fingertips. 9-8, and of course, in the 18th rack, he will break. The Scot not out of this yet. It's one of those matches, Jeremy, where if you wrote down the entire run of play, you'd need about 5 or 6 A4 sheets to get it all in.
Yeah, pretty much has had it all.
Tobias Bongers 6-4 upon Bratislav Babica now. Shane Van Boning 7-3 over Fitim Haradinaj. They're the only other last 64 matches still going. Can Jason Shaw take this to Hill Hill?
Similar to earlier, another match, the pink forward covering up the corner for the blue 2. Does have the side, though.
On that kind of shot this week, we've seen lots of players undercut that semi-blind cut back to the right middle and catch the far jaw. That was a really good shot from Shaw.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's amazing how often some type of shot like that, some variance of that shot comes up. Got to get used to that blind pocket into the middle.
Oh, he needed a full ball kiss on the green 6. Instead, it was a flick off it. Is that Jason Shaw's last shot of the 2023 European Open? We've just seen the last shot of rack 11 over on table 2. Shane Van Boning 8-3 up now.
nice positional shot as well there, staying in the good side of the 6 where he can come down to the probably bottom rail, side rail up for the 7.
Almost there. And the early mistakes, of which there were plenty from Jason Shaw, have come back to haunt the Scot. He's not had the best run in this match either, that has to be said. But balls have been missed by Eagle Eye. You can't really believe. The title defence of Albin Ouschan remains alive, but it's not robust. He will need to improve markedly on that performance going forward. He defeats Jason Shaw by 10 racks to 8. He's into the last 32, and he will now play Poland's Daniel Masayol. Next up, it's Stars and Stripes Forever, the all-USA clash between Skyler Woodward and Tyler Steyer. And remember, that is last 32 action. We're going deeper and deeper into this 2023 European Open.
This championship is being played with the new RMS tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My RMS range of ball and cue cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My RMS, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Still so much to come on this frenetic Friday. Places in the last 16 to be decided. And in a moment, the action continues with an All-American encounter here in Fulda. Johan Chua pushed hard by Wen Kong Tan. Had to finish strongly to win that one earlier today. Mario He had a big lead over Emil Andre Gangflow. Didn't have a big winning margin in the end, but he did get through. And Shane Van Bonen at the moment is a couple of racks away. Well, in fact, as you can see there, it's just changed to 1 rack away. Van Bonen now on the hill at 9-4 against Fitim Haradinaj. Copen Yi had things all his own way, really, against Georgie Georgiev. World Masters champion, played very well to win 10-1 there. Joshua Filler raced out into a big lead, got pegged back by Victor Zielinski, but finished very well. 4 racks in a row to close out a 10-5 win. And Ouschan only just getting past Jason Shaw, despite some real struggles from the Scot. Managed to make a contest of it. The defending champion, though, is in to the last 32. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, the world champion, will be up a little later against Ralph Suke, but before that, on table 1, we're going to see Skyler Woodward and Tyler Steyer. There is, of course, another American still in the tournament, and looking like he's going to progress further. Shane Van Bonen on the hill here at 9-4, as we just saw on that graphic a moment ago, against Fitim Haradinaj. This is one of 2 matches still going on in the last 64 round. In the other one, Tobias Bongers is only just ahead of Radoslav Babica. It's 6-5 there. So it looks as though that one could continue well after all the other matches in that round have been completed. Still waiting for play to start on table 1, so we will keep our eyes on this. Shane Van Bonen came to the European Open last year. Still on a real high, having won the World Championship for the first time in Milton Keynes just a few months earlier. Got to the final, but was beaten by Ouschan. And Haradinaj, well, he's probably best known as the man who beat Francisco Sanchez Ruiz at the UK Open earlier in the summer. Carl Boyes alongside me once again, and Jason Shaw made a fight of it in the end there, Carl, but it's another big tournament that's passed him by without much to show for it.
Yeah, he will not be happy with his performance. Too many missed balls. Can't afford to do that, especially against Ouschan. Nice safety there from SVB. Looking good. He pretty much always does.
Three American players made it through to single elimination. The other 2, who will be seen in a moment, already through to the last 32. And Bonen on the brink here of completing the set. So in this last 32 round that we're going to be focusing on the main table, Anthony Raga is 6-0 up now on Copen Yi. Completely different experience for Co to what he had this morning. John Mora of Canada leads Alexa Pejcelj, the Serbian player, 5-4. And Lucius Yap is cruising against Johan Chua. Always a match that you would have felt Yap could win, but I don't think anyone foresaw it would be 8-1 at this stage. Haradinaj plays a lovely jump shot there. Fedor Gorst is starting to pull away now against the British veteran Imran Majid. Gorst leading 6-3. Dmitry Yungo and Mario He level at 3-all. David O'Cady making a good start and easing into a 3-0 lead over Naoki Oi, while Finland's Jan Juski is 7-4 up on Alexander Kazakis. Woodward and Steyer are there on the main table, or at least Woodward is anyway, having his warm-up.
Well, the scratch could be the end for Fitton. At least he got a little highlight reel shot in there with the jump shot. It's a fantastic shot. Shane's just got to get over towards where the baulk line is, the kitchen line. Yeah, you see, maybe even land it on top of the line. Perfect for the 4-ball.
It's the first matchroom event of his 40s. Reached that landmark last month. Still has a chance to overtake Skyler Woodward this weekend to claim the first automatic spot on the American Mosconi Cup team. I think it's fair to say they'll both be in the team whatever happens. And assuming Van Bonin is there at Alexandra Palace in December, that will be his 17th Mosconi Cup, equaling the record held by Johnny Archer, and on the European side, Ralph Souquet. Meanwhile, this one isn't entirely over yet. Well, we'll keep you up to date on that one. So, it looks as though we're going to get things underway. Two American Mosconi Cup players. Skyler Woodward and Tyler Steyer. Ben Taylor Fuente is our referee. How do you see this one, Carl?
I think we've got to make Skyler Woodward favourite on paper, just because of his recent success in these big open events. It's a nice lag there from Tyler. Pretty much touching the rail.
So, Tyler Steyer, born on New Year's Day, 1995, which makes him 28. World ranking of 48. He starts us off. And almost does so with a GB.
Early testing long pot now for Tyler. 3-ball will pot as long as the cue ball's near the top rail. He can afford to bounce a little further out as well.
He's been pretty much untroubled in his progress to this stage. Played 4 matches, he's won 37 racks and only lost 7. Fitim Haradinaj did win that 14th rack. Still a long road to travel if he's to turn that one around. Both of these players are at a point in their career where you feel they need to kick on to the next stage. Steyer He's associated primarily with the Mosconi Cup. I've been waiting, I think, for a few years for him to become a genuine top player. Skyler Woodward is already in that category. Now he wants to be a winner of a big tournament. As you alluded to there, Carl, he's knocked on the door a couple of times recently.
I think that's okay, you know. Nice little shot that. Didn't have a big window to land in. He's on his pink 4 ball.
It's been a Tyler and Skyler combination on 3 occasions in the Mosconi Cup. And they've played together in doubles matches. They've won 2 of them. Not ideal. Cubo's landed on the 50-yard line, so he's going to have to just bear down here, knock a good ball in. Nineball's pretty much over the pocket, so just make sure you put the 8 ball. Playing it into the corner. Oh, he's got back up, so just settling himself down. So it's going to be a break and run in the opening rack. The ideal start for Wisconsin's Tyler Steyer. He leads Skyler Woodward 1-0 in this last 32 encounter. Still no result from the last 64 match going on table 2. Fitim Haradinaj at the table, looking to get back to 9-6 behind against Shane Van Boning. Tobias Bongers, though, could be edging through. 8-5 now against Radoslav Babica, so getting closer to victory. And the only remaining matches in the last 64. In the last 32, Anthony Raga now 7-0 up on Copen Yi. John Mora has a 6-5 lead over Alexa Pechelj. Lucius Yap 8-1 against Johan Chua. Fedor Gorst 6-4 ahead of Imran Majid now. Mario He 5-3 against Dimitri Yungo. David Okadi leads Naoki Oi 3-1. Jan Yuski 7-4 up on Alexander Kazakis. The start of concerning times here, maybe, for SVB. We've seen some big turnarounds this week.
Yeah, 9-4 up, had a chance to win. Then played a bit of a loose shot in this rack that we was just watching. Things could start to get a little dicey.
Well, they certainly did when he played Uranus. Had a big lead there and it all got pretty tight. Early stages here, though. 1-0 to Steyer. And there's the golden break. He almost had one in the first rack. He has had one in the second. And so, Skyler Woodward still hasn't got to the table, and he's 2-0 down. Let's look at it again.
held his hand up, but listen, deep down, he'll be delighted to see the 9 going.
And we saw Raga make 2 in a row on this table yesterday. Onasuto Camino had 3 in a row earlier in the week. Is that Hunter Lombardo sitting there with his head slightly bowed at the 3rd or 4th row? I know he's very keen to be part of that American Mosconi Cup team this year. Gave Alban Ouschan decent contest earlier in the tournament. Okay, so pretty much a dream start for Steyer. Haradinaj has now got back to 9-6, but he's just scratched off the break in rack 16 against SVB. So ball in hand and a chance for last year's world champion to get that one finished.
Playing off the left edge, isn't he? Got to watch the double kiss coming back off the top rail. Oh, he's forgot about the cue ball. The 2 ball stayed over the pocket.
And so Skyler Woodward's first visit to the table in this match is quite an inviting one.
That's a nice angle. It's come down table for the pink 4. Over on table 2, I'm telling you about SVB. He's at the table, he's on the hill.
Yeah, that's as a result of that scratch off the break by Haradinaj I was talking about, but still got some work to do here, as you can see. Meanwhile, on the main table, Skyler Woodward has got himself into trouble very early on. Oh, he's had some fortune there, tried to pot his way out of it, and the balls have run kindly. Potentially a few balls away from victory. As soon as we have a result there, we'll let you know it. Well, the balls had run kindly for Woodward, but only in the sense that they'd left Steyer with a difficult shot to play. Still had the opportunity. And this could be a big visit now, because Woodward got himself in trouble there when he'd been given ball in hand. Steyer can make an early mark psychologically by making him pay for it.
Yeah, even though Tyler Steyer was hooked, he would have fancied that jump shot. Somebody must have been in his eye line then, the way he was sort of waving him on.
All three of the Americans remaining in the tournament in shot at the same time there. As Tyler Steyer looks to advance into a 3-0 lead here. Shane Van Boning is finally about to see off Fitim Haradinaj. Let him back in. Haradinaj got it back to 9-6, but it's a 10-6 win for Shane Van Boning. And next up for him is a clash of former world champions with Torsten Homan, hometown man in the last 32.
Well, Tyler Steyer is sending a message over to Mr. Woodward. He's shown early on in this match he's playing well. It's been a good performance in the opening 3 racks.
It has, and we've seen it so often this year, even when Woodward's been doing so well. He can be a slow starter, tends to find his best as a match goes on. Steyer, I'm sure, will be aware of that. Woodward did get to the table in this rack, having not been there in either of the first 2, but he passed up his chance quite clumsily, and Tyler Steyer has ended up winning that one as well. So quite swiftly, he's into a 3-0 lead. So just one match left to complete now in the round of 64. Tobias Bongers needs 2 more racks to win it. He leads Poland's Radoslav Babica 8-5. In the last 32, Anthony Raga 8-0 up against Copen Yi. And of course, Copen Yi, in the last Matchroom event, last Matchroom Open event that is, was beaten 10-0 by Skyler Woodward. History could be repeating itself there. Aloysius Yap on the hill now at 9-2 against Johan Chua. That margin's a bit of an eyebrow raiser in itself. John Morra inching towards the last 16. 7-5 lead over Alexa Pechelj. Imran Majid and Fedor Gors level at 6-all. Mario He just ahead of Dmitry Yungo at 5-4. And Jan Iuski has won 10-4 against Alexander Kazakis. So he's into the last 16 and will play either David O'Cady or Naoyuki Oi. O'Cady leading 4-1 at the moment. 3-0 here to Steyer.
He has problems in rack 4 though. Jacked up to a degree on the 2 ball. 2 ball does pass the 7, but it's all about the pink 4 ball. How does he get from the 3 to knock it out? It doesn't look like he can. This might be a case of pot the 2, pot the 3, and then just play a little safety shot off the pink 4.
Not been near winning one of these sort of events, but he has won the Kremlin Cup, which was a decent event in 2019. Beat David O'Cady in the final. It's a tournament I don't think I'm going to be seeing played again anytime soon.
Here comes the safety shot, play off the right edge of the 4. Keep the 4 ball around that area. Try and get the cue ball over towards this brown 7. And what that would do is it'd open the table up and it'd put a bit of pressure on Skyler Woodward. There you see where he's aiming. He's going to put a little bit of right and spin on the ball. Here comes the cue ball. Looks to lack a little bit of pace though, and the wrong line, but it's okay because he's got him behind the 8 ball. Skyler's in a bit of trouble here.
As much as Woodward can be slow at starting matches, Steyer can sometimes struggle towards the end of them. And of course, what can help in that regard is if you build a very healthy lead, give yourself that bit of leeway towards the end of the match.
Trying to hit this ball full. Oh, he's done well there. I know the 4 ball's flying around the table. And he's left a pot, but you could see what he was trying. Played it firm to keep the cue ball up the top end of the table and just leave some sort of distance. Unfortunately, he's not done that.
Tobias Bongers, 1 rack away now from claiming the last place in this last 32. He's on the hill at 9-5 against Radoslav Babica.
That's disappointing. That was a good chance. We know how quick the game of 9-ball can change round. Woodward needed a bit of help. He's got some. Expect him to run the table. And of course, he will be breaking. So this match could change. 4-rack lead with the break is a very healthy lead.
This must be hard for Steyer to watch as he sits in his chair. Knows he really should have potted that 4. If he had, these balls that are sitting so pretty could all have been his. Huge cheer. Surely that's got to be for Tobias Bongers.
No, it's Anton Raga. I'm looking over. It's absolutely packed round there.
Well, he was 9-0 up on Copen Yi, so has it finished? Well, Copen Yi is raising a fist. I'm going to guess he's had a golden break to get it back to 9-1. But no, I think he's packing up, is he?
Yeah, what he did is he put the 9-ball on the spot and just potted the ball. I can only presume he's not had many visits in that match. Raga wins 10 racks to 0 over Copen Yi.
Yeah, you're a bit closer to that table, Carl, so I think we can assume you've probably got it right.
Oh yeah, I'm about 2 centimetres closer, Michael.
Yeah, but you see, all makes a big difference. There's something in the way. You've got a clearer path to it. Anyway, bottom line is, for the second Matchroom Open event in a row, Copen Yi has gone out with a 10-0 defeat. Anthony Raga has been one of those players who's been making a really big name for himself this week, and that continues. Skyler Woodward is already a big name, and he's now on the scoreboard here. Tyler Steyer with real cause to regret that miss on the 4 that had been left, and so Woodward closes to 3-1. So Tobias Bonger's still playing, 9-5 up on Radoslav Babica in the last 64. In this last 32 round, John Morra needs a couple more, leading 8-5 against Alexa Peixels. If he wins, he'll play Raga in the last 16 tomorrow. Aloysius Yap is through to the final 16. Great result for him, beating Johan Chua 10-2. So that means both of the Philippines players who won the World Cup together in Lugo last month are now out. And Raga is the only Philippines player left in the tournament. 6-all between Imran Majid and Fedor Gorst. Mario He 6-4 up on Dmitry Yungo. David Al-Kaidi now leading Naoyuki Oi by 5 racks to 1. Woodward here, back to 3-1 down.
Can pot the 2, but good luck getting on the 3 ball. That would be an unbelievable effort if you can get the cue ball over there. Purple 5 ball doesn't pot past the brown 7 as well, so it's a messy rack, this one.
It's funny to think, you know, when Woodward beat Copen Yi 10-0 in the Spanish Open, I was commentating on that and I said at the end it might be a very, very long time before we see Copen Yi beaten 10-0 again. Turned out to be a few weeks.
Yeah, we've spoke a little bit about Raga, the young Filipino. He is tipped to be, well, one of the best players in the Philippines, so that just shows you how good he really is, and the fact that he's come to play in the European Open and he's found himself going deep.
We talk about Aranas and Chua as young players, but he's about 5 or 6 years younger than them.
Smart move. Make sure you pot the ball and then worry about the shot on the 3. Rather than trying to force the 2 ball in to get a better positional shot. And the chances are you'd miss the 2 ball, so good thinking.
Radoslav Babica still hanging on in the one remaining last 64 match. He's taken the 15th rack. Still needs another 4 in a row though. 9-6 down against Tobias Bongers.
Similar situation to the 2 ball. This can't get on the 4 ball, so if he pots it, he's just got to kind of roll the ball in. Wouldn't be a bad option, because if he rolls the cue ball forward a couple of feet, he could maybe play off the edge of that pink 4 and get the cue ball in behind the green and the brown 7. He'd love to kick off the top rail, loads of left spin, come back towards the pink 4, knock the pink 4 past the brown 7, and then the cue ball in behind that brown 7.
There was such a feeling in the last couple of Open events that maybe Woodward's time had come to win one of them. The UK Open, he'd knocked out Francisco Sanchez Ruiz in the quarterfinals. And Eklund Kachi just blew him away, really, raced out into a massive lead and never really looked like surrendering it. And it was similar in Lugo after that 10-0 win against Copen Yi, and given the way it had gone, that most of the other big names had gone out relatively early, he was regarded as favourite to win the Spanish Open by the time it got down to the last 4, but again, he was beaten quite heavily in the end by Dang Jinhu, who went on to win the title. Well, made such a fast start to this match, Steyer. It's already threatening to become a distant memory. All gone a touch ragged. And just hearing about that Raga match, getting some more detail on it, Carl. Apparently he ran out from the break 8 times in a 10-0 win. I mean, you look at Dang Jinhu, who, you know, we hadn't seen for years, and then he just turns up at the Spanish Open and wins it. Could Raga do something like that here?
Yeah, without a doubt. Especially if he's running 8 racks in a match. That just doesn't happen. We just don't see it, do we? So he's clearly playing very well.
Things really are changing, aren't they? The last few years, it's been Van Boning, Ouschan, Filler. These are the guys who've been winning the titles, but look at the spread we're getting now in all the recent Matchroom events. Surprise winners, surprise finalists like Sufi and to some extent Beisterbosch.
Yeah, and the 3 names you've just mentioned, they're all still in this week. They're still going.
Okay, it was a missed 4 from distance in the previous rack by Steyer and opened the door for Woodward. This time he's potted the long 4 and has a chance to re-establish that 3-rack difference. It's all over for Tobias Bongers. He's won 10-6 against Radoslav Babica. He's the last player into the last 32. One of 4 players from the host nation to get to this round. And there he will play the one remaining Dutchman, Tim de Ruyter. Germany and Poland, the most represented nations now in this last 32. They both had 8 players in the final 64. They've both got 4 of them left now.
Got to get this one right. Oh, is it that well? Is it that sweet? Couldn't hit that shot any better. Couple of options. Cue ball off 2 rails for the 8. Or you can go off 3 rails. I think 2 rails seems to be the more obvious choice, but we'll see.
It's never quick with Tyler Steyer, but what he's doing at the moment is very effective. He's up against someone who's been, you could argue, the form player in terms of consistency in 2023. And with this 9-ball, he's leading 4-1. Okay, so elsewhere in the last 32, John Morra needs 2 more racks. 8-6 up on Alexa Paychelge. Fedor Gorst having a real battle with the British 50-year-old Imran Majid. Gorst leading 7-6. Joshua Filler is back in action on table 5 this time, and he's won the first against Karl Naderberg of Estonia. Mario He, semi-finalist in this tournament last year, leads Dmitry Yungo 7-5. David O'Cady looking for a big run again in one of these events as a 6-1 lead over Naoki Oi. Just to let you know, after this match, the one remaining clash on the main table today will be Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, current World and US Open champion, the latter of which he'll be defending in Atlantic City next month, up against Ralph Souquet. And after that win for Shane Van Boning, he'll be in action on table 2 against Torsten Homan, a clash of former world champions. Steyer breaking at 4-1.
That's a good break from Tyler, and he's been blessed with a good finish here. Good shot. Bit of work to do on the 2-ball. Made 3 balls on the break. Understandably, it wobbled in because they're not easy. Just because you're playing it with loads of spin, very easy to miss when you're loading it up with spin.
Tyler Steyer has played in 4 Mosconi Cups now, even at this early stage. There are only 9 Americans who have played in it more than he has, and he came into the team at a really good time. His debut was in 2018, and the Americans ended Europe's run of 8 wins in a row, and it was Steyer who actually got things going. America were 2-0 down when he registered their first point by winning a singles against Niels Fyen. He actually had the first chance to clinch the cup for the US, but Jason Shaw denied him. The US won anyway, and then they won again the following year with him in the team. He didn't play in the COVID Mosconi in Coventry in 2020. He's been back in the team the last couple of years. The US beaten in both of those, however. In fact, it was against Steyer that Joshua Filler delivered the winning point in Las Vegas last year. He's desperate, I think, to get to a stage in his career where he isn't known as a member of the Mosconi Cup team. Wants to be more referred to in light of his own individual achievements. And if he keeps going as efficiently as this, maybe that's going to happen soon. He really should make it 5-1 from here.
Yeah, and a win like this on the main table against Skyler Woodward, obviously it's going to put him in the next round, but it's going to give him a lot of confidence. He could start believing that he can go really deep.
You could argue at times over the last couple of years he's been a little bit unfortunate in that he's had something of a tendency to run into top players and form players relatively early on in tournaments. But ultimately, if you want to be a tournament winner or even finalist, they're the players you have to start beating at some stage. Look at the World Championship this year, got to the last 64, ran into Ouschan. And the Spanish made it to the last 32, came up against Claudio Cacci, who is playing such carefree fashion. That was the end of that as well. But he's up against one of the best players of the year here, and now he's halfway to victory. 5-1 to Tyler Steyer. Joshua Filler has added another rack. It's 2-0 now against Karl Naderberg. Mario He 7-5 up on Dimitri Jungo. David Al-Kaidi has a 7-1 lead over Naoki Oi. Al-Kaidi with a comfortable win earlier over Yanni Siikkonen, perhaps heading for another big winning margin today. And as I mentioned, that's where we'll be off to, Atlantic City, for the last 6 days of September. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz was the winner last year, beat Max Lechner in the final. It was a run just filled with tension and drama and close finishes, but he got there in the end. And we'll be back for another US Open in not much more than a month from now. So much history with that event, goes all the way back to 1976. This year, of course, is the 20th anniversary of our friend and colleague Jeremy Jones winning that title. All the Americans were winning US Opens that year. Andy Roddick in the tennis, Jim Furyk in the golf, and JJ. Tyler Steyer possibly creating a big story here. He leads 5-1. Three balls down from his last break, none this time.
Yeah, it was a good break and all, wasn't it? It seemed to get a lot of power into the balls, just failing to pot one. Chance here for Skyler. Quite a thin shot. Got to watch the red 3 ball as well. That might play a part. Yeah, he's hit it, but he's hit it out of the way, so that's not too bad.
Woodward didn't have to play his first match. Ragnar Grunston, his scheduled opponent, withdrew from the tournament. I think he could have done with that match, really, because he looked really ragged when he did play on the main table later that day against Damien Massey. Still looked to be heading for a comfortable win, but then let Massey back into it and only just got it done at 9-7. And played the 2015 World Snooker champion Stuart Bingham, beat him 9-4. And Simon Coural stayed with him for much of the contest earlier today in the last 64. 10-7, Woodward got it done in the end. But he hasn't got it done with this shot here.
Yeah, lack of table time. Speed of the shot has caught him out. He missed the 3-ball. Is he going to get away with it? He isn't. So this is just all going the way of Tyler Steyer. Well, he's actually having a look. So can he pop the 3-ball? Looks like he can.
It isn't quite at the level of the struggles Jason Shaw was having for so much of his match against Albin Ouschan. But it's heading that way for Woodward.
Couldn't see the potting angle. The mistake from Woodward. Got away with one there, did Skyler. It's the difference between winning and losing the rack.
Skyler Woodward recently turned 30. Started the year number 41 in the world rankings. Well, that was never going to last. All the way up to 13th now. He's actually been in the final of 3 world ranking events this year. Hasn't won any of them. All in the US. Smaller scale, smaller points, but still strong fields. Most prestigious of those, the Turning Stone, where he almost pulled off a great fight back against Jason Shaw in the final.
Skyler's been known to play some adventurous combos on the 9. This would be up there with one of the best ones if he manages to pot the 9 here. Not saying he's going to go for it, but he'll be having a little think about it.
Be tempted into it with the situation. Got to do something to change the momentum here. Well, it looks like he did go for it.
Yeah, he went with it with a cue ball, trying to play a bit of a two-way shot, get rid of the 3, use the cue ball in case you miss it, which he did. Great pot. Perfect on the 4 ball.
Chance here for 6-1, and you think back even the rack he lost, he might well have won that. Have to fancy if he'd potted that 4 from distance. Probably would have done. Really, other than that, it's about as well as we've ever seen him play on the main table. We've seen him in positions before, and he's got close to clinching important wins and stumbled towards the finish. Seems to be shaking his head every time we look over to Woodward at the moment. John Morra now on the hill, one of 2 Canadians who were in the draw. The other one, Alex Pagulayan, who partnered him at the World Cup a few weeks ago, withdrew. Morra leading Alexa Pejchelj of Serbia, 9-6.
I know Skyler's made a couple of errors, but that's not why this is the scoreline. Tyler Steyer's played well in this match. He knew he would need to bring this game. Table 2 starting soon. Thorsten Holman against SVB. Both players are in the arena.
He's just taking so much care over everything, Tyler Steyer. That's his style, that's his way. I don't know what you think, Carl, but I think he's playing maybe a little faster than he sometimes does.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. I know he's very measured in what he does.
It's just that sometimes it seems he does himself in by spending a bit too long over the shot, and he's not really doing that today. And with that, he goes into an unexpected 6-1 lead. Skyler Woodward leaving the arena. That's no surprise. He's got some figuring out to do. So John Morra I've told you about, looking for one more against Alexa Pejchelj, 9-6 there. Same score for Fedor Gorst. Pulling away now against Imran Majid. Joshua Filler looking to get through to the weekend, just as he did last year. 4-0 up on Karl Naderberg. Mario He still with work to do, only one ahead of Dimitri Jungo at 7-6. David Al-Qaedi closing in on victory, 8-1 against Naoyuki Yoi. And Konrad Usushin has won the first couple of racks against Oliver Shalnoki. Usushin was a quarter-finalist in the inaugural European Open here 12 months ago. Filler's junior event, that's going on in the arena as well. And that'll be continuing tomorrow, but a lot of those tables will steadily be taken out over the next few days. But the main event will be down to just 3 tables when it's the last 16 tomorrow, and then reduced further, just 2 tables for the quarter-final stage, and then 1 table on Sunday for the semi-finals and the final. Shane Van Boning was in the final last year in Thorsten Holman's hometown, and those two are starting their match over on table 2.
Fedor Gorst has been involved in some battles. Seems to be every single match he's played this event, he's desperate to win. On the biggest stage of all, the World Nineball Tour stage, he's 9-6 up over Imran Majid.
Yeah, I think it was 6-all not that long ago, so as I was saying earlier, he's putting on a bit of a burst towards the end there.
Well, he's won, Michael.
Oh, it's over, 10-6. Fair play to Imran, let's just say that. He's in his 50s now, and he's still coming out and getting good results in these events. And he made it tough there against one of the very best players in the world. And Gorst will now play Lucius Yap. 5-0 now for Joshua Filler against Karl Naudeberg. John Morra is into the last 16 of the European Open for the second year in a row. He has now beaten Alexa Peychels by 10 racks to 6. And we'll be back here tomorrow to face Anthony Raga. In case you don't know yet, has produced arguably the performance of the tournament so far. 8 break-and runs in a 10-0 win over Copen Yi.
Yeah, Filler's running rampant out there, isn't he? He's a man on a mission, desperate to win this title in his home country.
Torsten Homan is basically the reason we're here. He worked hard to bring the event to his hometown, and he's done a sensational job of promoting it, turning it into the success story that it was first time out last year, and is turning into again this time. Two-time world champion Homan, 2003 and 13.
Well, Skyler Woodward is back in the arena.
Breaking very nicely in this match, Tyler Steyer. Breaking again here in rack 8. Now, if he fancies the cut on the 2, it is super thin.
This is a real testing pot. It's a horrible shot, in fact. Yep, easy to miss them ones.
Yeah, it was a horrible shot, but it's one of those that the chances there, trying to claim a big win. Got to keep trying to make things happen. And Woodward, if he is to have a revival, it's really got to start here. He's talking to himself now. Never a good sign. Yeah, the 3 and the 7 close together, so I guess that's why he's called in the referee, Ben Taylor Fuente. Tries to make this hit.
Looks like it's going to leave Skyler a shot. Not an easy shot. 3 ball will go in both bottom corners. Oh, well done, Skyler. That's not an easy pot when you're 6-1 up. Never mind 6-1 down. Whenever you're, down by this kind of scoreline, you always feel like you've got to play no mistake pool. Cue ball's just going to creep out from the 9.
Saying it earlier, we've seen it a number of times this year in matches where he's been really slow starting off, feels like he hasn't properly engaged with the match yet, and then suddenly there comes a point when he realises he's got to step it up and the body language changes and there's a steely look in his eye. Maybe this is the beginning of that. Over on 2, Shane van Boning won the opener against Torsten Homan. So, should be 6-2.
Is this going to be the start of something special? I know it's only one rack, but it is now a race to 10 and not 9. And that does make a difference when you're trailing in a match. It just feels like it's big, it's a lot bigger. There's another rack for Woodward.
Yeah, but there needs to be plenty more where that came from. Skyler Woodward now trails 6-2. We saw Lucius Jaap almost 2 years ago now go very close to winning the US Open. Is his time going to come here at the European Open in Fulda? He's into the next round after a remarkable 10-2 win over World Cup winner Johan Chua. Let's hear from Jaap.
Lucius, you must be happy with the way you performed there, 10-2 against Johan Chua. Can't be too bad for you.
Yeah, I feel pretty lucky. I got quite a lot of rolls, I guess. He didn't play that well at the start. He struggled quite a bit, and he gave me a few chances, and I managed to take all of them. So I feel pretty okay.
Even by your standards, though, to rattle up a performance like that, you must be happy where your game is heading into the last 16.
Yeah, I felt like at the start of the tournament I struggled a little, but it's coming all together right now. So I'm feeling better now. So.
We've seen you be a finalist in 2 Matchroom majors. Do you think finally this might be your time to snap off the title?
Hopefully. I'm not thinking too much. I'm just focusing on my next match for now.
Well, good luck for the next one.
Thank you.
Yeah, also a finalist in the World Cup
I need
pool.
someone like dying.
With Singapore last year, beaten by Spain. And Jaap's clash with Fedor Gorst is one of many very appealing ties being lined up for the last 16 tomorrow. Skyler Woodward has so much to do if he's to be there. Did win the last rack. He's 6-2 down.
And that's a good break. Is the 3 ball going to get out of the way of the 2? It is, it is. This is a chance. That's all you can ask for, a shot at the lowest ball on the table after the break. He will consider this a good chance.
Never mind the Philippines winning the World Cup, or Dang Jinhu re-emerging to win the Spanish Open, or FSR becoming world champion. A really big story in pool this year has been Carl and Gary Wilson becoming best mates. Gary's in action at the moment. He's lost the opening rack to Wojciech Szewczyk. Back in this match, Skyler Woodward looks horrified by that.
He's in complete disbelief. He just can't believe where he's put the cue ball. Yeah, what score is my new bestie?
Well, if you'd been listening to me, Carl, you would have heard he was 1-0 down to Wojciech Szewczyk.
Well, I don't want to do something silly like that.
Well, fair point. It's not like he was just marginally out with the positional shot. Not for the first time in the match. He was miles away there. Tony Drago just over his shoulder there. He's been spending a lot of time in the crowd since his elimination against Sosoa.
Not left a pot, so he may get back to the table, but he may be glued behind the 8-ball. Will Tyler Steyer try and soft draw the cue ball across that rail, nestling behind the 8? Still very busy out there, Michael. Plenty of action going on. The pool fans love it. Of course, juniors are playing as well. Just in front of me, actually, Michael, Nick Vandenberg's son's playing, Sky Vandenberg.
What age is he?
15 he is. Thing is in this event as well, sorry, Cledio Catchy, so you would think he's a big favourite to snap off the junior event, wouldn't you?
Yeah, Nick Vandenberg, two-time World Cup finalist with the Netherlands. In the main event, the defending champion Albin Ouschan is back out there as well. He's 2-1 down early on against Daniel Maciol. He's one of 4 Polish players in the final 32. Joined most alongside Germany. The US with 3. Austria, Britain, Philippines and Spain. The only other countries with multiple players. They each have 2. Meanwhile, back here, 2 of the 3 remaining Americans up against each other, and one of them has a chance to go 5 clear again. This has just been awful for Woodward.
Yeah, too many mistakes. And his opponent's been playing clinical. Things are going okay on table 2 for America's SVB. He's won the opening 2 racks against Thornton Holman.
If you're an American fan, though, looking ahead to the Mosconi and the attempt to stop Europe making it 4 in a row, you're going to be pleased with this, because we know Woodward can perform on the big stage and he's been playing very well this year anyway. This could just go down as an off day for him. But it'll be so encouraging to see someone other than Van Bonin and Woodward, from an American point of view, playing well on the main table and going deep in a big event like this, because there just hasn't been enough of that in recent years.
Oh, Tyler Steyer's got the game. I think, if anything, what he's done in certain Mosconis, in certain matches rather, is he's played well, but then he just seems to do something a bit silly, or attempt something a bit silly. But for me, I think he's got to play for Team America.
How much confidence he could go in with if he could have a really deep run here in one of these events for the first time. As I said, if he keeps going like this, he'll have every chance of doing it this weekend. He's closing in here on 7-2. Okay, we saw Jason Shaw turn things around when he was really struggling earlier, albeit that he lost in the end. But still, given the way today has gone for Woodward, or this afternoon anyway, it's a big ask to turn it around from so far behind. Just got to take a bit of care here.
3 rails for the 9. That offers more margin for error.
Well, the last time Woodward managed to spoil the party by winning a rack, Steyer responded by winning the next 3. Bit of work to do to emulate that, but again, he's hit back straight away. Tyler Steyer is continuing to have a dream afternoon here. He's looking so good, and he's leading Skyler Woodward 7-2. Now, of course, if Woodward were to lose this match, that could have significant implications in terms of the race for the first automatic spot on the American Mosconi Cup team, which will be finalised at the end of this event. He is leading at the moment, but only by just over 10,000 from Shane Van Boning. That would open the door for SVB to move in ahead of him. Pretty much certain they'll both be on the team anyway, but Woodward would love to get there ahead of SVB, having been number 2 to him in an American sense for the last few years. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz has already claimed the first spot on the European team. One more place will be confirmed on each team at the end of September, once the US Open is completed, and then the final automatic spot on both teams a couple of weeks later to be decided at the Asian Open in Hanoi City. And both captains get 2 picks, and I believe announcements about the captaincy imminent over the weekend.
I think it's fair to say we're approaching the time of the match where Skyler's got to up the game, make something happen, try and put Steyer under a little bit of pressure.
Two dry breaks out of the last 3. Hadn't had any prior to that.
That's worked out nice. Let's get the cue ball off the rail. Nice angle on the 2 to go up for the pink 4.
The defending champion, Ouschan, has lost another rack, so he's 3-1 down now against Daniel Massiol. Saw Woodward in action for the USA at the World Cup of Pool just a few weeks ago in Spain, playing with Shane Van Boning. They were always likely to win comfortably against Korea in the first round, and so they did, 7-1, but then went out in round 2 against Japan. Speaking of Shane Van Boning, he's just gone 4-0 up on table 2 against Torsten Homan. Hasn't taken him long to get there. Keeping a close eye on table 6, where last year's winner Ouschan, as I was saying, trailing early on against Daniel Massiol. And that's now gone 4-1 for the Polish player.
This is more like the Sky we know. The Sky we've been watching on our screens. And he can still do this. The comeback is still on. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, well, this is going to be 2 of the last 3 racks going his way. Tyler Steyer still in command here, but now it's 7-3. Shevchik has won another rack. 2-0 in the early stages against Gary Wilson. Mieszko Fortuński also 2-0 up against Dimitris Lukatos. He did so well at the UK Open, getting to the quarters. Joshua Filler doesn't look like he's going to take too much longer to get through to the weekend. 8-1 now, he leads Karl Naderberg. Tobias Bongers 3-1 up on Tim de Ruyter. Konrad Yusashin with a 4-1 lead over Oliver Szolnocki. 16 draw starting to fill up. Mario He, 10-6 winner over Dmitry Yungo. Jan Juski through a little earlier as well. Anthony Raga with a 10-0 win over Copen Yi. He'll play John Mora. Lucius Yap and Fedor Gorst through to play each other. Big weekend ahead in Fulda. Skyler Woodward hoping to be there, but 7-3 down.
He has broke well in this match though, as well as Tyler, they both have.
What options do you see here, Carl?
He could play off the right edge thin, use the 7-ball as the hook, but he's not got down and played that straight away because he knows it's an easy escape. So he's just trying to see what else is available. Looks like he's playing the original shot. He wants to get the 2-ball near the 5, try and get the 5 in play. Yeah, you see where he rolled it there? He's done well there and all because he's cut off this. He's cut off the rail, which is next to the blue 2-ball.
Looks like Daniel Maciel is absolutely flying because he's already added another rack. So 5-1 now he leads Alban Ouschan. Winner of that will play Wojciech Szewczyk or Gary Wilson. Szewczyk has also added another one. So 3-0 now.
Yeah, he's a talented left-handed player, is Maciel. So you can, you can soon rattle racks off in no time. Alban Ouschan will not be giving up though, he will fight to the very end.
And Taylor Fuente, referee, and called in again to have a look because 2 and the 5 so close together. Not bad.
Yeah, I think you've got to be happy with that. What a jump shot he's played, by the way. Just didn't look like there was any space there.
Ben, who we saw there a moment ago, refereed the Premier League final in Leicester back in March. It was on a Monday night. He then drove through the night, a couple of 100 miles I think it was, and was at his desk for work at 8 o'clock the next morning. What a trooper. Imran Majid there in the background, another good tournament from him, albeit that it is now over. A Fedor Gorst, a good contest before going down 10-6. I think that rather sums up the way his afternoon has been going.
Well, at least he can laugh about it.
It's a good way of breaking the tension sometimes. I don't mean this disrespectfully at all, because you've got to have great regard for Woodward and what a good player he is and how well he's been playing this year, but there's been a few times today he's looked like a novice. Wildly out with some positional shots. The miscue there. And again, the miscue has made a fool of every player at every level, somewhere over the years.
Yeah, well, it was Chris Melling yesterday. He was playing Mika Iman in the main table. Miscued on the 5 ball, cost him the match. Three rail position. They get on the pink 4.
Said earlier in the match that sometimes Steyer seems to struggle, particularly on the main tables, if it comes down to a close finish in a match. Intensity of it all at times seems to overwhelm him a bit. Of course, the way to avoid that is to build a big lead. If he can take this opportunity, he'll only need a couple more racks. He can maybe get the job done, avoiding all that tension. Steyer's already gone a round further than he did here last year. It was an All-American clash that did for him 12 months ago. Oscar Dominguez beating him in the last 64.
Just got to be careful you don't catch the near jaw with these ones. Skyler Woodward is still in this match. We often say it's not about your A game, it's about your B game. Well, Woodward's probably playing his C game at the minute. This needs to slow down. Even there, Michael, look, he's lost the cue ball on the first shot.
Might just have dropped another grade with that. Underlines the importance of a good start, you know. There was nothing he could have done about the first couple of racks because Steyer ran out from the break in the first, then had the golden break in the second, but it all contributed to Woodward being under pressure in a scoreboard sense from a very early stage of the match. This is about as bad a display as we've seen from him on the big table.
Yeah, can you believe Steyer missed that ball? Woodward come to the table and only made one ball. SVB's going along nicely. He's got a tester of a bank shot here.
Prospect of a whitewash starting to loom in that match, and I think given the role that Torsten Homan has played in making this event happen and making it such a success, everyone in this hall, apart from Shane Van Boning, will be thinking they don't want to see that finish 10-0. Tyler Steyer didn't want to see the balls finish here, but he can jump his way out of it.
Yeah, at the minute, it seems nobody wants to win this match. He'll fancy making this, though. Yeah, it's not difficult at this level. That gives you a good view of what shot he's faced with now. 8 ball past the 9 ball.
Smattering of applause we heard a few moments ago, I suspect may have been emanating from table 5, where Joshua Filler has just rounded off a 10-1 win over Karl Nadeberg. Into the last 16 then, Filler. He'll play Mieszko Fortunski or Dimitris Lukatos. Fortunski leading 3-0 there at the moment. So he looks to get through to the weekend here for the 2nd year in a row. Okay, so another chance for Woodward to make some inroads into this deficit.
You called this before, Michael. You said Tyler Steyer doesn't finish matches well. Beware of the miscue. Oh, that is a good shot. That is a good shot.
And you can just see as he walks around to pop this simple 9, a slight hint for the first time of a spring in the step of Skyler Woodward. He's won 2 in a row now. This is far from over, you know. It's 7-4. Albin Ouschan really needed to win the 7th rack, and he has. He's back to 5-2 down now against Daniel Maciol. Gary Wilson, though, could be on his way out here, looking to get through to the weekend. Once again in a big Matchroom Open event, but he's 5-0 down to Wojciech Szewczyk. Mieszko Fortunski 3-1 against Dimitris Lukatos. 3-all between Tim de Ruyter and Tobias Bongers. Konrad Ušacin with a 4-2 lead over Oliver Szolnocki. So all the matches in this round are either completed or underway, except the one between Francisco Sanchez Ruiz and Ralph Souquet, which will be the last match of the day on the main table. Let's look in on table 2. Shane Van Boning, totally dominant here. Not been the greatest of years by his standards, 2023. But he did win a smaller ranking event in Iowa last month, just around the time he turned 40. Jeremy Jones was there and said Van Boning played really well to win it. Beat Fedor Gorst in the final. Signs here that he's carrying some of that form across the Atlantic with him to Fulda. Looks to be in total control now. That is going 7-0. Van Boning in his 40s now, as I was saying. These guys a long way away from that. These are the players in the Fillers Junior Open. What a brilliant opportunity it is for these young players. Get through to the final. You can play in front of the cameras on one of the main tables. And these matches are being played right next to the main tables, so really giving them taste of big time environment. If you're at one of these events and there's a junior tournament going on alongside it, it's really worth having a look. Whatever your expectations are of how good the players are going to be, I can promise you they'll be exceeded. Back to the main event. One of the main men in World Pool. Still waiting for the players on table 1, so I'll stay with this for a bit.
Yeah, Shane can't see this ball. He will take the jump cue. Well, that looks like his playing cue.
A memorable year for him, 2022. Did so well in the big matchroom events. Obviously won the World Championship in Milton Keynes in April last year. Almost won here. Semi-finals at the UK Open. Good World Cup last year as well. Not been the story this time. Signs here though that this could be the weekend it turns. A chance for Homan here, and commentators, of course, were impartial in terms of the actual outcome. I think I speak for everyone here when I say it would be good to see Homan win that rack. Skyler Woodward has won the last 2 racks in this match. It's very much a contest again. 7-4.
Said it before, he is breaking well. He's got to look at the 2 ball. And if he can just win this rack and make it 7-5, it's game on.
I'll be honest, I'd make him favourite from there because, as we said, Steyer has had this... Steyer, rather. So hard with these names. Tyler Steyer, and you've got Skyler. But Steyer has had this experience so often where he's been on the brink of a big win on the main table and hasn't happened for him. And if it gets back to 7-5, when you consider how dominant he was, both in terms of the score and how he was playing, it would be unnatural not to have some feelings of here we go again.
Yeah, because it's a match where everything's gone Tyler's way. His opponent struggled. Tyler's played some good stuff as well. But just the last 2 or 3 racks started to throw a few funny shots in. That's what has let Skyler back into this.
The defending champ has got another one back, so Ouschan now just 5-3 adrift against Daniel Massiol. Well, as Richard Nixon almost said, there will be no whitewash on table 2 at the Esperanto Hotel and Conference Centre here in Fulda, and Torsten Homan being roundly congratulated by his hometown crowd here. He gets back to 7-1.
Cue ball is travelling here, got to be careful. It's going around the table. This is going... I was going to say it's going to be a bit too hard, and it is, but he can still cut this ball in. But whenever you're travelling with a cue ball, it's never easy to have control over it. So this will go back up table to come back down. Here it goes. Yep, it lacks pace. Yeah, well recovered, Skyler Woodward. That's good enough. He's fighting hard, isn't he? It's not coming easy, this.
He's starting to look like he fancies the job. Oh, now hang on a minute. Once he's out of the way, we'll see what he's got. That looks too close to me.
Yeah, that is a bad shot, Skyler. Just overpowered it. Just land anywhere and pop the 9. Yeah, look at that. Anywhere there, or there. Instead, it lands there. I don't know if it cuts. There is a gap, like you said, Michael, but we'll just watch the cue ball, though. The cue ball's going to be flying absolutely everywhere.
We'll probably end up hitting us here in the commentary seats. I was talking to someone standing just a few feet away from the table. Seems to be, well, he seemed to be saying he was going to have a go at it. Doesn't look like it now.
Yeah, I'm not saying this is an easy shot, but even the safety shot wasn't great, was it?
No, it wasn't. And this is absolutely huge now. What a chance for Tyler Steyer. Looked like he was going to be pegged back to only 2 in front. If he can get to 8, and if he can do it by potting a ball like this, suddenly he's going to feel very differently about the way things are going here. What a huge moment that could turn out to be. Skyler Woodward looked to be heading for 7-5 down and his 3rd rack in a row. Just finished right on top of the 9, had to play safe, didn't play it well. That 9 still took some potting, but Tyler Steyer has got it. Skyler Woodward's comeback has been stopped in its tracks. But the revival of another former Mosconi Cup MVP continues as we see this again from Steyer. Ouschan has now won 3 racks in a row. He's back to 5-4 behind against Daniel Maciol. Gary Wilson also starting off on the comeback trail. 2 in a row for him. Still got a lot to do though. 5-2 down against Wojciech Szewczyk. Mieszko Fortunski 4-2 up against Dimitris Lukatos. Still 7-1 for SVB against Torsten Homan. Tim de Ruyter 5-3 up on Tobias Bongers. Konrad Uschan just ahead of Oliver Szolnocki at 4-3. Have we just seen the most significant couple of moments in this match. That sequence of 3 shots. Woodward bungling position on the 9, not playing a great safety. Steyer psyching himself up to pot a quality 9. He's 2 racks away from a place in the last 16. This has finished very sweet. The applause you heard there was once again for Torsten Homan. Back to 7-2 now against Shane Van Boning.
Isn't it amazing, Michael? Just one shot, the difference it can make. Skyler Woodward had an easy 8 and 9 ball. All he had to do is draw it back 2 feet. It would have been 7-5 with the break. Tyler Steyer would have been in the chair a worried man. Skyler would have been buzzing the way the match has gone to be at 7-5. Made a mess of it. Tyler won the rack, and this is off the break to get on the hill.
And that's why there's so much pressure on every shot, even the easy ones. Because you get something wrong, it's punished perhaps more in this game than any other. Not this slightly wrong.
Just got to watch the cue ball and the brown 7. He's got to avoid that ball.
Well, he potted that great 9 to win the previous rack, but it's another concerning moment. Look how close that ball is to the pocket, and then consider how much he's missed it by. What on earth has happened there?
I'm everywhere.
Yeah, he's completely struggling, isn't he? He knows, he's laughing. You just could sense that, I'm afraid. The amount of chances Skyler's had, the scoreline, well, could be so different.
I'll tell you what, Tyler Steyer has passed up some big opportunities to win big matches on the main table in the past. But given the way his opponent has played, if he doesn't finish this one off, he'd never forgive himself. I know Woodward sometimes doesn't get much sleep when he travels across the Atlantic. I just wonder, is it one of those situations that he's been struggling in that regard? Because this is not the Skyler Woodward we've seen in 2023. Steyer's had some decent wins in his relatively short career so far. Of course he has, but given that form that Woodward has had this year, this would be one of the most significant. Never mind how his opponent has played, just psychologically to beat someone who's been going so well. Just the lift Steyer's looking for.
Also, Mosconi Cup points. Timing couldn't be better.
Yeah, absolutely. He's number 6 at the moment in the American standings. And even aside from points, going out and getting a result like this and producing a performance which, yes, has had a few mistakes along the way, but overall has been pretty impressive. Certainly strengthens his claims for a captain's pick if he doesn't make the top 3. But what he looks like making anyway is the last 16 of the European Open. He just needs one more rack to do it. It's 9-4. Daniel Maciol has won rack 10, so he's 2 clear of the defending champion Albin Ouschan once again at 6-4. Wojciech Szewczyk had lost a couple of racks in a row, but he has taken the 8th to lead Gary Wilson 6-2. Torsten Homan got it back from 7-0 to 7-2, but Shane van Boning now has gone 8-2 in front. Tim de Ruyter, the only Dutch player left from the 19 who started, 6-3 up on Tobias Bongers. Konrad Ušacin in a real battle with the former World Championship semi-finalist Oliver Szolnocki. Ušacin just ahead at 5-4. Winner of that plays the winner of the match between Francisco Sanchez Ruiz and Ralph Souquet. That will be last of the day on the main table. The way this is going, they might not have to wait too much longer to get started. Skyler Woodward has had some good finishes to matches this year. He won 6 in a row to take it hill in the Turning Stone final against Jason Shaw. Ultimately lost out. Got to win 6 in a row here.
Last chance saloon for Mr. Woodward. Dry break gets him out of his chair. Needs to win the last 6 racks. Can't see it happening.
Yeah, he's broken pretty well today, Steyer, but it's 3 dry breaks out of the 10 he's had today. It does feel when he's come to the table and had chances, a lot of the time there's been just that bit of awkwardness, even here. Trying to turn the bridge on its side, and still going to be difficult to get to the 2. Well, he almost didn't pot the 1. It was only the double kiss that knocked it in. And indeed flicked the cue ball across to give him a look at the 2. It would not be the most surprising thing, Carl, if he was to miss this.
Yeah, this is a test at any stage of any match, even if you're playing well. But when you're playing bad and your confidence is low, the pocket, well, looks about 1 inch, not 4 inch. SVB is going along nicely. He's playing Thorsten Homan on table 2. He's only won 2 racks though. SVB's on 8. So he just needs 2 more.
And now we can definitely say this is a chance for Tyler Steyer to pull off one of the most useful and impressive results of his career. It will be a big moment for him, whoever he'd beaten, to get to the last 16. Last 32 is best he's done in one of these big field matchroom events so far this year. It was the best he did in all of last year. The US Open, that came. He lost there to Joshua Filler. What's that cheering about, Carl? You're on your feet having a look out.
Sky Vandenberg has won his junior match. Brought a few fans.
If he wins it, am I allowed to say the sky's the limit on the commentary?
As long as I'm not here with you, of course.
That's a deal. An afternoon to forget for Skyler Woodward. Played so well this year, but really throughout the tournament, even going back to his first match against Damien Massey, he's been well below his best.
Yep, one good shot here. Power draw shot off the back rail. Yeah, that looks pretty good to me.
And as we said early on in the match, past history suggested he needed to build a big lead. Close finishes haven't been his friend over the years, but maybe after a result like this, he can take a bit more confidence into the key contests. Maintaining his composure and his focus all the way to the end, but inside he will be roaring with delight, because this is a really big moment for Tyler Steyer. So often he's come up short in the biggest matches against the best players when there's been so much at stake, but not in this one. Overall, a really good performance from Tyler Steyer. He raced out into a 6-1 lead. Woodward threatened a bit of a revival, got it back to 7-4, but Tyler Steyer has won 3 in a row to round it off. He has won by 10 racks to 4. He'll be here for the weekend, and he plays the world number 6, Mario He, tomorrow for a place in the quarter-finals of the European Open. All of which leaves just one more match on the main table today. It's a clash of the generations. It's a clash of two of the players who've won both the World Championship and the US Open. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, current holder of both of those titles, against the German 54-year-old Ralph Souquet. Phil Yates will be along to talk you through that in a few minutes' time.
This championship is being played with the new Aramith tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Aramith Ranger of Ball and Q cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Aramith, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
What a day in Fulda. It's been beautiful outside, intriguing indoors at the Hotel Esperanto Conference Centre, which for the second year in succession is housing the European Open, where Joshua Filler is through with a 10-1 win over Karl Naderberg. Here are his thoughts.
Joshua safely into the last 16, that must feel good with a win like that.
Yeah, I mean, for example, against Victor before in the last 64, I was up 6-1, played amazing, and then I played a good safety on him, and then he made a kick shot, fluked the ball, and ran a few racks, and it was 6-5 all of a sudden. But I knew already that against Victor he will never give up. He's a great player, and he came back, but from there I took my chances and saved the win. And now I played Karl, got a few big rolls. He missed a couple, and that's why I won 10-1. So of course, if you win like that, you feel more comfortable. But the main goal was to get into the last 16, because then it's on Sky Sports and everything. I love that. So I'm looking forward from here.
Obviously from here on in, we're sold out tomorrow in here, we're sold out here on Sunday, so you must really fancy the idea of making that final in front of a home crowd and making everyone go home happy.
Yeah, of course, but on the other hand, you put more pressure on yourself because you're playing your home country, you want to be in the Mosconi Cup, you have so many things as a player. And but I think I'm the one who can handle the pressure at all, and I love that as well. But sometimes it can be hard on you, but I'm just trying my best and hope to, leave Fulda as a winner of the event.
And then obviously we've got the Fillers Junior Open on going in the background as well. It wasn't that long ago that you were classed as a junior, so it must be pretty special to be hosting a junior event this week as well.
Yeah, of course. I mean, giving the juniors a chance, playing on these kind of conditions, and watch all the great players next to them. It's just unbelievable. I mean, if I look back on my youth, I had a great youth, but those opportunities, unfortunately, I didn't have. But I could play the Euro Tours and stuff and gain experience from them. It's just amazing. And I've seen a 7-year-old kid who plays already amazing from Latvia, and it's just great seeing so many young players here.
Thank you very much, Josh. Good to connect.
Thank you.
What a wonderful ambassador for the game and for Germany. Today on table one, Copen Yi started out with a 10-1 win over Georgiev. Then, unbelievably, in his next match, he was whitewashed 10-0. Joshua Filler, in that match he was describing against Victor Zielinski, won 10-5. Albin Ouschan, in a mistake-strewn affair against Jason Shaw, came through 10-8. And we've just seen in the All-American battle, Tyler Steyer defeat Skyler Woodward by 10 racks to 4. So one match to go. Coming up shortly, Francisco Sanchez-Ruiz against the great Ralph Souquet. No more pool to be played on table 2 after the match that is currently ongoing. Shane Van Boning's already won a match over there against Fitim Haradinaj. Mario He and Johan Chua also winners on table 2, which is available on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Right now, Van Boning is on the hill, 9-3 up against Torsten Homan, who's from right here in Fulda, and like Van Boning is a former World Nineball champion. It's been the case that Van Boning has made the running throughout. And once again, Homan in a spot of bother. We'll let you know how that one concludes, if it concludes. Well, the match on table 1 is about to begin. It is the current runaway number 1 in the World Nineball Tour rankings, Francisco Sanchez-Ruiz, up against Ralph Souquet, whose list of titles is as long as your arm, as long as Jeremy Jones's arm and mine, and then some.
Yeah, Ralph, one of the greatest players to ever do it, in so many different disciplines as well. I'll tell you what, he's always been one of the best at that right there, is also that being the lag, and it does mean something.
Absolutely does. Sometimes, I don't know whether you agree, Jeremy, I think players on occasions don't give it as much respect as it deserves.
Yeah, practicing it and all kinds of stuff. So, you know, we got I think it was 2020, the pandemic Moscone Cup. We lost 5 heel matches, or 6 maybe, and we'd lost a lag in each one of those. And I think like 80% of those losses, they broke and ran on the heel. And here is a prime example. A great shot on the 2. Got to really work the rock upstairs with a little traffic to get to the red 3, but the pink 4 is difficult, but you can get a lead. And Ralph, as great as he is, we can consider him an underdog in this match.
Yes, throughout his 35 years of professional pool, he's always been looking for an edge, and obviously winning the lag is the initial edge.
Yeah, without a doubt. And what you've seen from Ralph is some really good pool the last couple years, but then, you know, losing a match to, you know, a good player, an up-and-coming player, whatever you want to call it, however it's labeled, but one you figure he's still supposed to get by. Just for one reason or another, a few things go wrong, but here this week it's been real good. That's the traffic I was talking about he needed to avoid, but did end up with the cut. Move the purple a little bit out of play, especially with the pink in such a bad position. The purple was in a better position to where if you got straight on the pink 4, you could just kind of stop your cue ball and take a shot on the purple 5. I don't know if that's the case anymore.
The end could, indeed should be nigh on table 2. Shane van Boening just 3 balls away from victory in a place in the last 16. Not as anticipated. Did he apply a little too much? Deep screw and reverse side there.
Yes, he did. I'll tell you what, though, he hadn't made many mistakes. I mean, didn't get a chance to watch him on his first day, just being busy, but I've watched him a lot ever since. And for watching Filler's interview, and of course, talking about the sold-out crowds on the weekend, I looked over at SVB, and I just kind of feel that's the final everyone wants to see.
Wouldn't it be something else? But he's played a poor safety shot there on the 8. Here on table 1, our first view of FSR.
Yeah, and it was a tricky table to get started. Again, when you dominated as much as he did over the last 18 months, and you can call it domination. I believe so anyways. All the tricky ones you seem to get through one way or another.
Torsten Homan not going down without a fight in his hometown. He cuts in the 8 ball, adds the 9. Shane van Boening's lead reduced to 9-4. A Homan victory? Stranger things have happened. Highly unlikely, but not impossible.
Yeah, with the 4-inch pockets, and of course the break rule that now has been a year in place, and I don't think we've seen better 9-ball in quite some time as a whole, but that's why that lead is so huge these days. Even with winter break, you got to really do something special to come back from some 4, 5, 6 games. Taking a lot of time here on this pink 4. It's just right in the middle. I like kind of slow rolling it up in the corner. I know it's a nervy shot anytime you're shooting past the middle, even at a slow speed, but I think that's what kind of adds up to making the pocket a hair bigger on this shot and holding position. Yeah, that's the shot I thought was correct. Didn't get down, but I mean, I think that was the one to win with.
Sanchez Ruiz so far played 4 matches, won all 4. 37 racks won for the loss of only 13. Mind you, Ralph Suke's record in the tournament, almost identical. He's 4-0, 37 racks won, 14 lost.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was talking about earlier, where, you know, when he was winning some matches, they were a little closer than they should be, occasionally losing some of those as a favorite, and it just hadn't been like that this week. Watched quite a few racks when he played Thorsten. He looked really good. Speaking of which, Thorsten is breaking the balls well over here. Has a kiss shot on the 9.
Yasuke beat Homan 9-6. That was after beating Estonia's Reina Lahr 9-3. And in his most recent match earlier today, he dispatched Elliot Sanderson 10-4.
Really nice kick shot here. That was the plan the entire time, and the execution was even better. But that's kind of it, you know, not having those closer score lines when you're a favorite. It's, well, you think you got to play a lot of matches, and if you can play a little more stress-free through a few of them, I think it really does make a difference. Now, FSR may kick at this, trying to hit the left side of the pink, letting the green 6 kind of hold the pink in place as the cue ball goes back up in the vicinity it's in now. The key to this shot is you got to kind of smooth it. A lot of times you want to get into the ball a little bit, and then the cue ball won't travel much. You got to kind of roll the ball about medium speed. And he came in behind it. He's not going to mind that.
He's the target man these days. One luxury he has here, regardless of what happens, he will remain World Nineball Tour rankings #1 going into the next event. His lead is substantial.
Well, of course, these two don't get all the titles, whether it be time ago for Ralph or recent for FSR, without being able to run out and break the balls, do it all. But they also are two of the best at tactically, right? So depending on how these balls break, when it comes to safeties and kicking out of safeties and whatnot, this could be kind of a grind kind of match. Looks like he's overcutting the pink by the 7 and running the cue ball maybe. No, he's going to roll it. So that means there's a lot he didn't like there to play that shot.
He's been everywhere playing the game. He's won so much. He's 54 years of age now, Ralph Suke. Spent well over half his life pounding the pool beat all over the planet.
Not sure what he's looking at here. Curve shot maybe? Maybe the jump, but he doesn't have the jump cue in his hand.
There will be no stone unturned in his thought process. But that one was no good. I think it's fair to say, Jeremy, that Ralph Suke lives his life like he plays pool. He's very meticulous, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. He's a guy that goes to the gym, you know, on the regular. Definitely practices, probably has his own regimen on practice. You know, he's very detailed in his travels and, yeah, everything he does. Tricky little out still. He's got to get a little angle here, but not too much to make the ball a difficult one to make. He's gotten perfect to play the 5 up in the corner and come across. I'd probably ignore the side here. Looks a little tricky. Maybe he's close enough to it. He doesn't have to hit it very hard to still get the draw on the cue ball. Oh, yeah. Which FSR, he's got a pretty effortless stroke when it comes to moving the cue ball. Looks like SVB has a kiss shot to advance. I'm not sure how it held up. Thorsten Holman on his 9th life over there.
This was the last 32 match to begin, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be the last one to finish. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz wants to pull away and not have any perspiration. Just want a tough task here, wants to win comfortably and put the former champion out efficiently and quickly.
Yeah, not much angle here. He's got to pound this a little bit. Yeah, that shows you how no angle. So he went to short side on the 9, and it's going to be a triple Lindy, the 2-3-9 combination to send SVB into that final 16.
Francisco Sanchez Ruiz 1-0 up. You know, he made his debut in the Mosconi Cup last year as Europe retained the most prized team trophy in pool. And he's right there again at the top of the rankings, already qualified. Regardless of what happens here, he will be at Alexandra Palace between December 6 and 9 as Europe take on Team America. And we can tell you that tomorrow, both captains for the 30th year anniversary of the Mosconi Cup will be revealed. Now, Eklund Kaci of Albania is number 2 in the rankings at the moment, but he's badly injured. The bridge arm is broken, so when he comes back, we don't know. Then it's Fedor Gorsh, 3rd in the rankings for Europe. Jason Shaw, 4th. I'm afraid Jason didn't play too well today, did he, when he was eliminated by Albin Ouschan. As for the Americans, Skyler Woodward, he's out of the tournament. Shane Van Boning still going. Shane Walford in 3rd place right now, but Tyler Steyer coming up on the rails.
Yeah, both players in that number 6 position, that being Josh Filler on the European side and Tyler Steyer into that final 16. And we're going to move up, and we'll see how much. Big match for Steyer in that last round.
Well, when it comes to the American captain, who's announced tomorrow, I would be astounded if he wasn't picked Steyer, even if he didn't qualify, because he's showing improvement, desire, nerve, and of course he's got bags of Mosconi Cup experience as well. At the end of this rack, we'll give you the scores of the remaining matches. Many of them well advanced.
Yeah, this type of shot is a hard one for the top players to not attack. I mean, could play the safety, of course, but the 3 is open. Could come back with the cue ball. He's going to roll forward onto the 9. He didn't even roll forward. He kind of kept it simple, wanting to secure the snooker. And I'm always a big fan of that if you're not so comfortable trying to go for the devastating snooker. The snooker alone, and especially putting the object ball in a good place, it's pretty important. Yeah, Mario He. Did he make it through? He's in that number 5 position, I think.
Yeah, he beat Dmitry Yungo 10-6 earlier.
Yeah, it was a close one when I had to go earlier, and I think he draws a match to where he's a little bit of a favorite, if I remember correctly.
Well, he plays Tyler Steyer next.
Oh, is that right? Okay, maybe I'm thinking of another one, but still you'd label him a little bit of a favorite, but Tyler playing really well. Nice kick shot from Ralph. How many times in his career has he kicked out of a safety? It's a number you couldn't even fathom. And that's kind of why, I said a moment ago, most of the pros would have taken on that 2 down the rail with the 3 open. And this is the exact reason why. It's because early in the rack, when there's more balls on the table, unless you know you're really welding them, eliminating a lot of kick shots, or maybe a very low percentage one anyways, the players kick out of a lot of safeties.
Well, the 2 is on, but look where the 3 is.
Yeah, and that's why FSR, he just wanted a good solid hit on that 2, making sure he got a rail, knew the 3, gave him a lot of insurance, going further in the rack.
You might have just caught a glimpse there of Torsten Homan leaving the arena, and that's because on table 2, Shane Van Boning is through. He's defeated Homan by 10 racks to 4.
Yeah, you don't want this 2 to roam near the 9 with the 3 locked up. Looks like it's okay.
Tactical first rack. Tactical second rack.
Yeah, you don't want to send the 2 down table by the 3 without really knowing you're getting the snooker. Don't want to leave something offensive that would open up that 3 in brown 7. Only has the left side of the 2. Yeah, nice shot. Keep it simple. Again, the 3 and 7 being locked up really opens up the range on all these kick shots. You saw he didn't want to hit it hard, didn't want anything goofy to happen. Lose the cue ball on a scratch. Now you don't want to leave an angle on the 2. Good speed with the cue ball.
Out comes the jump cue.
You know, I wonder if he really wants to go for this in the side. Could scratch like that. That's what I would have worried about. I mean, hard not to go for it, I guess, but giving up ball in hand, that's the one way to get that 3-7 open, you know. Be able to put the cue ball anywhere you want on the 2. And now Ralph could take a little bit of a chance here. He could use the 6. The 6 is a big ball. If he wanted to move the 2, now you have to move it a little near the 9 and come one rail into the 3-7, letting the 3 hold the cue ball and try and use a big 6 ball to get the snooker. It's a little risky, but definitely has some value. I think that may be what he's doing here. He's trying to tuck him underneath it. I tell you, you don't want to like lose the cue ball here or anything, but would you swing at the 9 ball here? Get a little movement with the 3-7 so ugly. A lot of people would consider that amateur, and it may be a little bit, but he doesn't have a lot to offer on the 2. If you can't get the snooker, yeah, that's what I mean, I think kind of says to shoot at it a little bit.
So what you're saying, Jeremy, is a potentially bigger reward for a small amount of risk.
Well, especially with nothing else certain. You know, you really don't have much certain as far as the safety on the 2, and you don't want to open it up to where Ralph gets to play a nice safety. So you don't figure it to hang in the pocket and sell out a combination from this angle. He was guarding against a lot right there. He didn't want to jack up and hit it hard. That way the 2 may fly around the table, get near the 3. Only worry about that speed is leaving the 9 near the pocket a little bit, but still, again, that'd be hard pressed. Now Ralph may go ahead and make this and try and open the 3 on a safety. And he's going to chip it and run the cue ball, I believe. Trying to bank the 3 away and hold the cue ball. It's a little touchy.
Big news from table 6. The reign of Albin Ouschan as European Open champion is over. He's been beaten 10-5 by Daniel Maciol of Poland. The writing, frankly, was on the wall the way he played against Jason Shaw. It was a very poor performance. Maciol's been playing nicely here. And so the unproductive 2023 of Albin Ouschan, I'm afraid, continues. We will have a new name on the trophy.
Yeah, and as much as anything, that last match just threw some mental doubt in there for Albin, and we know that at times, of course, that can get to everyone, but it can really get to Albin. He's, you know, I don't like to label anyone as a perfectionist. I just kind of, I don't agree with it, but he likes, you know, he likes it done right, and sad to see him out of the tournament. But I said it earlier, I think Daniel Maciol doesn't get enough credit, and when there's so many great Polish players and they've had results, some of them can get overlooked, and Daniel's a very dangerous player.
And this could be a dangerous escape.
Yeah, maybe going for this one. It's going to bank twice. And this is what's happened in these, you know, first couple racks, is when balls have been shot at, even though he's got a shot here on the 3. The pink on the opposite side, so very difficult. And this is a similar situation that Shaw had. Now, Shaw's was a little easier, and Fran doesn't have the option to go forward, but I thought Jason with that 6 ball earlier when he was trying to make that comeback, if he pulled it back and cut that other ball in, which I think you're going to see Fran do that, like his chances of getting out. Now he's contemplating rolling forward to bank the pink, but I like him drawing this back and cutting the pink in the upper right.
On the evidence of the first rack and a third, I think this is going to be a marathon.
And I think really Ralph has gotten FSR, kind of changed FSR's natural pace a little bit, seems like. Maybe just the racks themselves, the layouts of the balls have kind of dictated the pace as well. But and FSR's not a fast player, but he's certainly got a rhythm.
Yeah, he's fast when he's in the balls, dishing. It will be tough to dish from here. Good initial pot on the 3, an even better one in many respects required on the 4.
Yeah, it sets up nice, and it's a shot he excels at. I think him and Filler, I think Copen Yi is the best at these. Really the back and forth, using the side rails.
So nicely done. 2-0. He's there for the taking. The 9 for a hard-fought and therefore a satisfying rack win for Sanchez Ruiz. He doesn't miss those. It is 2-0. The German legend Ralph Suke trailing early. Now, one player who's delighted with his day's work, and rightly so, Tyler Steyer, who defeated Skyler Woodward on the match that immediately preceded this one here on Table 1. Afterwards, we got the man from Wisconsin's reaction.
Tyler, that seemed to be the best we've seen you play for some time. How did it feel like that?
Yeah, it felt really good. Love the way the TV table's playing. I love the new type pockets, so it forces you to commit to the shot, right? So if the pockets were a little bit bigger, you can kind of get away with hitting the ball a little bit bad. But yeah, I'm just really comfortable, taking really good care of myself in the gym, eating right, and got a great support team behind me, and yeah, just playing good at the moment.
It's never easy when you come in against your compatriot, especially somebody like Skyler, that you're actually so close with when it comes to Mosconi Cups
Yeah.
more recently. So for you, is there a little bit of, I don't know, what would you call it in terms of getting that victory?
Yeah, of course he's a great friend, and he's tough to close out because he has so much firepower. Like, it takes one ball for him to feel like, oh, I can run a 7-pack now, right? Like, I've seen him where he's not in form, make one ball, and then he's off, right? So he's so tough to put away. When he made that long 8-ball when I was on 7 or 8, he made an unbelievable shot, and I was like, oh boy, right? But thankfully I was able to sneak away. The format kind of doesn't really allow a lot of break and runs unless the player's getting a little bit fortunate sometimes. So I was on the fortunate end.
Going into the weekend, it means that you've got a very good chance to break into the automatic spots for the Mosconi Cup. That must be one thing that's on your mind, but obviously as well as that, you've got Mario He still to come.
Yeah, absolutely. You keep an eye on the rankings, but they're not everything, right? You try to win individual events for yourself, but of course it's everybody's favorite event to play, so you're definitely keeping an eye on the rankings every once in a while. But looking forward to playing.
Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, hard to believe last year at the Mosconi Cup was his debut. He will make many appearances in that event, including this year. 2-0 up at the moment. Promised to give you the other scores. So here goes. Daniel Massiol, who's beaten the defending champion Albin Ouschan. He awaits either Wojciech Szewczyk or Gary Wilson. The wait might not be too lengthy because Szewczyk leads 9-5 on the hill. Mieszko Fortunski maintaining the theme of Polish success. He's 7-5 up on Dimitris Lukatos. Shane van Boning's next opponent will be either Tim de Ruyter or Tobias Bongers. De Ruyter leading that one 8-5 right now. Oliver Szolnocki, he's 9-7 up on Konrad Jerzushin. And if Szolnocki comes through that, he will play the winner of this, the match we're watching. And that's it out there. The day winding down. There's been a really good crowd in here today, and all of them eventually will congregate around this table because it's almost guaranteed that FSR and Suko will be last off.
Yeah, and he's certainly not going to get this pushback, I don't think anyways, but you got to attack the really devastating safety here with the 3 covered up a little bit. You got to come off his right side of the 2 and run the cue ball 2 rails, long rails up to the top rail, and try and come into that 3. Couldn't see him passing or shooting any other shot, really. Yeah, that's the shot there. You got so many good things working for you with the purple 5 and whatnot, and if you get up in behind that 3 and 4, you're most likely getting ball in hand.
Wojciech Szewczyk has beaten Gary Wilson. He's doubled up on the snooker star at 10-5, so Szewczyk will face off against Massiol in the last 16. That means Poland is guaranteed at least one quarter-finalist.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine FSR doing anything but jumping at this 2 ball. Maybe drawing into the 6 to hold position. And there's a few maybe a little better than him with the jump cue, but not many, especially when you're, in the biggest tournaments, the biggest moments. Could try to bank it as well. There is a little cover there with the purple 5. If he banks it up there towards the, by the pink in the upper right corner and slides the cue ball over, some good things can happen. And he's going to leave a shot for Ralph, and not an easy one from some distance, but I'm not sure if he'll even shoot at it, to be honest. It's a tough shot. Going into some traffic. Could come off about half the ball and go behind the 3 and 4 pretty easily for the safety. And all these players try to stay aggressive, and aggressive is what makes them great, but sometimes the safety may be a little better. Now, what's going on here is the first 2 games he's played some nice safeties, and FSR has gotten out a lot of them. Both players have. So he's going to attack.
You can be as cute as you like in terms of defence, but ultimately to win matches you have to pot balls, and that was a very good pot, especially after being deprived of quality table time so far.
Yeah, I don't really recall him getting a shoot at a ball yet, a reasonable. Oh, well, he overcut the 3, I believe, in the first game it was maybe. It wasn't easy from a long ways away. He's got a couple options here. He most likely just rolls out a little bit and takes the purple 5 in the lower right. Good draw by it, but I don't see the point with the 6-7. Pretty doable. A little light here. So the 6 does have 2 pockets. That's not the problem. Just made a little bit more of a missable ball.
Still very competitive, Ralph Suke. Obviously, over the last few years, the number of tournaments he's won dwindling down, almost drying up. But last year, he won the European 8-ball championship. Terrific effort. His most recent Moscone Cup appearance was 2017. Could have done with a touch more pace, but it should be okay.
Yeah, sometimes you feel like you're on the line of a scratch and you just don't want to hit it hard enough to get there.
Ralph Suke off the mark. Now then, we've been talking about the Moscone Cup in early December. Just before that, just announced a brand new addition to the World 9-Ball Tour, the TE Capital Asian Pool Promotions 9-Ball Open of 2023, that will take place in Singapore at the Aspire Recreation Centre. Now, we don't know who will be there yet, the entire field, but we do know it will be supported inevitably by the local favourites Ouschan, World Pool Masters champion Copen Yi, and World Cup of Pool winners James Arenas and Johan Schur. Another addition to the ever-growing World 9-Ball Tour, which is expanding at a rate I don't think anyone could have possibly imagined. And there, wonderful opportunities for leading Asian players to earn ranking points. I'm led to believe the total prize fund will be somewhere around the $40,000 mark.
Unlucky there with the scratch on the break. He really hit him well, and I was curious because I haven't really got to watch Ralph break the balls yet in this event. Watched a few racks here and there, but floating through the arena. But I know he's breaking the balls well to get this far, and That was a good one, just a bit unfortunate. Made 3 on the break as well, Phil.
Yeah, that's the double-edged sword, isn't it? When you knock in a load of balls on the break and scratch, it means your opponent has got an easy time, more than likely. Not a lot of work to do. Just connect the dots.
Yeah, this is a fairly simple one, and you got to execute, but not really any tough decisions and not too much tough execution. But Ralph has got to feel good about the way he hit him, right? So, I mean, he's going to be eager. Maybe FSR sees how well Ralph hit him, so that may put a little more pressure on FSR. I feel like he handles that pretty well, but we'll see.
Yes, he does, although it's not always been the case. Now here you see the revving up, the speeding up at the table when he's in the balls. Might have thinking time in safety battles, but when he's potting them, he's rapid. And rapidly, he leads 3-1. The success of FSR over the last few years has been remarkable. And this year, there's been no real slowdown. Of course, he won the World Nineball Championship in February in Poland. He also won Premier League pool. As for the last couple of big world ranking tournaments, well, quarter-finalist at the UK Open, disappointingly beaten in the last 64 of the Spanish Open in Lugo in Galicia. And a week afterwards, at the same venue, he and David Al-Qaedi lost in the first round, defending the World Cup of Pool. Although there were mitigating circumstances. They had a nightmare draw. They played the Philippines, who went on to lift the trophy.
Yeah, really. They were the first to taste that coming out party for Team Philippines, and especially Johan Chua. Almost a scratch right back at you, but look what else is going to happen besides that scratch. Looks like he's got a perfect shot at the 2, maybe a little bit small of a pocket with the 8 there, but the 3's over the hole. And this is what we saw for about a year or so. Not every rack, of course, but you put 2 or 3 of these type of layouts and maybe a quick combination to continue the run here for FSR, and put a few of these during every match. Boy, that puts a lot of pressure on your opponent.
'22 was one of the great years for any pool player. It started out with him winning the 9-ball event at the Derby City Classic. We talked about the World Cup of Pool win with David Al-Qaedi that year. He also won the PRP 9-ball Open, the US Open, the World 8-ball Championship, and capped it off being on a winning Mosconi Cup team. Named Billiards Digest Player of the Year, of course, had to be. And now he's one combo away from 4-1. It is. So it was a slow start to this match. The last couple of racks, though, have flown by, and they've both gone to Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. If he wins, 1, 2 and 3 in the World 9-Ball Tour rankings will be in the last 16, but I'm afraid number 4 will not be. And that's because Albin Ouschan, who was trying to defend this title, has gone. These were the last few pots from Daniel Massiol that sealed Albin Ouschan's fate. You can't win these events without being somewhere near your best. You don't always need to be at peak form, but you need to be somewhere near your best, and clearly Albin Ouschan wasn't.
Yeah, today wasn't his day. Actually, compared to today, I liked what I saw from Albin. I mean, it wasn't always perfect, but it seemed like he was pretty cool in the chair when it made a mistake or maybe got a bad roll or Just kept himself in check really well. Played some good matches, but just kind of started off with a funky one today with Jason Shaw, and then it just never kind of quit from there.
Can tell you the winner of this match in the last 16 tomorrow will take on Oliver Szolnoki. The finest player from Hungary has beaten Konrad Uschan 10-7.
Yeah, difficult rollout here. I mean, with so many balls there congested around the racking area, it's going to be hard to push out, and unless it's just kind of ridiculous, it's going to be hard to push out and get it back. You're going to be probably snookered, especially a savvy vet like Ralph Souquet coming in. Almost certainly has to be a kick shot, but the kick shot is not difficult. Especially your room for error coming off the back rail into the 2. You could slide into the 3 with the cue ball, the 5 maybe if you miss hit it a little bit.
Big cheer from across the arena. Now I would suspect that was for the winning ball for Tim de Ruyter on table 14, given the acoustics. We'll find out shortly.
Yeah, maybe. Tobias Bonger's making a comeback.
Just been told by Jack Aspie of Matchroom it was Tim de Ruyter winning. He's beaten Tobias Bongers 10-5, and now he will take on Shane Van Boning in the Sweet 16.
Yeah, well, Tim putting in the time now, getting out to these events, and of course the Dutch seem to always have someone in there. Of course, it was Bijsterbosch at the Spanish Open. Like I said, hard to miss this one. You can actually come off the 2 like that and still bump the purple and still have so much room for error on the kick shot. It's just a hard one to miss.
Yeah, he was licking his lips at that, wasn't he?
Yeah, I may have considered maybe rolling out to fanning the 2 from that upper left corner, but I mean, it was always going to be difficult. But again, the 5's a little messy. Doesn't go by the 7, I don't think, in the lower left. I don't think it plays in the lower right. So with a good contact here, maybe using the jump cue, you could see another tactical battle. Got to believe he's going to try and play the 2. Is he going to go for it? Is he going to try and bank it by the 6 and bring it back down table, maybe underneath the 3? I think a bit of both. Like, go to the outer edge of the pocket, maybe. If you miss it, maybe it banks back down. It's going to be a little upsetting, but again, now that traffic that was helping Ralph is some traffic he has to navigate through. Yeah, considering the position of the 5, the purple 5, playing long distance on the 3, maybe coming above the side. I mean, I kind of doubt that, but this is tricky. Maybe just use your talent coming across one rail, trying to roll the ball. Well, he played twice, and I think he hit it perfectly. You may not know how good that is, Phil. maybe the camera's fooling me. Maybe the 5 is playable to where he can just draw into the 8, take a long distance shot on the 6. I thought it was definitely not playable in the lower right, but now, of course, Ralph being at the table, you can see it all.
Didn't want the 8 to come off the 9 because the 7 is now a little obscured for later.
Yeah, and that's a little unpredictable, you know, in its entirety, you might say. But I'm a little surprised he didn't draw the cue ball back off the 8, maybe try and get a foot out of the cue ball heading towards the center of the table, trying to create some angle, because you could always work it with an angle. But again, like I said, a little unfortunate. Well, you must have a little bit here to be able to draw the cue ball back. It's got to go. Oh, really nice.
Oh, it was a touchy shot, and because the cue ball was so close to the brown 7, judging the potting angle was difficult. Now, if you're going to see that kind of shot missed, far more often than not, it's when a player undercuts the ball. But Ralph Suke marginally overcut it, and the brown agonisingly stays on the table.
Yeah, it's a funny shot. If he didn't have to hit the cue ball so light, a hair more speed, that 7 would have got shoved in a little bit. Now, a lot more speed, it would have bobbled still, but just need a little more energy going towards the pocket. Unfortunate after a good run.
Of course, FSR tidies up. It's 5-1. He's halfway to playing on day 5 of the European Open. Only one other match out there now on table 11. Dimitris Lukatos has just won the 15th rack to trail Mieszko Fortunski 8-7. Must ask you this, Jeremy. Did you play Ralph Suke a lot over the years?
Oh, quite a lot, yeah. We seem to draw each other quite often, and to be fair, I was a pretty consistent player, you know. So I stayed in tournaments, you know, fairly deep. Not all the time, of course, no one can, and not always first, second, third, anything like that. But, you know, Ralph was the same, so we meet each other on the one-loss side a lot, wherever. A lot of times in the Moscone, I could think of a couple matches. He kicked an 8-ball in on me at the Moscone on a Friday night that almost brought the house down at a Hill match, and actually played him at the most recent U.S. Open I played a few years ago. He's a tough guy to beat. And just, you know, the camera got put on him right there, and of course he's not liking what happened on that 7, but he was processing it. You know, he was thinking about what was going on there, trying to keep himself cool, and it's another reason why he's done so well.
Yeah, and over the course of the year, at all of these tournaments, we see certain players, when they're behind, when they're making mistakes, when things aren't going well, lose their head. Ralph Suke will not. Guaranteed.
Well, yeah, these are once you do it a couple times, you feel, you know, not only you can do it, but those are some of the most special wins. Those are the ones you turn, you know, everything around, and that was a big miss there. Did he fluke it? Oh, my.
Well, it wasn't just a miss, was it? It was terribly cued.
Yeah.
Lots of movement in the shoulder, and that's not a good sign.
No, he never really settled the tip either, just kind of a wind-up into the shot. And FSR, of course, when he has had his struggles, it's been misses here of late, you know, balls that we just don't expect him to miss. And, you know, look back to that, what we were talking about a moment ago, but that World Nineball Championship that SBB finally got. You know, what's the match we all talk about that got him there and got him that belief? It was that big comeback against Mika Immonen, trailing 10-3. So we're only at 5-1. So of course Ralph isn't giving up, and FSR knows it.
By its very definition, you don't deserve any fluke, but particularly when you've cued it so badly. At least he didn't get shape on the 2. That would have been the ultimate insult.
Yeah, and you know, at this level and 9-ball pool anyways, you won't see many flukes. The real luck in the game is sometimes missing and not leaving your opponent a shot, but that's just, you want to call it luck, or I kind of come to realize it's just part of the game. It happens both ways. Talked about it yesterday that I've rarely gone through all those matches when I used to play and really ever said I never had a chance. Difficult kick here, though. I'd like to go to the left rail if we're looking at the monitor. He's going to his right, our right rail, his left. The only reason this one's a little more dangerous, I think, is the scratch from underneath if you're trying to kick 2 rails behind it.
A couple of players involved in the Fillers Junior tournament earlier in the day watching on. No contact made, ball in hand. Remarkably, he didn't make contact with anything.
No, went some 18 feet around the table with the cue ball. Okay, I think he's mainly sizing up the 4 to the 6 here. Surprised he's going this way. The side pocket, I'm a corners guy, but the side pocket's a pretty big spot. Unless he's really thinking about how I want to get on the 6. That's what's making him shoot the 3 in the corner, but otherwise you'd have to run the cue ball to play the 3 in the side. Now the 4's up a little bit. He would have liked to have gotten to where he could draw back, get it below the 4, and then come across a couple rails and play the green 6 in the right middle. That would be kind of like yeah, that's what he wants to do here. Just a little bounce. Now he can come for the middle pocket.
Now that was a better shot than it looked, with the cue ball welded to that side cushion.
Yeah, that shot there, again, another one that he made look a lot easier than it actually was. You need to get by the 7, then have good speed on it to get back for the 7 on the side. Probably a little unlucky falling this straight. He's going to have to take a bit more on the 8. Well, he didn't want to take a bit more on the 8. Took a little chance there firing that ball in, but I think the confidence is starting to brew, Phil.
Well, if he's not confident after the last couple of years he's had, he'll never will be confident. It's been a remarkable succession of glory. That was very, very tentative, though. Well, in the previous rack, Suke handed the rack to FSR by missing the 7 and leaving it over the pocket. This time, it's roles reversed with the 8.
Yeah, and he's a smart player, but I think maybe simplified that a bit much, and it, like you said, looked a little tentative doing it. Had other options there, and just kind of got away from him. Is he looking rail first here?
Well, he should get it, but it's missable.
Yeah, absolutely.
A ray of light for Ralph Suke. For all the world, it looked as though he was going to be 6-1 down. 5-2 from his perspective. A lot more palatable. Now just one more match going on at the moment on table 11, and there's been a turnaround. The last time we reported on the scoreline, Mieszko Fortunski was leading Dimitris Lukartos by 8 racks to 7. Well, now Lukartos of Greece is on the hill at 9-8. The winner of that one will play Joshua Filler next. Maybe it's time to run down the last 16, how it pans out right now. Daniel Massiol against Wojciech Szewczyk. Anton Raga against John Morra. Aloysius Schaap will take on Fedor Gorsht. Shane Van Boning, Tim de Ruyter, Tyler Steyer, Mario He. David Al-Kadi will face Yanni Uski, and 2 more pieces of the jigsaw to a fix.
Well, there you have it, breaking the balls pretty well again. I bet a kiss he didn't like seeing after the last with that scratch. The last time Suke broke the balls, but tell you what, nothing easy here. Of course, nothing offensive besides some type of combination on the 9 using the 2-3. But I don't think anything easy at first glance when it comes to some type of safety. I was going to say, I mean, you may cut the 2 onto the 3-9 and draw the cue ball back to the end rail. You may shoot the 2 right directly into the rail, trying to come off and cut the 3 into the 9 and draw the cue ball back exactly towards the center of the end rail, especially with the 6-7 and the 4-5. A lot of balls there that if the 2 stays on the bottom end, you know, chances are FSR wouldn't have a shot. And the main reason for this consideration is the safety is not easy. Not at all. You know, if he chips the 2 and runs the cue ball behind the pink, not a lot of space to get that snooker. It could leave a jump with the 2 over the side. I think this is the correct shot.
The old magic is still in there. How about that from Ralph Souquet? Superb. The match turning maybe in his favour. 2-3-9. All is fine. 5-3.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's, like I said, he did have that kiss and scratch in that opening break of his, but overall, gotta like what you see as far as getting some movement, getting the 1 down.
We can expect to see both of these two at the US Open at Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City last week in September. FSR is the defending champion. He can't wait to get there. Then it's the Asian Open in Hanoi in Vietnam. That's in the middle of October. And of course, it's all building up. An individual sport that has a team event as its highest profile competition, the Mosconi Cup at the Alexandra Palace in North London in early December.
Again, a nice break off. The 2 getting trapped on the bottom rail, and he's got to look at it, so he'll be the first to make some type of play. Probably shaving the 2 maybe. Kind of running the cue ball towards the 8. That's an option. Could kind of bank the 2 up and use the 6 to maybe slow the cue ball down. I think that's dangerous. Don't think you can use the right side of the 2 that well. His right side. Well, most likely, whatever Ralph attempts will be the correct percentage play. Another reason why he's lasted so long in this game. Yeah, that's the shot I liked. And it's amazing how often, because you're worried about overhitting it and the 2 getting over the pocket, and you end up hitting it what you would call a little better than you think. Now, we've seen FSR the last year and a half at times go for these thin cuts, especially if he's not in love with any safety. So it's not terrible. Cueing okay.
Yeah, it's one of his calling cards, isn't it? A shot he feels fits the eye.
Yeah, all the greats. There's a few come to mind with this type of shot. Of course, Phil are really, really good at all these. And Shane doesn't get enough credit sometimes at these types of thin cuts. Again, Copen Yi, it seems like to me, anytime it's a thin cut, he's on point. All right, he's going to roll this. Did get the snooker, I think. May have left the right edge. If he did leave the right edge, could be in trouble with the cue ball up behind the brown. Is he looking to kick below the 6? 2 rails, it looks like, and always talk about kicking towards congestion. you know, sending the object ball towards other balls. But this one looks like, I'm not worried about him missing the hit, but I thought he may kick towards the top rail, trying to hit that left side rail right before the side pocket. Cue ball should continue off the 2 to the bottom rail and take your chances that way. The thing here is, unless he hits it one certain way, the cue ball should kind of come up a little bit, maybe behind the pink. We'll see. He's missed it. That's 2 kicks that he's missed in this match that you just would bet a lot of money on.
Both on the 2 and both cardinal sins. Because with ball in hand and the table configured like this, you've got a fancy FSR to put the rack on the board sharpish.
Yeah, talk about it all the time, and along the same with some safeties. Don't try and get too cute, especially with so many balls on the table. If you just, you know, kind of took a rip at that and made sure you were hitting it with another 8 balls on the table, good chance you're going to get safe. That looks a little short, and look at the area he had to get to. It was a big space, so a little bit of struggles for FSR at the moment. And this is, can he go into the 8 going forward and give him the proper angle for the purple to get on the green 6? He's going to go by it, drawing it. Maybe play for the right middle on the purple. I would inspect, what can I do if I go into the 8 ball? What kind of angle is that leaving me on the purple in the left middle? Looks pretty natural to me. He's going to love this.
The pot was in, position achieved, but that shoulder was involved again.
Yeah, it's almost like he takes a little bit of a shot for granted, maybe. Did he fall straight here? And the reason this is not something you want, of course, you want to get better, but after that recently missed 8 ball a couple games ago, doesn't want anything too difficult on the black 8.
Yeah, to the same pocket, down the same rail.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't think he would go forward and play short side. That just doesn't seem like the shot. And he'd rather come backwards and take a little more of a cut. Is he going to unload the draw stroke here? You wouldn't think so. Yes, he is. Another one he has to pay attention to. Little off angle. Oh, the players like to draw this from a little off. Oh, he miscued. So again, everything that kind of can happen is happening.
Jason Shaw suffered a miscue this afternoon. Chris Melling had a vital point of a match late yesterday against Mika Immonen. He eventually lost. They're cropping up.
Yeah, well, like that shoulder you were talking about, a lot of those miscues happen from decelling. You know, you kind of break down when you decel a little bit. The cue can kind of level out, can do a number of things. And so some technical issues at the moment for the world number 1.
Suke, stubborn. He's back to only one behind at 5-4. Momentum was very much with FSR. Now it's in the opposite direction.
Yeah, FSR read my mind, or I read his. I don't know. I was going to say, big good time here shortly for FSR to go maybe clear his head a little bit, get away from the arena for a couple minutes on his timeout. That's exactly what's happened.
Yes, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz is 31 years of age, but he's been playing an awful long time, so he knows full well the capabilities and the fighting spirits of Ralph Suke. He knows he needs to improve and cut out the stupid errors to win this match. He will not be taking anything for granted, nothing in the slightest. By the way, over on table 11, they've gone the distance. The first match in the last 32 that's gone hill-hill. Dimitris Lukatos and Mieszko Fortunski, 9-9.
Yeah, Fortunski, when he gets in these stages, win or lose, it seems like he plays a lot of close ones. Really haven't got a chance to even see him the entire week, which is pretty rare.
Just thinking, you know, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz last year went deep in virtually every tournament he played in, but not this one. Funnily enough, he came unstuck in this very round. He lost 10-8 to Besar Spahiu of Albania. As for Ralph Suke last year, well, this time he's played 4 matches and won 4. 12 months ago, he played 4, won 2, lost 2. Beaten by Yuri Pisklov and by Jonas Suto Camino.
Yeah, I watched a bit of that match here last year, and again, Camino, very talented player, probably number 3 or 4 in Spain.
Just while the players are out of the arena, let me give you a reminder of those upcoming tournaments. The US Open, the biggest event in pool in my opinion, won 20 years ago by my co-commentator Jeremy Jones. It's the Barry Berman Trophy. It's held at the moment by Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. It will be played on the Jersey Shore in Atlantic City at Harrah's Resort last week in September. I think everyone's excited about the Asian Open. We just don't know the extent of the crowd numbers there. We can only assume they're going to be very high indeed. You can see there in the foreground of the promo photograph, Luong Kwok Hwang also taking part, the likes of Copen Yi and Shane Van Boning. It will be a powerful field there, absolutely for sure. Mosconi Cup, well, very different to the US Open and Asian Open, which have 256 players. The Mosconi Cup has a select 10, 5 from Europe, 5 from the USA. It will take place in Alexandra Palace in London from December 6 to 9. A few tickets are available. If you want to go, my advice, snap them up as quickly as you can, and we will have the reveal of the respective captains for USA and Europe here tomorrow. Didn't think I'd be saying this half an hour ago. Ralph Suke breaking off, trying to draw level.
Yeah, and he's been really good with the break, in my opinion, without any results. And look at the green 6 right in the way, only a foot away from the blue 2. I'll tell you, he hasn't had much love on the breaking end of things, which, again, kind of dictates a lot of the theme and rhythm in these matches. And I'll tell you, though, FSR could have had a monster lead if he ignored or avoided a few mistakes.
Well, conservatively 7-2.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, again, another push-out game. We had a few of those at the beginning. Both players battling for that first shot. And you wonder why Ralph wins so many lags, pushing out perfectly from 7-8 feet away, laying the cue ball down on the rail. And tell you what, he laid it down on the rail so well. This is going to be a similar situation to the first game, I believe, where don't think Fran will pass this one, though. Here, it's pretty nice to just kind of mildly shoot the 2 into the top rail, let it go into the brown 7, and let the cue ball just drift to the top rail, a little left of the middle diamond, maybe the first diamond. Now, I did pass this same situation back before, and Ralph hit it a little light. We'll see if he makes the adjustment. Don't really see much else. If you bring the 2 down, you're really gambling. I think it's just like again, and I'm surprised that FSR passed it. This one's not tough. Yeah, both times he hit it a bit light, and maybe FSR knows a little better. Could cut the 2 into the brown 7, trying to come across, use the green 6 for the snooker. Could kick behind this as well, trying to double bank the 2 away. He's going to play the first shot. That's the shot that most would play, very controlled. Think he, definitely not getting ball in hand or anything, but I think he cut off the direct hit on the blue 2. And if he didn't, he may have left it so thin that really Ralph can't do much with it going ball first anyway. So it'll be something to the backside of the blue 2. Yeah, devastating safety there. I don't know if he can reach this ball to really be accurately hitting the cue ball. You could say the pink 4 is tied up, but with the red 3 near the side, gets a shot at the 2. You figure him to get an angle, one of these players, most likely FSR, to be able to open the 8 and the pink 4. So pretty important hit here on the blue 2. Yeah, this is the type of shot, being a little elevated stretched, you can really change the direction of the cue ball and miss this port, kind of badly as far as the hit on the 2. I like him going the top rail myself, between the 3-8, coming one rail at the 2.
Twice hooked on the 2, no contact at all, ball in hand. And there's the hat-trick.
Yeah, I don't know how to explain what happens with that kick shot when you're so close to the rail. Just nothing seems to react like it normally would.
While he's weighing up his options, let me tell you, Mieszko Fortunski is through. He's beaten Dimitris Lukatos 10-9. So Poland will be the most represented nation in the last 16 with 3 players there.
Well, there you know, not always, but last couple years you could say they usually carry a lot of the most players in a lot of those rounds. And interesting, he's looking to break out off the 2 here. They thought he may, I mean, you would love to do that, but that looks a little more risky, but thought he may look at using the 3 ball on the side and coming down and bumping the black 8 and the pink 4. Come underneath these. So he's looking to split them is what he wants to do. The thing is, anytime you have to play off of a pretty full hit, unless you're really going to put some pace, you're not going to have a ton on the cue ball. And see that right here? That's a big risky shot, especially with the 3 over the side. He could have certainly gotten a little past the 3, taken an angle to chip it in and go into the pink and the black. So every way possible, this match is turned around. Yeah, not only for control, a little more power when you're breaking balls out, you want to be cutting whatever object ball you're shooting. That way you have natural speed on the cue ball. Now you could follow this. Pretty easy shot to bank the 3. Kind of off the top rail and then back down for these great players while the cue ball goes up to the top rail. Hard not to try and make it though. He has to bend the cue ball a little bit. Key to this is don't overhit it. Give the bend a chance to happen. Great shot.
Yeah, great shot. Badly needed. Badly needed.
Now, does he have a big pocket on the bank with the 7 there? I know it may look a little crazy, but I mean, the players, when they see a big pocket on a bank shot, they're not afraid. And I think he has the proper angle to be able to stun up for a cut on the purple. Now, a lot going on with that shot, but I think he's going to double bank the pink away maybe, or he's rolling behind the 8 with the cue ball. If he can pull this off, should be oh, he went for the bank. I liked it.
There might have been a big pocket, Jeremy, but in the end, a normal size pocket was enough. Just getting past the 9-ball.
Yeah. Wow.
It's been the story of the week. So many matches, players have seemingly been in total control, then something happens and everything switches.
Yeah, I mean, that one there, that's how tight the pockets are. From that angle, you do not figure the ball to hang. You figure either to make it or you miss the pocket enough where the 5 comes back out to the bottom rail. But those 2 games earlier to really take a huge lead, maybe could have been maybe 7-1 or 7-2. The soft 8 down the rail, and another mistake in the following game. And now a little bit of the rolls maybe changing a little bit. Oh, this has got to go. He's going to have to make one heck of a shot now on the 6 to hold for the 7. You know, it's kind of sits this where it's so thin it's hard to hold the ball, but it's not quite thin enough to easily go 4 rails with the cue ball. So a little on the 50, Phil.
Yes, and it's shots like this, moments like this, where 54-year-old nerves are greatly tested.
Yeah, you got to believe if he gets there with the 4 rails with the cue ball, he's going to come very close to this lower right corner pocket. That's what it sits anyways. If you try to shoot it with a little inside spin, maybe a hair of right to straighten the ball out, usually slows the cue ball down a hair and maybe miss the ball. And he could play safe, but I think he's got to go. Again, he can't afford any side spin at all. The right slows it down too much. The left really brings that lower right corner into play. So straight high.
Well, frankly, nowhere close.
Yeah, and when you sit in between, you know, you really, I don't know if it's just your mind takes over and really tries to help the cue ball movement around the table. That's why you saw a bad overcut. I think a big shot for Fran here, though. If he lets this one slip by, I mean, that was a missable ball, whether it was closely missed or not. If he doesn't knock this in, I think Ralph might become the favorite in this match.
One thing I will say, I've seen him knocking an awful lot of this kind of pot to a semi-blind pocket from distance. It's a shot that appeals to him. Bingo.
Well, I think the way he hit it is going to allow him to regroup a little bit. You know, when you're kind of struggling a little bit, you tend to overhit that. You know, really want to hit it with a little more confidence or a little more thump into the pocket. I don't know, however you want to call it, but I really like the controlled swing there on the 6.
Well, down a rail, not this one, but on the opposite side of the table, he's missed an 8 and he's miscued an 8. Third time lucky. The 9 ball for a modicum of breathing space. Just a tad twitchy, that one again. It went into the overcut half of the pocket, but it fell, much to Francisco Sanchez Ruiz and his relief. It's 6-4. So this national composition of the last 16 so far. Well, 15 players are through. 3 Polish players, 1 from the Philippines. Anton Raga, if you are unaware of what he did today, well, he beat Copen Yi. Nay, he whitewashed Copen Yi 10-0 with 8 break and runouts. Now that's some pool. Also through to the last 16, a Canadian, a player from Singapore, 1 Russian, 1 German so far, 2 Americans, 1 Dutchman, 1 Austrian, 1 Spaniard so far, and 1 player from Finland and Hungary, respectively.
Thunder's break off there, and really one of his best of the match. The connection, making 2 on the break, excuse me. Yeah, Anton Raga, fun to watch. Another one that can break the balls with a lot of speed, and I think that's part of that ticket of getting all those breaking runs. All right, just dropping the cue ball down below the 6-9. Always rail speed, remember that. That's the one that usually plays the best with most of those shots.
Yeah, the Raga Copen Yi match was on table 14 in the middle of the arena, so he didn't get to see anything of it firsthand. But apparently, poor old Co had less than a handful of shots.
Oh, I believe it. I mean, Co has been in form for a long time, and even down, you figure him, to play well because, your opponent's just not letting you shoot. It's not so much you're giving it away. It's just the way things go. And the kick on the 2 has been a problem for Ralph in this match. And this one's not going to help unless the purple gets involved, and it very may end up a little short. I'm not sure if the pink 4 goes by the 6.
I think for FSR, anxious few seconds as the cue ball was on his travels there. He's okay though, he can get through.
Yeah, touchy little shot here. Yeah, this is going to hurt. This is going to be dead behind the 7. And again, he let up just a little bit on the downswing and didn't get the grab on the cue ball. I think he wanted to hit above the purple 5, so in my opinion anyways. All right, he can come across the table. I kind of like the soft kick here with the congestion down the side rail. A lot of good things could happen. I guess you can't argue a firm kick either, but kind of feel like the soft kick, you may be able to judge it a little better.
Well, combined, the kicking of these two players has been less than stellar.
Yeah, absolutely. And a few of them are very difficult, of course, but so you just like when they take on a tough shot, you like to bet on them, and you'd be a pretty good loser in the kicking department in this match. I don't know. I mean, the purple looks like it may slide by the 8, but it's not a shot you're going to shoot with a lot of speed. It's not one you want to cut much, so does that get you a little straight on the green 6 later on? A lot going on here, even with ball in hand. All right, he did real well to get nice and close to it, but again, you're not going to shoot it with a lot of speed. So maybe even, kind of cueing a little funny near the 8. Combination, if he shoots that, I kind of like the combination myself.
Can you believe it? I've seen this in snooker where the greats, as they get a little older, just put in a miss that no one can quite comprehend. Same thing here.
Yeah, and probably the one factor that really keeps them from still winning the major events. I mean, Ralph in shape, breaking the balls great, making great decisions, holding up under the pressure. I don't call that dogging it. It's just something that happened. Didn't see any problem with the stroke.
I think it's, as you get older, the focus diminishes somewhat. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz delighted to be back 3 in front when he thought the lead would be only 1. Tell you what though, if he never pots another ball, Ralph Souquet, what a career. 23 Euro Tour titles. He's won 20 European Championships in different disciplines. 12 German pool titles. He won the World Championship in Nineball in Sweden in 1996, beating Tom Storm of the host country in the final. And the following year, he was presented with the Silver Laurel Leaf, which is the highest official distinction awarded to sports people in Germany. And he was presented that by the German president at the time, Roman Herzog. At the moment, though, he's still coming to terms with that missed 7-ball.
Yeah, and he may have some time to do so. Nice opening here. It's kind of an awkward shot a little bit. A little more cut to, you know, kind of easily hold the ball from a little bit of distance. Could follow a couple rails out. Not the easiest to draw the ball over and back, so killed it nicely. And that's another shot, that kill stroke that has made him quite a few dollars here in the last year and a half or so. Now does the 7 pass the 9? I think he's already taken a glance there and doesn't seem too upset about anything in that department. So
don't know whether you saw Jeremy after the last rack. He looked at his watch as though to say, this has taken far too long, this match. I just want to get on with it from now on in. And he's certainly upped the pace here.
Yeah, and maybe telling himself he's thinking a little too much, kind of stressing every shot a bit. But I mean, when he's gotten the open shot, he's really, the pace has been all right. Maybe checking his heart rate. You never know with the watches these days. You can do it all.
That was swift. It was decisive. And he's now doubling up on Ralph Souquet. It's the second time he's had a 4-rack gap. He was 5-1 ahead. Now it's much more advanced at 8-4. 2 more needed for progress. It's amazing, you know, in Q Sports, fast players occasionally can dictate the pace. I've seen it happen. Tony Drago, for instance, who we saw in this tournament from Malta, Ronnie O'Sullivan. But far more often than not, if a player is going to dictate the pace, it's the slower one reducing the pace of the faster player.
Yeah, you're definitely right there in that department. And of course, the faster player, if they're playing very well, that's whenever I think they can really get a hold of you and change some things up. Great player from Canada, Luke Salvis, beat me one time. I think it was the U.S. Open. Maybe they had a tournament called the Masters also that Barry Berman ran, and beat me at race 11 in like 19 minutes. It was unbelievable.
Well, nothing doing there. Breaking dry. Luke Salvis, didn't he do really well in the old ESPN speed pool?
Oh, yeah, he won it a couple times, and he was a fine player anyways. He's a very offensive player and a dangerous kind of player. Usually had some nice wins about every tournament. A lot of cashes back in the day in the pro events. And Used to own a couple clubs, or maybe just one club in the Montreal area. Lefty. And I won a couple games when he beat me in that 19 minutes or whatever it was. I think it was like 19 and a half minutes.
The one thing Suke simply has to do is to keep Sanchez Ruiz off the hill for as long as possible.
Yeah, he'd like to have gotten a little more angle so he can kind of comfortably move a little closer to the 3. Because there's some work here getting from the 3 to the 4, especially if you have to do it from distance. Is this enough? Is this enough? I don't think so. Kind of punched the ball a little bit, trying to get a little more angle out of it, and therefore lost a little speed on the cue ball.
Just seemed, since that missed 7 ball, the wind is out of his sails.
Yeah, he's going to try and make some type of escape here. He could kick softly, laying the red on the purple, and, you know, kind of surviving for sure, and at least another shot, but may want to try and come 2 rails behind the 3 and be a little more attacking with the kick shot. A lot of times when this scenario comes up, you know, he'll edge the 3 and then Ralph will kick softly again and so on. This may happen for a few innings.
Yeah, brief stalemates occur in 9-ball. In snooker, we can have very lengthy ones. At the opening world ranking event of the season, the Championship League recently, we had a frame re-racked after over 40 minutes. And for maybe 20 minutes beforehand, it was blindingly obvious it was going to be re-racked. Black went over this top left-hand pocket. Red surrounded it. There was no way the impasse was going to be resolved.
Yeah, and we don't have the re-racks, of course, in 9-ball. The reason for that is the 3-foul rule. I played some tournaments without a 3-foul rule, and we had to go to a stalemate situation, believe it or not. And, of course, not the big events, but some regional events. I'd like to hit the left side of this, but he's cueing a little funny, worrying about the double hit, a foul. And one good thing that he does really well is that little nip draw. He could kind of draw off the right side of this and just get by the 7, use the 7 as a simple snooker. Should be able to contain the 3. Yeah, like there, but just kind of, is he going to thin it? I thought he may draw it. And don't worry about going up table with the cue ball.
Having relinquished one big lead, almost. FSR wants to nail this one as quickly as he possibly can.
Yeah, he's going to leave a piece of the 3, but I don't think he's left the piece that pockets the 3 in the lower left. Now the cue ball's off the rail a little bit. Can Ralph maybe bang this 3 ball around the table? Use maybe the 5-7 as a blocker. I think he's trying to size up if he can cut it in. I think there's a gap between the pink and the 9. Maybe not to do a whole lot besides maybe get the 3 up to the top rail. Can he cut this? Wow, that'd be amazing. Yeah, I can tell he's shooting at it.
It's amazing how those gaps appear.
Yeah, Ralph really couldn't have hit his ball any better. Perfect speed with the cue ball, but FSR with just a little bit better in that moment. Oh, good shot, trying to spin the rock. Now, early in the match, he passed on a 2 ball that was similar here. Had an easy safety, though, and so there was a big option there that was kind of right in front of him. Here, he'll attack and come across.
Did not like the back arm there at all. The flying elbow. We've seen the shoulder in the shot. That was the elbow. He's missed some balls. A lot of them of similar ilk. Rolling them down cushions.
Man, really just looked good a rack here and there, but really just have never put it together, especially what we're used to seeing from him. Ralph, he's just got to make sure he gets into the cue ball here. He's just going to drag it, play the 6 on the side. Yeah, smart shot.
Do not give Ralsuke any encouragement.
Well, I think he's broke the balls really well and not had much to come from it. A lot of times you stick to it, you stay in there, even with some mistakes. Things do turn around.
Much like the Albin Ouschan Jason Shaw match, lots of errors cropping up. This has been a higher standard than Shaw Ouschan, but the narrative has been littered with mistakes. You just know he will keep punching. Ralsuke now trailing 8-5. Is it manageable? We'll find out. So, Jeremy, what do you make of this last 16 lineup? I'll repeat it again for the viewers. We all start once more here on day 5 at noon local time. Daniel Massiol will take on Wojciech Szewczyk. Anton Raga will face John Morra. It's Fedor Gorsht against Alosha Shap. Mieszko Fortunski will meet Joshua Filler. Tim de Ruyter plays Shane Van Boning. Tyler Steyer, Mario He. David Alcady, who's been a mentor and a golden friend over the years to Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. He faces Yanni Uski. And Oliver Sholnocki awaits the winner of the match we're watching.
Well, a lot of class with all those. A few names we haven't seen a ton of this deep, but I'll tell you what, I think he's been trending, that being Yanni Uski. And I've been saying it for, I think, about the entire year, how much he's improved. And when he loses matches, he's in them. When he's behind, he's made some comebacks. And you just look at who he beat this week. it's been pretty nice. So DeRuiter, right? He's got to overcome a very in-form SVB. Josh Filler looks as good as he has. Fortunski's trying to get back to a big semifinal or maybe even his first final on a World Nineball Tour. So many great matches.
It's all personal preference, subjective, but for me, the match of the round is Yap against Gorst.
Yeah, that's going to be a good one. And the two Poles at the top of the chart playing great.
We have to mention, in glowing terms, Tyler Steyer, because he's standing next to us.
Yeah, he played really well today and looking to continue a nice tournament.
I'm very jealous of Tyler. He was telling me earlier in the week he recently attended a Milwaukee Brewers game at Miller Park. There he is, all smiles.
Yeah, as he should be, and facing a guy that's been there a lot up late in these positions, Mario He. I think Mario's got to step it up. I mean, he's definitely not played bad. You can't be in this position playing bad, but he's made a few extra mistakes here and there at times, so I think he kind of knows it, and he'll bring his best tomorrow.
I think if you were going to say who Ralph Suke would be like on a baseball team right now at this stage of his career, is the gnarled catcher who's been there and seen it all.
All right, staying aggressive with the combo.
That 7 to that pocket has not been his best friend.
No, and now a kiss shot that should draw some automatic position, kind of banking the pink towards the upper left, making the 7 with the cue ball. Shouldn't be a problem at all. And that combo like that, tend to want to ease it a little bit, you know, if you're Ralph, and a lot of players do, myself included. And I just feel like you're never going to fire it, but go ahead and put a little more stroke on it. The 4's not going to get away, and for some reason I've always seemed to make it a little bit more often. Now maybe he can't move the pink 4 over while trying to make the 7. He's got to play the 7, that's for sure. He could easily come off the 7 and have the pink in the left middle afterwards. Now, this doesn't seem that difficult to me, other than maybe having to shoot the 4, you know, down in one of these longer pockets on the bottom of your screen, whether it be a middle, left side pocket, or one of the lower corners. When you make mistakes, what happens is you try to simplify things even more, and maybe even too much more. Tend to get in some funny positions, and that makes some funny strokes. Yeah, that's the shot I saw initially. It looked pretty fail-proof to me. Didn't really see how you could make a mistake with it.
You're right, though. Mistakes generate doubt. Doubt generates more mistakes. It's a vicious circle.
And maybe the one difference I've seen from FSR today, and I can't say it promoted some of those mistakes, is, you know, when he's gotten down on the ball, I've seen a lot of different types of routines, you know, as far as the pre-strokes, sometimes not a pause at the cue ball, sometimes a pause at the cue ball, and it seems like it's kind of created some differences at times. Okay, he's kind of falling straight here, so doesn't want to fall straight on the 8, so picking out something with a little bit of a mild angle.
at that quiet pace, at that angle, he could cheat the pocket a little. Got the cue ball away from the side cushion. 8 and 9 should be routine. But in this match, it seems nothing has been straightforward. Definitely upper body movements again, even though the 8 found its target. (9-5). Francisco Sanchez Ruiz goes to the hill. As for Ralph Souquet, he's 4 down, a possible 5 racks to play. No more room for error. It's been quite some day, Jeremy. I think we've seen an awful lot of brilliant pool, but an awful lot of nervy pool as well.
Yeah, well, even, you know, the greats of the game, the top ranked players, they want it so badly. And, you know, just like I said before, even though Filler makes us think otherwise, he's human as well. Of course, he played great. But I can definitely get to anyone. Like you said, once you start to doubt a little bit, that vicious circle or cycle, it seems like it's a hard one to shake.
And of course, you can go the other way. If you start to knock in some brilliant shots, you can believe you're invincible. And therefore, confidence flows and mistakes are eradicated. Then you're in the zone. Players would love to stay there forever, but they always make an exit. That, Jeremy, was a cruncher.
Yeah, that's what a few racks ago, really kind of the same thing, really unloading on the rack. And 3-5 combination is definitely going to be played. The pink does go by the brown in the upper corner. So really, you know, we've seen some kind of really unforced errors and some very glaring ones, but that's about the only thing he has to avoid here is a mistake that you just don't expect.
It's been a contest, this, in which break and runouts have been in short supply, but maybe it's going to conclude with one. Again. The shoulder went into it, the knees buckled. He thought he might have overcut that 4-ball.
Yeah, good thing for him, though. The stroke was pretty pure, right? So kind of helps when you miss the pocket a little bit with the object ball. Could draw up into kind of real handy position up by the head string if you wanted. Yeah, that's what I would try to do, gain that natural angle to come across.
He's won over 200 tournaments in his lengthy career, Ralph Souquet. I think, though, he's going out of this one.
Yeah, Germany's best player ever, and who knows how that'll turn out with a few others coming, but we're going to lose Ralph Souquet, but the world #1 still in it.
Indeed. Yeah, great spirit that match was played in. They have mutual respect for each other, and rightly so. In the end, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz doubles up on Ralph Souquet at 10-5. The best player won, but FSR would be the first to admit he wasn't at his personal best. So the end of what they call moving day. We've gone down from 64 players at the start to just a sweet 16. Copen Yi began brilliantly, against Georgiev and then was whitewashed. What a transformation in fortunes that was for him. Joshua Fuller, he beat Victor Zielinski 10-5, then recorded another victory to remain in contention for this $30,000 US first prize. Albin Ouschan overcame Jason Shaw in a mistake fest, but then Ouschan departed. Not so Tyler Steyer. He's into the last 16, beating his fellow American Skyler Woodward, and we've just seen FSR. Yes, he was 5-4 ahead, but he won in the end by 10 racks to 5. Of course, over on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, we've seen 4 matches. Johan Chur again with a win to start off. Then he was buried. Mario He makes deep runs in these major world ranking events, and he's done so again into the last 16 together with Shane Van Boning. We had a double header from SVB on table 2 with wins over Fitim, Haridinaj, and then over a former world champion from Germany, twice over actually, Torsten Homan, by 10 racks to 4. So now we've got the table 2 order of play for tomorrow afternoon. Anton Raga of the Philippines starts out against John Mora. Then it's Daniel Maciol against Wojciech Szewczyk. Maciol, the conqueror of defending champion Albin Ouschan. And also there, David Al-Kaidi, twice World Masters champion. He will face off against Jani Uski of Finland. On to table 1. Some big guns will be taking to that table, won't they? FSR starts off against Oliver Sholnokia, former World Championship semi-finalist. Not to be taken lightly, unconventional cue action and stance, but a fine player. Russia's Fedor Gorst will play Alosha Shap in arguably the match of the round. And then SVB, he's going to be a big favourite, but not a certainty to overcome Tim de Ruyter of the Netherlands. And as for the TV table, look at this. Joshua Fuller on home soil, the only German left in the event. He will face Mieszko Fortunski, one of 3 Poles in the last 16. And then second up, a Mosconi Cup contender, if ever there was one, Tyler Steyer against Mario He. So it's a real feast of pool for you tomorrow. It all starts at noon, and this is where you can watch the action on TV. In the UK it is Sky Sports, over in the USA it is DAZN. Viaplay have a big say as well, don't they? It's going to be a cracking day, the weekend at the European Open when the champion will be crowned, and it's going to be a new champion because Albin Ouschan featuring there, well, his hold on the trophy has been relinquished. Hope you enjoyed the action today. Hope you're back tomorrow. It starts a little later, high noon, for a shootout in Fulda.